Welcome to Anime What If 4 story of What If Izuku fused with Phoenix Force and got Harem Part 1. Support the author from the ashes. Lestat 719. Let's begin. Flashback start. I'm sorry, Mrs. Midoriya, your son is quirkless. Here are some pamphlets for support groups and counseling. I have other patients waiting. Please excuse me. The doctor said, leaving the room. Do you think I can still be a hero? Izuku asked through his tears. I'm sorry, honey, I am so sorry. You need to accept reality, his mother sobbed. Stay away from him, Kachin. Izuku called out, still clinging to the dream of being a hero. Stupid Deku, just burn. His tormentor sneered. Please give it back, Kachin. Izuku struggled as his tormentor sycophants held him back. Bakugo chuckled and tossed Hero Notebook number 13 out the window with a blast from his palm. Izuku watched his notebook burning, fluttering down past the window. You want a quirk Deku take a swan dive off the roof and wish for one in the next life. Might you think I could be a hero even without a quirk? The desperate question left his lips. No, young Midoriya, I do not, the last source of hope replied. Take a swan dive off the roof and wish for one in the next life. An echo of torment reverberated through his mind. Take a swan dive off the roof and wish for one in the next life. It called again. The next life. The next life. Flashback end. Izuku Midoriya. Something broke in him at that moment. Something that would have been a long time coming if he were honest with himself. His mother had tried to sign him up for support groups, telling him to put his dream aside and start looking for one he could obtain. She had left to visit his father 2 weeks ago. Trying to save their marriage is how she put it. He was 16, he could manage. He had a bank account to draw from the apartment and bills were paid for. He knew she wasn't going to come back. Her closet was relatively empty. His father, if you could call him that, just disappeared after his 5th birthday. Izuku never heard from him again. He had sent him a birthday card, but it just come back returned to sender. He had no friends, no one cared about him. The only people who would care were the ones that would have to clean up his remains. His parents would probably sigh and then happily sell the apartment and his stuff and move on. No one cared. The teachers didn't care. The counselors didn't care. The only person that had shown anything was a girl with spiky black hair one time when he was 7. She had approached him after a particularly savage beating from Bakugo and his cronies and helped bandage him up. He never even got her name. He would dream about her sometimes, that she was his friend, but that all Izuku had were dreams. He stood on that rooftop for a few more minutes, just gazing up at the sky. The sun was retreating, bathing the sky in brilliant purple and oranges before it started fading into black. The lights on the street began to light up like constellations in the sky. He longed to see the real stars, wishing he could see them over the light pollution and the clouds. He knelt, pulled the burned notebook out of his bag, and scrawled a note. Mom. Dad. Bye. He added his name, address, and phone number so they can be notified more easily. He silently chuckled to himself. Not they would even care. He climbed up to the top of the fence and lowered himself down, his feet resting on the edge. Tears were beginning to flow. Just one person, why couldn't just one person reach out to me? I asked for help, begged for help, and prayed for help. Why couldn't my parents love me, support me? Why couldn't they say for once that they believed in me? No one is born equal, it's all a crapshoot. I wish I could have done something. I wish I had at least gotten her name. My parents, the schools, the system, and you, Bakugo. I hope I see you in my next life, and I will make you know what the hell you put me through. He turned, facing the fence, slowly spread his arms, and let it all go. He felt gravity take control. As he felt the wind, he was watching the sky for a moment and saw the clouds break open, and he could see the stars. Thank you, he whispered. Before closing his eyes, the wind was all he could hear. Then there was intense, sudden pain for the briefest of seconds, darkness, sweet darkness. Then there was light everywhere. It was white, blinding. It was the purest white one could ever fathom. You are an interesting one, a sudden hollow voice rang out. He managed suddenly, he could feel his hands, feet, and everything. His skin was heating up slowly, and he noticed the heat. He tried to open his eyes but couldn't. The heat was building, and he knew it. Where am I? Is this hell? He had heard about hell in movies as he was never a religious boy, even when he was sobbing on his hands and knees for a quirk. A small chuckle erupted around him from the voice. He couldn't tell where it was coming from or whether it was male or female. Where am I? Who are you? He managed as he gritted his teeth. The heat and pain were increasing, and his nose was beginning to be filled with the smell of burning hair. He fell to his knees as he felt his skin begin to burn slowly and painfully. His mind was flooded with images of his life. He saw the image of the girl from his dreams again. He screamed as his nervous system began to burn, his blood was boiling, his eyes were exploding against his eyelids, and his organs were melting. He screamed and screamed. Then it all stopped. Suddenly no pain, no heat, nothing. He felt nothing around him. He could feel his extremities, but they were light and weightless. He could feel himself almost floating in a bathtub. He opened his eyes to see himself looking down on the earth, seeing lights all over the planet, blinking on, some pulsing, some flickering, and some going out. What are those? Are those souls? The laughter returned this time, but it felt right next to him. He turned and saw something. It was like his mind could comprehend what he was looking at. Are you a god? He managed, only greeted with more laughter, and he felt the heat coming from the direction of the earth. On the far side of the planet, he saw it, fire. It spread quickly, encompassing the whole of the earth. He saw some of the lights pulse brightly to form one light before they all disappeared, and there was no light, only the fire. Out of the fire rose a bird of flame, a phoenix. It let loose a great cry before rising from the planet and taking the fire with it as it flew into the darkness of space. Izuku looked down at the broken husk of a world, feeling sadness from deep within. Before he knew it, the tears fell. He saw a single tear fall and strike the planet. Then he saw it, a light appeared, a pulsing light, then another, and then more. Come on. Come on, you can do it, he thought. He saw the lights grow and spread all over the earth, but then he saw the firebird coming from the stars again. The planet being burned, life beginning again, only to be burned out, repeatedly, 20 times in total. Then he saw the lights again. Some were burning brighter than any had seen. Then he saw a light spark, burn, flicker, and begin to fade. He focused on the light and saw himself. He saw himself jump and light burned out. He reached for the light, struggling to touch it, wanting to keep it from going out. No. And oh, don't go out. Why? The voice asked. I don't know. I don't know, he sobbed. He didn't know why suddenly. He wanted to live. Maybe it was looking down and watching his planet get destroyed 20 times over, watching the sparks form and grow, only to be snuffed out in the great fire. Over and over, he watched them struggle only to be cleansed. He could see it coming again. The phoenix was coming. He thought of the girl. He thought of her. I don't want her to die. I don't know her name, but she was the only one who seemed to care. I want her to have a chance. You would attempt to stop the phoenix? You would attempt to stop me? Izuku whirled around. There before him was the bird of flames. Yes, he said. You can't. It rushed through him, and he felt himself burn again as it touched down upon the world. No, why? Why do you do this 20 times? Why do you keep doing this? It has to be done. It needs to be purged. Maybe they will get it right in the next life. No, please stop, not now, please. What is it you are trying to accomplish? Evolution, advancement, they have come close, but they always falter, they stagnate. Hundreds of years, they have been given after the gift's arrival. They have squandered it, wasted it. Now it must be purged. From its ashes, it will begin again. Maybe they will get it right this time. They just need someone to show them the way, bring about change, give them a chance. They need a chance. He pleaded. And who will show them, who will lead them, who will rise? I will just spare them, please. How you don't have any gifts, remember? Remember, you don't have any more dreams, it said almost mockingly. 2. I don't know, but I will find a way. Give me a chance, give us a chance. Perfect, it cooed. Huh. Suddenly there was fire again, and there was pain. Then it slowly subsided, and he felt like he was lying down. The floor was hard, but his head rested on the most sublime surface ever. His eyes fluttered open, and he looked down at him, the most beautiful woman he had ever seen. The most vibrant and brilliant head of red hair and green eyes, perfect pale skin. And he had his head in her lap. He was surprised in many ways. He didn't stutter, he didn't freak out. Who are you? Hello, Izuku, as she gently tucked some of her hair behind her ear. My name is Jean Grey. Izuku Jean. Hello, he said, calm, almost cold. He knew somewhere inside his mind that he should be freaking out on many levels. He was lying on a girl's lap. A beautiful girl's lap. She had even done the hair tuck like his books. He couldn't talk to girls, hell, he couldn't talk to anyone. But why wasn't this bothering him so? Why was he so calm? Why couldn't he stand up or move or anything? Why was she so damn warm? Why can't I move? And why am I not freaking out? And not to complain, why are you holding my head in your lap? She chuckled and gave him a dazzling smile that should have broken him, but instead, his emotions didn't flare up. 1. You can't move because we are not allowing you to. 2. You are not freaking out because your emotions are being dampened. 3. You had this image thousands of times, wishing to experience it once, so I gave it to you. We? Yes, Phoenix and I. Are you two different beings or people? Yes and no. I am, or was, a host for the Phoenix Force, one of its favorites. What you see here is an echo or a member of the person that was Jean Grey. Do you remember when you tried to look at the voice and your mind could not comprehend what you saw? Yes. That is the true visage of the Phoenix. The firebird you saw is a physical manifestation of that, shaped by reality when we enter it. I am a way for us to talk in a way that your mind can understand. How can you expect a mortal mind to comprehend the infinite? So, what happens now? As of right now, your body is cocooned inside your home being rebuilt. His mind began to race in a small moment of panic before that soothing feeling started again. Why am I being rebuilt? You're dead, she said in a simple, matter-of-fact way. You threw yourself off a building. Yeah, you're right, so couldn't you just resurrect me? Smiling, yes, we could, but your body is not suited or ready for us. You wanted and dreamed of being a hero, but you did nothing to accomplish that goal except dream. No exercise, no training, nothing. Well, except analyze quirks like a madman. If he could have blushed, he would have. But no one believed in me? I didn't have a quirk. And? She replied coldly. You think just because you have a quirk that all of a sudden everything is easier? That they don't have to work hard to make it better to control it? Images began to flood Izuku's mind. He saw Bakugo exercising and practicing. A girl with green hair and a frog quirk running through a forest, jumping and using her tongue to lash out and hit flying targets her younger siblings were throwing around. Another girl with short brown hair floats around an abandoned building while touching objects, making them float and fall before she comes to the ground and throws up before beginning again. A boy, his face scarred with hair of white and half red, was sitting in a training room with ice all around, freezing the boy over as he continued to push and push. The images of kids, teens, heroes, and even villains practicing and training came faster before showing him his one-time favorite hero, All Might, in a gym, practicing and practicing for hours. A quirk is great, or it can be if you know how to use it and train how to control it properly. But are all the hero and villain fights you see? Are they just using their quirks or running, fighting, or doing other things? He just lied there, and he knew she was right. Yes, he had been born quirkless, but he never did anything but wallow and did not try to improve or better himself physically. You never fought back. You just let him beat you down repeatedly. You tried to jump in and save others sometimes and then just let him beat you. If you were going to go down swinging, for S sake. You saw those lights gather to struggle against the flame of the phoenix. Even if they knew it was hopeless, they still fought. Izuku wanted to cry. She was right. She was so damn right. He didn't do anything, didn't try to exercise, work out to get stronger, didn't try to join a dojo, or even watch videos online to try and learn how to fight. He would take his beatings as that was his lot in life. He was precisely what Bakugo had said he was, Deku. Bakugo had helped beat that into him, but Izuku had never tried to improve his lot. I never took any steps to do well, Jack. He was angry. He could feel the anger. It wasn't muted like his other emotions. Yeah, he suffered, yeah, he was treated poorly, but he never did anything. No recording videos of the assault and taking them to the police. Nothing, just covering for that piece of Bakugo all the time to his mother. No wonder she is left. Could she have done better? Yeah, but he did nothing to help himself. He suddenly paused, noticing the anger, and looked up at Jean. Why can I feel this but not the embarrassment of my head in your lap? Because I am blocking the emotions that will hinder this conversation. So, what now? What happens now? She smiled with the warmth of a mother looking down on her son for the first time. We are going to rebuild your body, I am going to train your mind, and you are going to rise from the ashes because you are the phoenix. Either you will lead this world to change or bring it down in the fires of rebirth. This world is on the brink. I know you can see some problems, but there is more out there. Your mind is brilliant in some regards, but we will train it. I was chosen to lead you down this path because I was a type of hero in my time. I fought to save the world, the galaxy, my friends, and my loved ones. I also made mistakes and destroyed an entire solar system. I failed more times than I could count, but I know that I made a difference in the end, and that is all that mattered. Izuku saw flashes, a school of other strange people with different quirks, fights, tears, death, rebirth, lovers lost, and lovers found. The world rages against her and her friends, and they fight to save them anyway. A world is hating them, loving them, and hunting them. They were driven to the brink of extinction only to rage back. Mistakes made, forgiveness taken for granted. Love, he felt love, familial love, love of friends, and love of the intimate sort. He looked up at Jean and saw as things began to overlap in her form, a young, scared girl, a strong, confident woman, a leader, a wife, a lover, a hero, a mother, and the phoenix. Well, was all he could mutter as he gazed at her. He would wonder if this was love for a moment. But he knew it was something else. It was admiration for the struggles, the perseverance, the simple truth that this woman had gone to hell and back and kept fighting. She kept training and getting stronger till the end of her days. Never gave up. So, what happens now? Looking down at him as she lightly placed her fingertips on the sides of his temple. Now Izuku, she whispered somewhat naughty-tively. This is really going to hurt. His brain felt like it exploded. No, it was engulfed in fire. He screamed out once before it all went dark. Mayhatsum. Mayhatsum stepped onto the streets of Mustafa, exiting from Infinite Arcana Electronics with a small bag in her hand. She was bouncing in excitement to get this tiny bugger home. The latest processor is the Infinity X69. Usually, she would build her stuff with the scraps she would collect from Tacoba Beach and some other scrap sites she had found. But not today. Today was special. The mysterious Infinity was the absolute best as tech was defiantly beyond everyone. She had saved for this little thing and would take it home to reverse engineer it and make her babies even better. Nothing was better than making babies. She couldn't wait to get home. Pausing, she looked up at the sky, wondering if she needed to grab an umbrella. She usually wouldn't bother but had to protect this piece of precious tech until she could disassemble it. Her quirk kicked in. She could tell there weren't storm clouds, so she was confident she would be safe. It was then, as she was zooming out, she saw it, or more importantly, she saw him. A boy with messy green hair had climbed the fence of the Yaoyorozu building. "Hey," she screamed. "Don't do it, don't jump. Help, we need a hero or something." People around her stared as she ran. Then she saw him drop a small smile on his face, and she screamed louder. Running across the road, she didn't notice how close she came to being ice-guyed, thanks to Truck Kuan. Darting down an alley to get to her target, she lost sight of him, frantically pulling out her phone and calling the police as she burst from the alley, sure of the view she was about to see only to see nothing. Nobody, no boy flying away, no hero swooping in to save, nothing but ash falling into a pile where the body should be. She stumbled across the street, narrowly avoiding traffic in her daze. Reaching the bank, she pulled a vial from her pocket and scooped up a sample. As she examined it, she could tell it was ash, warm still. It took a moment until the sound from her phone and the emergency operator on the other end began to bring her back to reality. "Never mind my mistake," she said as she hung up her phone. She looked at the sky above. Momo Yaoyorozu. Ms. Momo Yaoyorozu was sitting in the satellite building of a boardroom for her parents' company in Mustafa, listening to her father talk to someone named Sylvia from Infinite Arcana. Sylvia, as she was learning, was the CEO of Infinite Arcana. The two CEOs were finalizing a deal that would be a big boost to Yaoyorozu Corporation. The corporation that her parents were grooming her to run. The corporation she didn't want to run. She had different ambitions. She wanted to be a hero. Her parents were not happy she had managed to convince them to let her apply in a few years, if only that it would add a boost to the company and family if their future head were also, in fact, a pro-hero. After all, if your company is known for its support gear, what better advertisement could you get than the pro-hero and CEO Creati using those very inventions to save lives? She knew her parents loved her, but she was the only heir. Her mother was forced to have a hysterectomy shortly after Momo was born. It was deemed a miracle that she was born in the first place. Difficult conception, difficult pregnancy, and incredibly difficult and dangerous labor. So, there was no second child to carry on the legacy. So, it was her responsibility. She knew her quirk was robust and versatile, being to create pretty much anything as long as she knew the chemical composition was, to put it simply, extraordinary. This was how her family had risen to such great prestige. Her distant ancestor was said to have a similar quirk back when quirks first manifested. Now here was Momo expecting to carry on into the future. She wanted to help people. She wanted to save people. Be someone that people could look up to. She helped a boy in the park a long time ago after some bullies had beaten him up. She had happened upon the scene after the fact. All she had done was make some simple gauze and help the poor boy. But the look of gratitude he had given her cemented it at once. She wanted to be a hero. She never got his name. Momo was, in fact, lonely. She didn't have many friends. Well, real friends. She went to a prestigious academy for the rich. After learning an unbelievably valuable lesson in middle school about girls using her to increase their social status and her first boyfriend being a shallow douche whom she heard talking to his friends about how he was going to score with the rich girl. Puberty had hit her like a bomb. She was tall, curvaceous, with large bobas and great skin. It wasn't easy, to say the least. She sighed quietly and thought about calling her only true friend, Melissa, tomorrow. Melissa was an exchange student, and they had hit it off when Melissa had transferred to Momo's school for a semester. Melissa was quirkless and the only daughter of David Shield, the genius inventor for I-Island. But she was brilliant, fearless, funny, and genuine. They had stayed connected and had even been to see each other a few times. She was lost in thought when suddenly, she saw a body fall through the windows. She screamed. Somebody just jumped off the roof. She stood bolting out of the office, leaving her father and Sylvia stunned for a minute. Her father quickly excused himself from the meeting, allowing his secretary to reschedule. The guards outside were in a momentary shock but soon chased after their young mistress as she shouted instructions. Reaching the stairs, she yanked them open and raced downstairs, discarding her heels. The guards began yelling into their radios while one followed the Momo and the other ran to the roof. She hit the street in a burst from the side exit, bracing to see a body of some sort, but she saw nothing before she was a pink-haired girl with crosshair eyes standing near a pile of ash looking up at the sky. "Did you see them? The person who jumped," she yelled at the girl. She ran up to her, trying to get her attention as people on the street stopped and stared at the sight. The pink-haired girl turned to her, whatever daze she was under seeming to disappear. "Yeah, I did. It was a boy. He had green hair. Then what happened? I don't know. I got here, and I didn't see anything, nobody, no one flying away, no heroes, nothing but this pile of ash where he should have landed." Momo looked down at the pile. She could feel the heat on her feet through her stockings, realizing she was barefoot. Security came dashing to her side. Her father and more security emerged from the main entrance looking around before he approached his daughter, demanding an explanation. As Momo was trying to explain, her father, while not saying anything, had a look of disbelief on his face. The pink-haired girl standing there turned and spoke. She is not lying, I saw it too. I was over there, she pointed to the alley. I was on the street over, and I looked over and saw him fall. I even called the police. She is holding her phone up as evidence. When I got here, all I saw was this pile of ash, though, which is weird because it's not dissipating. And it's still warm. How could you have seen it from way over there, young miss, if you don't mind me asking, Momo's father said. The girl pointed to her eyes. My quirk lets me see fine details like a super zoom function. I was looking at the sky to see if it would rain. When I was zooming out I saw him fall. A sudden wind wrapped around them, and the ash spiraled into the sky and dissipated. May noticed that it wasn't actually dissipating but instead just disappearing. One of the security officers leaned in and whispered into Mr. Yaoyorozu's ear. Momo noticed he looked puzzled before asking the officer to have security start reviewing the footage immediately. Father, what happened? We should probably discuss this inside. He turned to the pink-haired girl. Miss? May turned to him and seemed to notice him for the first time. Oh my god, I am May Hatsum. Jumping forward very abruptly. You're Mr. Yaoyorozu. OMG, I don't have my babies with me. She said loudly, grabbing her hair. Babies? Momo and her father exclaimed, looking around suddenly. I should run home and get them. You will love them, then you can hire me on the spot. No UA for me. UA? You're planning on going OUA as well? Momo asked. Are your babies inventions? Yup. Oh. Her father stepped forward. Miss Hatsum, was it? This is not quite the time. But why don't we step inside, and we can set up an appointment for you later. May seemed to buy that logic and stepped inside. Momo leads her to the conference room, saying he will join them shortly. The inventor and the heiress. May followed Momo with a spring in her step into the elevator, reaching into her pocket and pulling out the vial with the ash. Momo took a moment to turn from the girl and make a new pair of shoes. May saw the glow and immediately pressed forward, invading the heiress's space. Holy cow, is that your quirk? You can make shoes? No, Momo stammered momentarily, not used to strangers invading her space like this. I can use the lipids in my body to create almost anything as long as I know the molecular structure. Are you kidding me? Imagine what kind of babies I could make if I could do that. I would have endless materials. Hey, want to come back to my place and make babies? Momo felt a hot blush run through her for a second. Not tonight, Ms. Hatsum. Visibly disappointed, May's shoulders shrunk in momentarily before exploding out. May, call me May. Then how about? The elevator doors opened, and Momo was never so happy about such a thing before. Oh look, we have arrived, let's go to the conference room. This girl was a whirlwind. Being so close and saying such crazy things without a care in the world. I wish I could be as free. Momo led May to the conference room. As they entered, May began wandering around, looking at the tech in the room. Momo was glad for a moment before finding her seat. However, her respite was short-lived, and May bounded over to the seat next to her and pulled herself closer to Momo. Hey wait. What's your name? Momo realized she had forgotten to introduce herself, putting a slight distance between them so she could face the girl. She stood and gave a small bow. I'm very sorry, Ms. Hatsum. Just May works. Momo paused. My name is Momo Yaoyorozu. Yeah, too much Momo, or maybe Mo? No, Mo is too boyish. Momo, it is. Part of Momo was slightly offended by this sudden declaration to call her Momo or Mo. She barely knew this girl. Yaoyorozu works as well. Nope, too long. It's Momo. Oh, I should go. I need to get Revere's NG, go home and comb my hair. Yeah, that's the ticket. Wait, May. Momo couldn't let her leave yet. You haven't had a chance to schedule an appointment with my father yet. Damn it, you are right. Hey, what's your number? My number? Yeah, your phone number so we can have you come over and make babies. She was like an overly excited puppy on caffeine and sugar. Before anything else could be said, the door swung open, and in walked her father with a few security members. One member slid a few forms in front of Momo and May. May, if you would be so kind as to fill out a statement for us. I don't want to. Well, then you are free to go, but I'm afraid I won't be able to make an appointment with my secretary if that is your decision. May looked across the table at the man before scrunching up her nose, grabbing the paper and the offered pen. She started to scribble down her statement. Momo glanced at her father. Seeing him nod to her, she began to do the same. Did the cameras find anything? No. Momo knew he was lying. There had to be something as they finished the statements. Her father's secretary came in and made an appointment for May in 2 months. Her father had Momo escort May downstairs. As they were in the elevator, May kept trying to get Momo's number so they could make babies. When the elevator doors opened, May stepped out and turned to watch as the doors began to close. The ashes didn't dissipate. They disappeared. What? Exclaimed Momo. The ashes disappeared. The Yayorozu. The elevator's doors closed, and it began its climb back to the conference room. When they opened, she saw her father's secretary. Before the woman could leave, Momo got May's number from her. Momo entered the conference room. What did the camera see? Her father turned to her and turned on the TV. She saw the screen come to life, and then it got fuzzy suddenly as the signal scrambled. After a brief moment, the camera shifted views, and it saw the door open, and the static followed the unknown person down the stairs and out of the building, the video feeds being disrupted the entire time. The camera shifted back to the roof. If what happened before it was even stranger now. The roof could be seen this time, but a person was standing there, but their entire upper body was distorted. All that could be seen were some generic school pants with red high tops. They saw a bag on the roof. It opened and dropped back down with a notebook sticking out. They saw the distorted image climb the fence and jump. Just as Momo was about to ask about the bag, they saw a portal open and a hand reach out and pull the bag into it before vanishing. What the hell is that? Momo spat out. This is insane. Exactly, we are going to have main security come and I already contacted the main branch, and we have some electronic specialists to review the footage and cameras. Her father exited the room signaling for Momo to follow him. Are you going to keep your appointment with Ms. Hatsum? No, her father responded, raising an eyebrow. I just did that to get her statement. I will surely hear if she's any good from the scouts. Why? Nothing, father. I just wanted to ensure I followed the same train of thought. Good girl. Now let's go home. The white hot room. Midoriya awoke in the white room, his head and body hurt. He wasn't lying on Jean's lap anymore. He was lying on the ground. He stood slowly as everything broke, but at least he wasn't burning. He was alone. He just stood there. Then the pain began to fade. He looked down at himself. He was naked. Holy, what is going on? Wait, where did all this muscle come from? He looked down. Apparently, something else had increased. He felt a blush for a moment, but it wasn't as bad as he knew it should be. Where are my clothes? He wondered. Then a thought began to form in his head, and suddenly he had clothes. How did I do that? He pondered briefly, but he could feel the knowledge there. He could feel a lot of knowledge there. I knew you would catch on quickly. He spun and saw Jean, wearing a skin-tight white suit with golden boots and gloves with a stylized symbol of the phoenix on her chest. He found his eyes lingering over her body in a way that would have left him a sputtering mess. But instead, his mind just fired a mile a minute. The only outside tell was his pinky tapping rapidly. Jean smirked. Like what you see? Yeah, he responded. Quickly he put both hands over his mouth. He was stunned for 2 reasons. He responded so swiftly but knew he meant it and was not ashamed of it. The second, his voice sounded deeper. More like a man than a boy. His voice was already changing, but there were still more cracks than he would like to say due to his nervousness. He pondered it. He could remember everything, the abuse, the neglect, the shame. He even thought about Bakugo for a moment. Bakugo, not Kacchan. He thought about how he was treated, and there was anger and rage. No desire to gain acceptance from Bakugo. No need to be friends. Careful, Izuku, don't give in to the rage. But I want to hurt him so badly. I want to make him feel what he did to me. I want to break him. He stood there. He could feel the rage. He felt fire erupt around him, a dark red fire with a black at the tips. Jean looked at him and raised her hand, and the fire disappeared. Midoriya was stunned. Where did the fire go? Why wasn't he burning? Jean smiled, placing her hand on his shoulder. You must be careful if your darker emotions take too much hold on you. Things will go bad very fast and very quickly. Midoriya's mind was filled with images of Jean filled with rage and the fires of the phoenix reaching and snuffing a star. Oh. Yes, exactly. I haven't released you yet. We will work on controlling your emotions and your powers. My powers? Yes, you may have some differences from me, but there are some that all members of the Phoenix share. Now tell me what they are. How would he started, but he knew it. It was in his head: telepathy, telekinesis, pyrokinesis. He knew he had it. He knew he could control them. He knew that he could back them with the power of the Phoenix. The Phoenix. He could sense it. It was a part of him but also everywhere. A sense of the cosmic filled him. Powers, he was unaware, danced just out of his reach. She smiled. Can you feel the power of the Phoenix on the edges of your mind? Yes. What is it? Power, you must discover yourself. The power that will help you with your mission. Before he could ask the question, he knew the answer. Jean had plunged knowledge into his head. Academics, battle tactics, how to fight, dodge, scientific knowledge, history, art, how to drive, all kinds of things. His mind hurt so much, and he was engulfed in fire. So I just need to learn to control my emotions? He asked as the fire and pain subsided. No, you need to understand and deal with them. If you only lock them away, you will explode and destroy everything. And you will need to learn your powers. You know them but not the practical experience. Knowledge of how to fight and the experience of doing so are two different things. So, how do I get the experience? A sadistic grin crossed her face. She spread her arms wide, the fire erupting around her, and lifted herself into the air. People began to materialize from behind her. He recognized them: her friends, allies, lovers, children, and enemies. I am going to beat it into you. He was scared, but something he didn't expect. He was excited. Deku was dead. There was only the Phoenix. The fire erupted around him. Bring it. May's workshop. May made it home after one of the more exciting days of her life. The other was when one of her babies had decided to explode for no reason that she could find, landing May in the hospital for a week. But today was all kind of crazy. To a boy jumping off a roof, ashes disappearing, Mr. Yaoyorozu lying to her. Momo was lovely though, and what was intriguing most right now was the ashes were still warm in her pocket, the Infinity X69 also, but not as much as these ashes. Yes, she knew that Mr. Yaoyorozu was lying. She knew he was trying to get a statement when she started babbling about babies. Besides, he did not know her work. Large corporations had talent scouts for that kind of thing. The more important thing was putting her name in his head. Momo, on the other hand, was a slightly different story. The way she had burst onto the street minus shoes was rather interesting. She was far more concerned with the fact that someone had jumped, not that it was off of their building. While May didn't get along with most people due to her personality, she did want to help society at large. She enjoyed creating things, not only to help heroes, but she even made something for everyday people. While she would spout off about sponsors, contracts, and big money, that stuff was all nice. It was a means to an end. She needed all those people to get the material and research space so she could do what she wanted: change the world. How to change the world was an unanswered question. But if she could make it safer and a little more comfortable for everyone, that would be a good start. Honestly, this was part of the reason she liked Infinity so much. He could charge much more for his processors and items, but they were incredibly affordable and durable. Yeah, he was rich as, but no one knew what he looked like. He didn't even graduate from UA. He was from England. He had graduated from the University of the Black Dragon, and they had no photo of him listed. But that was neither here nor there. She pulled the vial of ashes from her pocket and stared at them for a minute. She needed to have the proper tools to analyze them. But she could fix that. She chuckled. Now if she had managed to catch Momo's interest enough, this might be easier. But if not, she could still do it on her own. Tomorrow she could start hitting the scrapyards to dig up supplies. But that was tomorrow May's problem. Tonight, May's concern was exploring all the wonders of the Infinity X69. She began to drool and found heat to flood her stomach and lower even. I wonder if this is what it is like to be in love, she mused aloud. She felt like this every time she worked on her babies. That is why she called them that. The act of designing them foreplay. Assembly. Hence making babies. She was worked up and ready to go. Sitting down at her workbench, she pulled the X69 out of its bag. You are going to get it. Now show Mama all your dirty secrets. We are going to do it all night. May was true to her word, and they went all night through the next 3 days. Till May passed out from lack of sleep. The X69 was a naughty little minx and would not give up all her secrets so quickly. May knew this would be the most significant case of edging in the history of ever. But she couldn't wait. Returning to the castle, Momo Yaoyorozu rode home in silence. She spoke with her mother briefly before heading to her room. Today was a day and a half. She stripped as she walked to her private bath. She sat and washed herself, replaying the surveillance video in her mind. There were so many questions. What happened to the video? Someone had some technology to disrupt the video, but the fact that it was mobile, maybe it was some quirk. That was the obvious answer, though not the only answer. Then there was that weird distortion after the first. That one seems more obviously a quirk, but why only disrupt the top half? Well, it made it damn near impossible to identify them. How did what she could only assume the 2 people end up on the roof? One of them could fly. The second one could, as the first just walked away. But if the second could fly, why did he scale the fence? She knew that there were immense pressures out there. Japan still had some very high suicide rates, especially among any quirkless that were born there. Out of the worldwide population, about 20% were quirkless, but in Japan, where the first quirk was ever recorded, that was more like 2%. In a nation where your quirk was used to judge so much and impacted your life, not having one was close to amounting to exile. She knew Melissa had suffered some hardships, but she had her father and Island. Her mind was far too brilliant to be ignored. And she grew up in a safe spot for such a thing. She would have to call Melissa tomorrow and tell her about the whirlwind that had been the last few hours. Then there was May. That girl was complicated. She would invade personal space, but then there were moments when she was quiet. The comment about the ashes not dissipating but disappearing. What did that mean? She wanted to reach out to the girl. She could use the pretense of being interested in making babies, such an odd phrase. There was a lot to unpack. Momo let her mind wander before exiting the bath, going through her nightly rituals, lotions, creams, combing her hair, slipping into a comfortable pair of silk pajamas, and reading a chapter or 2 of her encyclopedias. Tomorrow will be another day. Izuku was lying on his back, bleeding, and sure his ribs were broken. He looked up at the silver man holding a surfboard, of all things, and the stupidly tall being behind him. The being spoke, its voice hollow and full of power. Is that all you have, little phoenix? My herald barely used a fraction of his power. Izuku swore under his breath as white flames erupted around him, healing his injuries. I swear I will beat the heralds. Take his surfboard and shove it up this plant-eating ass. You kidding, you big stupid. I'm just getting started. The battle started again. Melissa Shield. Melissa Shield was pleased to receive a call from her bestest friend Momo, not so much after she heard about her friend's night. However, she did get a good giggle out of May. She and Momo were close. They had even shared a kiss. It was more for Melissa as she felt down about who would ever want to kiss a quirkless loser like her. It was nice, but it lacked a spark. So, it went as far as that. She did love Momo, but she had realized it was not that kind of love. She told Momo to get her a video copy, and Momo promised she would. It took a few days but Momo secured a copy of the surveillance video. She was on a video chat with Momo after her friend sent her an encrypted copy of the video. Melissa was only stunned at the first part. She was surprised at what she had seen. The first part troubled her as she was damn near positive that her father's tech caused the first disruption. But that tech was not to be off the island. She told Momo that she would have to let her father know if there was some unknown break-in or espionage. Momo wanted to protest, but she understood Melissa told her she would run an analysis on the video and talk to her father and that she would speak to Momo after school tomorrow. Melissa paused to ask Momo why she wasn't leaving this to the security company. Honestly, Melissa, something is bothering me. I need to know if that kid was murdered or mind-controlled into jumping off the roof, and what May said is bothering me. The ash was still hot when I got down to the street. And her comment about it disappearing, not dissipating. I can't let this go. I don't know why. Melissa smiled at her friend. That's good enough for me, Momo. I'll talk to you tomorrow. The chat disconnected. Melissa set the video to run through a program she had invented and left to track down her father. It took her a good 30 minutes to finally find him. He was concerned when she insisted on talking to him privately. Melissa activated the room's security before telling her father what Momo had said and showing him the video. Melissa noted that David was shocked and more interested in seeing the second half but not so much at the first. Is that your tech, Dad? Yes, dear, it is. I gave a version to a dear friend of mine. I need to contact him and ensure this was him, or if not, we have a large problem. Okay, I understand. Melissa knew that her dad wasn't about to say anything further about this mystery person running around with her dad's tech. You will let me know if it was your friend so I can ease Momo's mind? Yes, dear, I will. Please let me know what your analyses show up. Of course. With that, Melissa left. When his daughter exited the room, he immediately contacted his friend. All Might. Hello David, nice to hear from you. Why yes, I am in Mizudafu. Yes, I do believe that I was on top of Yaoyorozu Tower. Was someone with me? Yes, David, how do you know all this? What he jumped? David, I have to go. Yes, I understand. I will call you back. Do you think that I can be a hero too? No. He tried to overcorrect his mistake by mentioning the police, but he knew the damage was done. He noticed the pain in the boy's eyes. He didn't even make sure the boy was okay. The worst part was that it took him a minute to remember the boy's name, Izuku Midoriya. He immediately dialed a number on his phone. Hello Naomasa, sorry to bother you. Please look into something very quickly, it's important. Was there any report of someone jumping off the Yaoyorozu Tower in Mizudafu on Monday evening? Second, I need the home address for Izuku Midoriya, the same prefecture. Yes, I'm sorry old friend, I need it now. Yes, I will wait. He sat in silence. After talking to the boy, he had been walking the streets, making his way home, when an explosion caught his attention, and the sludge villain he had dealt with earlier in the day was loose again. He must have dropped the bottle when he was flying with the boy. He delayed his action, but that's when he saw a student from Udata Mirio Togata run out and save Bakugo. Yes, that was his name. Mirio was having some issues but seeing his heroics inspired All Might, spurring him into action. He smoothed Mirio's problems with the heroes that were scolding him in trouble with UA, a talk with young Bakugo about showing proper gratitude. Then he had left. He had started looking into Mirio using Nizu, the principal of UA. It had even led to him talking with his one-time sidekick, Night Eye. It turned out Mirio caught Night Eye's attention, and he was about to come to All Might about Mirio being his successor. No, yes Naomasa, I am still here. No report, huh? Just a 911 call that was cut short. Can you follow up on that for me? No, I will explain over dinner Sunday. Yes, please send that info over. The call ended a short while later. There was a beep with the info he wanted. He was glad there was no report, so maybe David was mistaken, but he had mentioned the video. He would have to look at that later, but first, he had to check on the young man and apologize for his harsh words. He walked out to his truck and drove to the boy's home. After the short drive, he exited and went up to the apartment. Not a bad neighborhood, but not the greatest, All Might noted. What he needed to prepare for was the woman that opened the door. Jean Grey. Standing there was a beautiful red-headed woman in her early 20s, American, with green eyes, smooth pale skin, relatively tiny green shorts, bare legs, and a very form-fitting black tank top with the words "burn" looking to be written in fire across her noticeable chest. All Might was used to encountering rather beautiful women in the hero business. He was friends with Midnight. But something about this woman screamed life, vibrancy. She was fire, and he was a moth. All his years of hero training kicked in before he spoke. "Hello, miss, my name is Toshinori Yagi, and I apologize for dropping in so unexpectedly. I was looking for Izuku Midoriya." "Is this his home?" "Yes, but I'm sorry Izuku can't come to the door right now. He is very sick. He caught a terrible cold a few days ago. I'm a friend of the family visiting from America, so I am taking care of him till he feels better." "How do you know him? And what brings you by so suddenly?" "Of course, Ms. Grey. Ms. Grey, you see, I bumped into young Midoriya a few days ago, and I'm afraid I may have said something that injured the young man, and it has been heavy on my mind, so I wanted to come apologize to him." "Oh, you are the gap that told him he couldn't be a hero, right?" All Might was taken back. "Why, Ms. Grey, I wanted to come by and apologize for that." "Well, I will let him know. But you can just write off. Now, Ms. Grey, I know I was harsh, but I don't think." Jean cut him off. "That's true, you didn't think. Now Mr. Yagi, was it?" "I don't care, Izuku is very important to me, and you hurt him. I will pass your message, and if you have a card, I will let him decide if he wants to call you. But other than that, I would rather you remove yourself from the doorway and give your platitudes to someone who might give a." She held out her hand, and All Might handed over one of his cards. Before he could say anything, the door was closed in his face. He turned and made his way back downstairs. Well, that could have gone better. I hope he calls so I can apologize. In the apartment, Jean burned the card in her hand before disappearing. Izuku was breathing hard and bleeding. How was this short hairy guy with claws giving him so much damn trouble? He had defeated an Eater of Worlds, and now this guy was giving him all sorts of difficulty. "Well, bub, you going to stand there and bleed or come get some?" He was going to pluck every piece of hair off this. Momo. Momo was glad to hear from Melissa that it was, in fact, her father's tech, so that was some relief for the first part of the video. The problem was that her dad would need to provide details on who that person was. The only reassurance was that they were a friend of her father. Melissa's program had been running for a week, and still couldn't make heads or tails of the distortion on the second part. Nothing was cleaning up the image. Her company needed more success too. So here was Momo sitting in her room at the end of another week of school. Having had to deal with 3 confessions and 1 attempted serenade at her gates. She was looking at her phone and chewing on her thumb. A single thought came to mind, Mayhatsum. Taking a breath, she fired off a text. "Momo, hey May, this is Momo Yayorozu. I wanted to know if you wanted to get together tomorrow. I would like to see some of your inventions." "May Momo?" "Oh, Momo, tomorrow is fine. Come over whenever we can make some babies together." The user has sent their location. "Momo, I am unsure about making babies, but I would like to meet with you nonetheless." "May, sure, tomorrow is fine." Momo sighed, which had gone easier than she was expecting. Her parents were flying to America to meet Sylvia from Infinite Arcana so that no one could stop her. David Shield. Meanwhile, on I-Island, Melissa's computer had finished running its program, but I did not alert Melissa. It instead alerted David, her father. David was awakened by the sound of his alert message going off. He grabbed his phone and was stunned for a moment. Cosmic radiation detected. He sat up quickly, rubbing the sleep from his eyes. Oh. He immediately pulled up the report and began to read it. This is the video that Melissa was analyzing for that Momo girl. He immediately activated the security in his room with a button. And he pulled a separate phone from a secret compartment on the nightstand next to his bed, dialing the only number in the phone. Hello, Mr. Freedom. We have a problem. Cosmic radiation has been detected. Yes, sir, from a video that was recorded in Muzutafu. Yes, sir. I am aware. I will send the file right away. No, sir. No, sir. No one else knows. Yes, I will make sure. Hanging up the phone, David was sweating. An Omega-level threat had made contact on Earth. And his daughter and her friend were trying to chase it down. Veronica. A beautiful woman's voice responded from the ceiling. Yes, David. Full containment protocol. Please give me all messages between my daughter and her friend Momo Yaoyorozu for the last 2 weeks. Falsify her scan on the video. Alert Infinity. And give me all the feeds you can around Yaoyorozu Tower Muzutafu. Track and correlate with All Might's blur unit. Send a message to King as well. Yes, David. Messages are ready for viewing. False report sent. Feeds will be ready in 1 hour. Infinity and King have been alerted. Thank you, Veronica. Continue monitoring Melissa and alert me to any conversations. Yes, David. Then artificial intelligence went silent. The inventor and the heiress. May was staring at the reading from her ashes sample. What the hell is the radiation signature? I have never seen anything like this. I could dive into the international database. Momo. Hello May, I am outside. May looked at her phone and skipped to the door to let Momo in. Hello May, I brought you some cookies. Cool, come on in, let's make some babies, as she shoved a cookie in her mouth. This is good, as crumbs fell everywhere. Momo blushed slightly as May approached the gate to let her in, wearing overalls with no top or bra. May, maybe you should put on a top. Why? Yours are bigger than mine. We are girls with the same equipment. Momo just sighed and entered the workshop. It was dirty, and burnt metal smelled in the air. There were scorch marks everywhere, several empty fire extinguishers. So, why are you here if you're not here to make babies? May said with no hint of playfulness. Momo's head snapped to attention at May's sudden shift in tone. She looked at the girl with her overalls hanging down and slipped a red tank top on. I just thought I would come over to see your inventions. You know, for your meeting with my father so I could give you some pointers. You mean for the meeting that's not going to happen? What makes you say that? Momo managed to respond with just the smallest of cracks to her voice. 1. There is no way in hell the CEO of Yaoyorozu Corporation would meet with some unknown inventor. He wanted to get me inside so I could fill out that statement. Nice non-disclosure hidden there at the bottom, by the way. You are here for another reason. Momo was taken back slightly. This girl was no joke. There was no pulling the wool over her eyes. Momo sighed. Yes, May, you are right. I'm not here for that. It's what you said about the ashes. I apologize for trying to mislead you. If you like, I can show myself out. No. Look, you'll take over the company someday, right? That's the plan. Then I can just show off to you. But first, I want to make a deal. What is it that you want? I need you to make some materials. I have been trying to analyze those ashes and know what I need. I don't have the right equipment to do it, and I can't salvage what I need, so that's where you come in. You help me, I share my results, and when you take over, if I have impressed you enough, you hire me, and I get to make the greatest babies the world has ever seen. Momo thought about it. It was essentially what Momo wanted, aside from supplying the materials part. Fine, but tell me what you use the materials for. And if I disagree with their purpose, I am not obligated to supply them. That works. Now, what do you need and why? May began to lay out her plans for the spectrometer she would need to continue analyzing the ashes. She showed Momo her notes and what she come across so far, including the strange radiation readings and the fact that they were still radiating heat. Also, she would need a better microscope because, despite her quirk, she couldn't get in deep enough to see the ashes on a cellular level. She also needs some material to upgrade her computers because trying to run the analysis also killed those. Momo thought about it. Then she pulled out her phone and gave orders to someone for massive amounts of food. What's that about? As I told you, I use the lipids in my body to make things. Some of the things you are asking for are complicated to make, so I will need food if we do this. Oh, yeah, Momo, let's make some babies. They started going over May's notes more in depth about the ashes and bouncing ideas off one another as Momo began to make some of the simpler components for May. Momo had to ask, however. What did you mean that they didn't dissipate? The disappeared? May thought for a moment. When something dissipated, I could see its breakdown, but the ashes simply blinked like a spark going out. It was small, but I could see it. Have you seen it since? No, but I have been cautious to contain the ashes. I have only lost about 20% in testing so far. It's not a big sample, so I want to ensure I have the right stuff this time. The two talked as the food arrived, then things went into overdrive, making material while May started working and assembling the needed equipment. It was long and tiresome work. They still need to get 10% done today. Momo agreed to come by on Sunday. This continued for the next few weeks. Eventually, they had all they needed. Momo had introduced May to Melissa, and those two hit it off like crazy. Soon they had a group text and everything. Momo had covered with her mom by telling her how she had hit off with May and was essentially scouting her for the company in the future. The time had finally come. It has been almost a month since the whole incident started. With Melissa remoting in, they began firing up the tests and were all excited. The radiation that this stuff was giving off was entirely off the spectrum. It was new, and they had discovered it. Then they saw the sample begin to fade and disappear. They saw it blink out. May had been right. It was more akin to the flicker of a flame. The final test took almost a week to run. It would have taken longer if they hadn't hooked up the supercomputer on Island. There was some DNA sequence in the ashes. The girls were giddy with all this could mean. Momo decided to take May out to celebrate as the final tests still needed to be run. Momo was relatively happy. She felt she was making a new friend. May was excited about something other than making babies. Maybe this friend thing was alright, and Melissa was fantastic. May couldn't wait to meet Melissa and all the babies they could make. She was giddy. They had a nice dinner. Momo had a car pick her up while May had decided to walk home since they were only a few blocks away. When she approached her home, she saw the gate open and immediately knew something was wrong. She ran to the gate and could see the workshop garage open. Everything was gone. Everything, the computers, the gadgets, the notes, the links, everything. Her apartment had been tossed. Everything had just disappeared. Almost like a fire consumed it. Momo hit the door and went for the laptop to check over the files that Melissa and May had sent, and it was all gone. The video, everything. Melissa accessed the mainframe and tried to check on the DNA sequencing, only to find the program wasn't running, and no sample was found. She studied, and all the files were gone. The video, everything, and her email showed no communication between her and Momo or May regarding the subject. The girls called each other. It took them a moment to calm down and hear everything from the other. May was almost distraught. It would take her months to figure out everything that was gone. Melissa was terrified that someone had managed to hack into Island. Momo was upset, but then an unsettling thought crossed her mind. What if it was an inside job, Melissa? What do you mean no one else knew what we were doing? Are you sure? Responded May. Yes, I am positive. But you told your dad, added Momo. I did, but why would he? I bet you it had something to do with the radiation, May said. All three girls were silent. May broke the silence. Look, I got to go. I have to clean up and figure out everything missing. If these jackboot thugs think this will slow me down, they don't know May Hatsum. I'll be by when I can help, added Momo. Maybe I can figure something out on my end, but I should probably go. If it were an inside job, then we have no idea who might be listening. The three girls all hung up, and a sense of dread crept over them that they were being watched. May Hatsum began the process of cleaning everything. It was several hours into the process that she noticed something. Everything taken so far was installed with Infinity X69, even the reversed engineering ones. Of that, she seethed. Izuku stood on the battlefield of his mind. Vanquished foes littered all around him. Who the is next? A portal opened before him and out stepped a tall man with purple skin and strange armor. He held up a gloved hand with strange stones embedded in it. With a snap of his fingers, hundreds of portals opened everywhere, spewing strange creatures onto the battlefield. I'm next, boy. Oh, for S sake. The first official meeting. May, Momo, and Melissa were all sitting at a cafe in town. Melissa was in town with her father. She held out some unusual-looking phones to the girls. Okay, I got these all set up. Nothing is foolproof, but we should be able to talk on them without getting easily hacked. The other two took them and slipped them into their pockets. They had been trying to figure out things for months. Melissa figured out that whoever had accessed the mainframe was defiantly smarter than her, and it had to be an inside job. She had talked to her dad, and she knew. She just knew he had lied to her face. Something in the pit of her stomach told her something wasn't right. A hacker was found on the island and arrested. Momo had the same experience with her father when she told him someone had hacked her laptop. May could file a police report, but no one was ever caught and charged. Her parents offered to have her relocate to be closer to them in Tokyo, but she declined, citing she was closer to UA this way and was making connections. She upgraded her security with the help of Momo providing materials where she could. Through this, all the girls had become great friends, and now with the new phones, they could talk more freely. They would use their regular phones to keep up appearances when they wanted to talk nonsense. They started talking about where they would be applying next year, and they all agreed on UA. Even Melissa was on board. She needed to get out of her father's shadow, and even more, it hurt her that she couldn't trust him. She knew he would fight her on this, but she was more determined than ever. May and Melissa would apply for the support course and Momo for the hero course. Once Momo and Melissa were out from under their parents, they vowed to discover what was happening. Till then, they would try to enjoy each other's company. They were all happy to have found each other and to have friends. Izuku sat in the white room, meditating. He slowly opened his eyes and was met face-to-face with Jean. Are you ready? I don't think I can learn anything else in here. How much time has passed on the outside? 6 months. Have I been kicked out of school yet? No, I took care of it. How? Hello, Phoenix, remember. Izuku chuckled. Is my body ready? Yup, just finished putting on the spinning rims and installing the sound system. Well, let us kick the tires and light the fire. In a nondescript apartment in Muzutafu. A cocoon began to flake away, being slowly consumed by fire. As it faded out stepped a young man. Not a boy but a man. He was 6 feet 3 inches and had a fantastic build that was broad in a good way, not like a muscle freak but enough that his shoulders tapered nicely into his waist. His muscles were cut and defined even without flexing, friendly tone to his legs. And well, he was proportionate. His long green hair was no longer this curly mop on his head, instead, it was straight with a slight curl down to the small of his back. He felt a light flush to his cheeks, the room's coolness, his feet touching the floor. He took a deep breath. The air was familiar, almost comforting. He took a few minutes just standing there and breathing. The world felt new. He was new. No longer Deku, he was the Phoenix. So are you going to stand there free-balling it or put on some clothes, stud muffin? Izuku turned around quickly, seeing Jean. He almost covered himself, but then he realized that she had seen him naked tons of times during training, and she had been the one to sculpt this body. That thought gave him a slight blush that he could push away. He looked at her and realized he could see through her that she wasn't there. Did you think I would leave all alone? Truthfully, I hoped you wouldn't, but I figured it would be on me. Oh, it is. And I hate to tell you this, but soon I will leave you. This is your journey. You can always find me though in the white room. I'm just here to guide you a little. She would leave. He knew that, but he was glad that she was around for now. At least she was the closest thing he had to a friend. I highly doubt that any of my clothes will fit. Jean chuckled and pointed to piles of Amazon boxes in the living room. I got you. Besides, I saw your wardrobe and yikes. Hey, I had a style of a sort. A shirt that says the shirt is not a style, you know. What day is it? Why, it's July 15th, happy birthday Izuku. He smiled and went to the kitchen as Jean telepathically filled in what had happened for the last 6 months. All Might had come by, and Jean had told him off. She had called the school and taken control of a doctor to get a note sent to the school excusing his absence as he rehabbed from an accident. She had responded to some emails his parents had sent. They had half-heartedly asked if they needed to come home and help him. She dealt with them. She showed him that UA was going to be instituting a dorm system. So when he got in, he wouldn't have to come back here again. There was also a scholarship program they could try and get into, so he could just tell them to off. He liked that thought. He was thinking when his phone rang, and sure as, it was his mother. She told him that she was deciding to make her visit with his father permanent. They needed to be together. She also told him that once he turned 18, they would sell the apartment, so he needed to prepare to make his way. He could tell she was shocked when he responded with a figured as much. Thanks for letting me stay till I am 18. He would ensure that everything was in order in a year as long as he received a small percentage. His father came on the line and said he would give him a small portion of the sale, but they were done. Izuku said deal and hung up the phone. That went according to plan. What to do now? Checking that it was, in fact, a Saturday, he figured he would get everything unpacked, clean up some, and head out. Monday, he would go to school and test out so he wouldn't have to return. With any luck, he wouldn't have to see Bakugo again. That should be fun. Izuku. Holy cow, that is a lot of Amazon boxes. How did you afford all this stuff, Jean? I didn't, your parents did. Remember that allowance and stuff. We didn't have to buy food for 6 months, and I also used your allowance. I could have just let you wander around naked. I'm sure Mrs. Yao would have enjoyed it before falling over from a heart attack. She is 80, after all. Yeah, giving old ladies heart attacks is not exactly what I had in mind for changing the world. So you said you were here to guide me for a little bit. What did you mean? Izuku was opening boxes and sorting clothes. He glanced over toward her. Emotions. I am here to help you navigate emotion. Hate to tell you this, I'm an empath. No. Then great, my work is done. Drop me a line in the room every once in a while. No, wait. Gotcha. That was ed up. But that is what I was talking about. The panic, the way your heart raced, everything. Her clothes vanished, and she stood in a green lace thong and bra set with matching stockings. He felt his body react instantly. He had to stop himself from acting inappropriately. It was so bad that he called upon his empathy to control himself. She winked at him, and he had to redouble his efforts. That Izuku is what I am talking about. Her clothes changed again to a nice pair of jeans and a t-shirt. You are the Phoenix now. While I was able to train you in the White Room on how to fight, tactics, Fiji knowledge, and situational training, it's the emotional aspect that has to be experienced, or if not. His mind was filled with Jean in a dark red version of her Phoenix outfit and the destruction of a star. With your connection to the Phoenix Force, your emotions are heightened to an extent, so your immediate reaction is beyond what you would typically have done. While naughty is a powerful trigger, you must be wary of anger. Izuku had composed himself somewhat. The image made him shudder. As the Phoenix, we are a representation of life itself. Of rebirth. Of change. We feel emotion very strongly. Love, naughty, and anger. It can overwhelm us, leading to great and terrible things. She continued. If you do not learn how to control your reaction, you might destroy the city the first time you see Bakugo. And before you say, no, using empathy to push it down is not an option. I bottled stuff up inside, which ate up my life in many ways. So, you're my shrink now? Essentially, her clothing shifted to a white blouse with too many buttons undone, a leather skirt, fishnet stockings, and high heels. Her hair was pulled back in a tight bun. So, Mr. Midoriya, let's talk about your parents. He didn't know whether to beg her to step on him or what. This is going to be so much fun, she giggled. Now, sit on the couch now. Her voice was stern yet had a naughty full tone. He quickly sat down, doing his best to suppress the growing tent in his pants. He was staring at her legs when he heard a ding like a bell go off above his head, and in glowing fiery green letters, "New kink unlocked." That's it. He just died. As he hung his head in his hands, he heard Jean laughing. The rest of the morning went on well. He was able to work while he and Jean talked. They did it more telepathically so they could cover more ground. The speed of thought worked out better. Izuku had known he was angry. But, he was furious. He was a bomb ready to explode. His parents, Bakugo, the other kids at school, society, the teachers, there was enough anger there to say, come on, Pookie, let's burn this mother down. The only thing that had held Izuku in check was two things. One is his sense of right and desire to be a hero. 2, his inferiority complex. Now there were new problems. He wanted to be a hero, but things were different. Problem 2 was no longer a problem. They got down to the hard work of dealing with that. They had progressed as he sealed up the last of his clothes and packed the memorabilia in his room. No more All Might worship. He just couldn't anymore. It was more complicated than he thought. It's hard when you have someone on such a high pedestal, and they fall off. He only kept one figurine, a limited edition Silver Age. What are you going to do with all that stuff? Well, all the clothes that are still in good shape. I am going to walk down to the orphanage. The memorabilia I'll take down the collectible shop and sell. Some of this stuff is worth much cash. With that, he gathered up one of the large boxes of clothes and 2 of the stuff to sell and went outside. Momo, May, and Melissa. They had just finished their meal at the cafe, and after a brief debate on paying, Momo won by setting down the credit card faster than her friends could pull out money. Melissa put up more of an argument than May. They left the cafe catching stares and looks from the boys. A fearless trio had approached them, but as soon as the small one with hair resembling purple orbs spoke any chance, they crashed and burned like the Hindenburg. How disgusting and rude can one person be? Momo said as they walked away. I give them credit for coming up and talking, but that's all, Melissa added. May said, all I heard was the little one say IES. Those we do have in spades. Melissa giggled. Melissa. Momo gasped. Oh, come on, Momo. May and I have nice racks, but those things you're rocking are on another level. They things are huge. May giggled. How is that even possible? Fighting a blush from her cheeks, Momo took a few steps in front of her friends. Turning, she puffed out her sizable chest some. Does a body good? Melissa and May were shocked into silence for a few moments before absolutely bursting into laughter, soon joined by Momo. She turned to walk away and bumped into a wall. Well, not a real one but a wall of a man. It threw her off balance as she tumbled to the side. Well, this is what I get for goofing around, she thought. Melissa and May could barely get the word Momo out as she stumbled. Izuku. The outside was breathtaking. After spending what felt like years in a white room, the scent filling his nose, the sun on his face, it was terrific. He loved it. So new. He made his first stop of the day at the collector's shop. The owner didn't even recognize him, which he was okay with. He got a great price on his stuff. They had increased in value. He picked up the box to take to the orphanage and exited onto the street. He needs to get some food after this. Jean was floating around him as they continued their session while he was out. Does a body good? Followed by peals of laughter. The laughter caught his attention. It was warm, rich, and most assuredly female. Jean giggled telepathically. Then someone bumped into him as he was glancing into a shop window. Izuku spun around and quickly caught the girl in a dip. He held her there momentarily, gazing into a gorgeous set of onyx black eyes. Something deep inside him sang out as their eyes locked. It was as if his soul was singing. Momo. 1 second she was falling, and the next, she was held in strong arms. She looked up at the person that had caught her. Brilliant emerald green eyes gazed down at her. Long green hair done in a single braid hung over his shoulder. The afternoon sun backlit him. As her eyes focused, she could see the strong jawline, the muscles in his arm, and his hand on the small of her back. She had placed her hand to steady herself on his chest, and she could feel the rippling muscles. It was like one of the books she had hidden under her bed. Her heart thumped against her chest. She drew a deep breath, causing her bosom to heave. A heat started in her core and was spreading. She could feel his heart rate increase through her fingertips. His breath was warm. Her mind raced. Were they about to kiss? She wanted to be kissed by him. Just being in his arms gave this sense of life, of fire. Izuku, he said. Momo. Hey buddy, you can put her down now. She hated Mei in that instant. Her mind snapped back to where she was. In the middle street in an embrace. The blush rushed into her face instantly, and an eep escaped her lips. He set her back on her feet. Her friends rushed to her side. Are you okay? Melissa asked. She looked over to her friends, telling them, yes. She turned back to the man. I am so sorry, I wasn't looking where I was going. No, it's quite all right. You can bump into me anytime. He smiled. Its warmth and dazzling nature caused her blush to increase, if possible. He extended his hand to her. It is my pleasure to meet you, Izuku Midoriya. She took his hand. Momo Yaoyorozu. He turned and introduced himself to Mei and Melissa. Damn, he is hot, both of the girls thought. Are you okay, Yaoyorozu? Yes, Midoriya, she responded, tucking a piece of hair behind her ear. Her blush and that single action set his heartbeat into overdrive. The sun's rays framed her perfectly. Well then, sorry for disrupting you and your friend's day. He gave them a slight bow and moved to walk away as he passed them. Momo wanted to reach out and grab his arm, she didn't, but she wanted to. Her friends were checking on her as she watched him move away. Then he suddenly stopped. And she turned back to them. Excuse me, Ms. Yaoyorozu? Their eyes were locked on each other. I don't know what you and your friends are doing today, and please forgive me for being so forward with all of you. But I have to run an errand, but would you like to grab something to eat after? Mei and Melissa were shocked. Did he ask her out? I'm sorry, Midoriya, we just ate. That's all right. He set the box down and pulled out a receipt from his pocket and a pen. If you would like, please call me if you would like to get lunch another time. Once again, forgive my forwardness, but I know I would kick myself if I didn't say anything. Mei, Melissa, it was nice to meet you as well. She accepted the slip of paper as he retrieved his box and continued walking down the street. What the hell just happened? Exclaimed Mei and Melissa. Izuku. Smooth Casanova. Jean giggled. Shut up. But damn, Jean, you weren't kidding. I just looked into her eyes, and wow. Just wow. Mei and Melissa are pretty, but Momo is hot. Holy. I hope she calls. I know Izuku, I know. He continued down the road. He went to turn and caught a glimpse of her and her friends turning down further up the block. The girls. So, Momo, what was that? Melissa said teasingly. I don't know what you were talking about. So, the rapid breathing, the eyes dilating, Mei asked. Momo remembered her friend's quirk. I don't know, but he was breathtaking, she said almost without thinking. Melissa giggled. Breathtaking, huh? Momo blushed furiously as her friends began to laugh, which she joined in. So, were you going to call him? If not, I wouldn't mind giving him a call. He can help me make something in my shop. Did you see those muscles? Hot damn. There was this vibrancy around him. Mei said. If I weren't going to be leaving tomorrow, I would as well. He just seemed alive, like you said, Mei vibrant, Melissa added. Mei. Melissa. Momo looked down for a second at the phone number still in her hand. I saw him first, she whispered. Unmarked vehicle. Subjects are moving to S secondary location after an encounter with an unknown male, which appears random. Subjects are giggling and talking about boys. Agent 1 sighed into the recording device. How did we pull this assignment again? Who knows? Let's do this and get out of here. I am sitting here watching 3 girls about as old as my daughter, and it is grossing me out. Responded Agent 2. Izuku. He exited the orphanage and made his way back towards the restaurants. He waved at the house matron, telling her he would be by again tomorrow with some more clothes, to which they expressed gratitude. His telepathic conversation had not ended this entire time. It deviated course after his encounter with Momo and her friends but shifted from anger to naughty and love. It was a point being driven home by Jean that he couldn't ignore his desires or emotions but how to manage them. That anger and rage had their moments just as love and compassion, naughty most definitely had a place, but he had to make sure he wasn't running around all day just trying to get his wet. She understood that sometimes you needed to get laid, especially in a profession where tomorrow could be your last. Upon entering a cafe and taking his seat, he was poring over the menu as he was getting accustomed to girls paying him attention. It was excellent, he had to admit. The waitress flirted with him and even gave him a free order of fries. Girls in another booth would look over at him and giggle. He was absorbed in his meal and talking with Jean when a knock on the window got his attention. She was tall, a little older, with a great figure still, but it was the ash blonde hair and sharp teeth. That was Mitsuki Bakugo. Me. Mitsuki. Mitsuki was out shopping when her stomach grumble pulled her away from the clothing store. She had just picked up a new outfit for herself and some jeans for her brat of a kid. As she went down the street, she was looking for a place to grab food. She saw this green-haired hunk eating in a cafe by the window. The color caught her attention. The green looked like her friend Inko. Inko had recently left town to live with her husband in the US. She had essentially abandoned her son Izuku here in town. Her brat once had been friends with Izuku, but that was a long time ago. All her brat would say is, Deku this or Deku that. It took her a few months to figure out that Deku was Izuku. Inko had tired of dealing with Izuku and all his hero nonsense because Izuku was quirkless. And had said this, and left. Mitsuki was pretty upset with her friend. A few months ago, she had heard from the brat that Deku was in some accident. Mitsuki had gone to check on Izuku a few times, but his nurse had told her once he was asleep or the second time he was at the doctor getting a checkup. When she asked Inko about it, she brushed it off as having talked to the doctor, and everything was fine. Her friend was acting so different. Raising Izuku had been rough for her Mitsuki, but Inko never encouraged Izuku to do anything. Mitsuki had inspired the brat too much. Now she wanted to slap the out of him more often. Then she saw that guy sitting there. She walked up to the glass, trying to get a good look at him. There was no way this was Izuku, the height, the hair, the muscles. She was sure she was wrong till she noticed the hint of the freckles. She knew it was him. And she knocked on the glass. Izuku and Mitsuki. Mitsuki stood next to the booth looking down at Izuku as he was wiping his mouth and moving to stand up. Holy, Izuku, is that you? Hey, Auntie Mitsu. My nurse told me you came by. Just now, actually. I was going to give you a call tomorrow and thank you. They embraced in a warm hug. Mitsuki was so surprised by the muscles, height, and heat coming off him. Masaru kept himself in shape, but something other than this. Bad. Mitsuki is Inko's son, her not so little son, but damn. Jesus, kid, when did you sprout and all this? She motioned with her hand over his frame. They took a seat as the waitress brought over a menu for Mitsuki. Izuku sat back down. Well, I had a kind of spiritual kick to the head and realized that I need to help myself because no one will do it. So I got in shape. Sadly, I got into an accident leaving the gym and was in recovery for a while. But all the sleep and getting some proper nutrition. I hit a growth spurt. That's more than a spurt, kid. Yes, Auntie, I know, flashing her his dazzling smile. Mitsuki was caught off guard by the smile. It gave her a quiver that was highly inappropriate. You know, kid, the girls are not ready for you. That's the plan, a sneak attack like a lion, roar, he laughed. Or a cougar, added Jean. Mitsuki laughed. She placed her order before switching to ant mode and asked him how he felt physically and mentally. She was stunned when the boy answered her not with platitudes but with open honesty. Anger with his parents and himself, and life in general. She could see his eyes shining with fire as he spoke. He told her of the phone call he had today with his parents. Mitsuki wanted to yell at her friend, but she just listened. She saw the resolve Izuku had. They cut ties with him. He was ready to do the same. He was mad, but he also understood that while most of the burden lay with them, he had a little himself. He didn't brush off her platitudes but accepted them. Soon they were laughing and smiling. She did notice he never brought up the brat at all. She didn't either. They went to pay, and Mitsuki insisted as it was his birthday. He showed surprise as he had never mentioned it. The waitress slipped Izuku her phone number, which gave Mitsuki a good chuckle. They talked in front of the cafe briefly before going their separate ways. Mitsuki may have enjoyed the hug a little too much, but a warm sensation spread in her gut when he kissed her cheek and thanked her for brightening her day. "Charmer," she said and playfully punched him in the arm. She watched him walk away and sighed to herself. "I will call Inko and give her a piece of my mind later. And that kid is going to break all kinds of hearts." As Izuku began his journey to the market, after all, there was no food in the house. Jean started to tease him that there was no better revenge than telling the person he hated most. "Hey, I ed your mom." "No, Jean, Auntie may have done a Thai job with Bakugo, but she never did that to me." "Good, Izuku. Remember, revenge has a place and time. The innocent have no place in it." He exited the grocery store when a buzz from his pocket got his attention. "Momo, hello Midoriya, this is Momo Yayorozu. Would you still like to have lunch sometime? I admit I was surprised by your invitation to lunch today. But I have to agree with you. I would be upset if I didn't respond and accept your offer. Izuku, if we are speaking honestly. If I didn't do what I did, I would have spent all the time I could wandering the streets in hopes of seeing you again so I could ask you to lunch. Momo, well, I am glad you took the action you did. Is there somewhere, in particular, you would like to go to lunch? Izuku, how about you pick the place? We met a few hours ago, so I would like to go somewhere you are comfortable. Anywhere you choose will be just fine. Momo, that is very generous, Izuku. How about the Café Divine in Mizudafu? Izuku, divine. How about tomorrow at 12? Momo, yes, tomorrow at 12 would be divine. Izuku, see you tomorrow then. I enjoyed your pun. Momo, I enjoyed yours as well. Izuku slipped his phone back into his pocket and continued the walk home, and Jean danced around him, teasing him mercilessly. Simply amazing. I was reborn today. I meet a girl. I found my purpose. This is truly a rebirth. On the other side of town, two girls were teasing her friend, looking at her phone at the exchange. Momo just fell to her side, chewing on her thumb. He had come out of nowhere like a hero in her books and whispered his name to her. He never took his eyes away from hers. Didn't stare at her body or anything. He then had just asked her out then and there. Now she had a date. What was she going to do? She had a date. Izuku. True to Jean's word, he didn't need sleep. It allowed them to continue talking most of the night. They took breaks from their continued therapy sensations throughout the night. He found out that he was going to need hobbies. Due to the nature of the Phoenix, stagnation was not an option. He had enjoyed sketching for his hero journals, so for the time being, that would work. He spent the night looking up requirements for UA, researching things for a driving permit, and looking over jobs in the area. He would need to lay in some money before entering UA as he would need more financial backing. He then started reading up on all the hero news he had missed. Dylan activity was on the rise. All Might was spending much time around Mizudafu. He noticed he still appeared around Japan, but his lack of appearances was not going unnoticed by the villain community. As the sun was rising, he went for a run as he passed the trash beach to Koba. He saw an elderly couple picking up small pieces of trash and placing them in a bag. He slowed his run and approached them as the woman seemed to be having an issue picking up something. Hi, I hope I'm not interrupting anything, but did you need help? He asked. Oh, thank you, young man, this thing is heavy and sharp. I see kids sometimes playing around here, and I don't want them to cut themselves. Izuku looked at what she was talking about, and he saw a jagged piece of metal sticking out of the sand. He lifted it out, placing it as best he could in the trash can. This beach used to be so nice. I brought her here on our first date. This is where I proposed and where she told me she was pregnant. The husband sighed. It's just sad. I wish we could see it clean one more time. But thank you for listening to the ramblings of an old man. The old couple smiled and moved off on their walk. Jean popped in next to him, smiling. Project? Project. He finished his run and returned home, taking a long shower and getting ready for his date. Momo Yaoyorozu. Those eyes. Those lips. Momo. She woke up looking around her room. It was a disaster area. Drinks and snack wrappers were everywhere. Melissa was asleep next to her peacefully. May was sprawled out, half on the bed and half on the floor. How does she even sleep like that? She exited the bed and slipped into the bathroom to wash her face and teeth. As she emerged, Melissa and May were beginning to stir. Morning, girls. She got a few mumbled mornings. The May shot up and exclaimed. It's date day. Momo blushed for a moment. Well, let's get some breakfast, then you can help me prepare. Izuku Midoriya. Those eyes. Those lips. Infinite arcana. Infinity rolled out his lab hammock and stretched his arms above his head. As he moved through the lab, it started to come to life. Lights turned on, coffee brewed, and various machines sprang to life. He walked over to the collection of devices sprawled all over the workspace. May Hatsum. Brilliant engineer. Amazing mind. She has a chance to do something great. Well, if this ball keeps spinning, that is. He walked over and grabbed his first cup of coffee. Hell, any new radiation readings? No, infinity. The sample is continuing to deteriorate. It is projected to be exhausted in 2 weeks. Infinity walked over to where the remaining ash sample was contained. Cosmic radiation. The only time this was recorded was 300 years ago when quirks manifested. This reading wasn't the same, so this might have been a different entity. If the first contact brought the world quirks, what would the second contact bring? The door to the lab opened. He could tell by the clack of the high heels who it was. Slender defined arms slipped around his neck. A kiss was lightly placed on his neck. You didn't come to bed again. Sorry about that, my love. I had an idea and started chasing it. Did it pan out? No, sadly. Well, wait to get started on anything. The Yaoyorozu will be here at noon for the garden party. And you need a shower. He chuckled, kissing her hand. Yes, dear, let me set some things up to start running, and I will see you upstairs. 20 minutes, and she left. He glanced over his shoulder as she exited the lab before returning to the ashes. Now are you going to tell me your secrets or not? Momo. She was ready. Okay, she should change her shoes. She was about to do so when Melissa and May stopped her. As they exited the room, several maids were standing at the ready. With a nod from Momo, they entered the room and began the cleanup process. 37 outfits later, Momo wore a red sundress with black patterning around the skirt. The neckline was pleasant and appropriate, but she did an excellent job framing her bust. It was easy. Black sandals with straps wrapping around her calves, red lipstick, light makeup, fresh paint on her nails and toes, and a matching clutch. She was as ready as she could be. May had made a fuss over making Momo choose undergarments, but they had reached a compromise. 3 vehicles were waiting for the young women as they exited the front doors. May was returning home. Melissa had to meet up with her father as they left this afternoon. And the third was for Momo. Hugs and kisses were exchanged, with Momo promising to call and share details as the 2 girls departed. Her heart fluttered. One thought crossed her mind as she entered the car, those lips. Izuku. He was a duck on the pond. Calm on the surface, but his little feet were going a mile a minute. A teasing, giggling redhead was not helping. Well, she was, but still. He stood in front of the mirror dressed in black slacks and a dark green button-down shirt with the sleeves rolled up, hair braided and smooth, and he was adjusting a watch that Jean had bought him. The watch was lovely, gold with a white pearl face. When he asked, he only got that a girl has her ways. Should I buy her flowers? Is that a bit much? Most girls love flowers, and it would show that you are interested. Thanks, Jean. He pulled out his phone and found a flower shop near the cafe when he received a notification that his ride share was outside. He spritzed some cologne and did a final check in the mirror, last pat down, keys check, wallet check, phone in hand. Let us get this show on the road. Upstate New York. Goro and Ashai Yaoyorozu sat in the back of the limo as they were heading to a garden party. They were reviewing notes they had prepared as some rather influential American and European businessmen, and their wives were expected to be there. We should have brought Momo, Goro said. No, Melissa was coming to town. You know that she would have been heartbroken. Still, it would have been a good opportunity for her to make some connections. True, but she has 4 more years? Let us not take everything from her just yet. You're right. Did you see the correspondence that arrived? Yes, Dominic Freedom would like to arrange a meeting between his son and our daughter. And Endeavor has reached out about arranging a marriage for her and his youngest Shoto. Goro, we are already taking her dream away. Do we want to force her into an arranged marriage as well? Ashai, I just want what's best for her. But I understand what you are saying. Maybe we can at least introduce them to each other and see if it happens naturally. Ashai was about to answer her husband when her phone drew her attention. We might not want to wait too long, Goro. She turned her phone to show their daughter, obviously dressed for a date, stepping into a car. I'll start making the arrangement when we get home. Should we call and ask her whom she is meeting? No, dear, she is nervous enough. Someone asked her out, and she said yes. Let her enjoy this. Yes, dear. Izuku. He exited the rideshare using his phone. He made his way over to the flower shop after consulting with the owner. He walked out with a lovely bouquet of tulips and roses. He made his way over to Café Divine. He was a little early but entered and got a table by the window. The hostess smiled at him and winked, wishing him luck. He ordered water as he waited. Izuku, I am here at the cafe. I am seated at the 4th booth near the window. Momo, thank you for letting me know. I am 5 minutes away. He sat calming himself when he saw a car pull up in front of the cafe and the driver opened the door and out she stepped. His heart froze, and the world stopped. He could hear Jean laugh. I am in so much trouble. Momo. She did her best to steady her nerves as they pulled to a stop. Emerging from the vehicle, she thanked the driver and entered the cafe. As greeted by the hostess, she looked over to the 4th booth and saw him. He was getting his feet. He looked like a Greek god. The rays of light filtered through the window. His muscles were visible under his shirt, a button undone, and were those flowers. She walked towards him. Izuku. She glided towards him. This goddess swept into the cafe and was now coming to him. For all that exists in the universe, don't this up, Izuku. She was smiling. Did she just do the hair tuck? Do girls practice that? Me. He smiled at her and extended the bouquet. Yaoyorozu, you look stunning. I am sure there are better words, but honestly, I cannot recall them. She blushed. And that smile. Thank you, Midoriya, that is very sweet. Thank you as well for the flowers. She said as she took her seat. He motioned to the hostess for some menus and took a seat. They sat silently, blushing and looking up through her long eyelashes at him. He was just lost in her eyes. Everything around was fading away, only her. Momo. Is anyone else even here? I can't stop looking at him. I should say something. But I don't want to. I could spend forever looking at him. Her mind began to flood with images from all those hidden books. Him slipping off his clothes, softly undressing her as he hovered above her, coming in ever closer to his lips so near hers. A cough snapped them out of their trance. What in the world is wrong with me? Just water for now. Thank you. Café Divine. The waitress had snapped them out of daydreams. I took the two of them a moment. Finally, Izuku spoke. I'm sorry, I was staring at Yaoyorozu. And again, I know this is so forward of me, but you are magnificent. Momo, she said quietly. Please call me Momo. Izuku. Silence. He took a deep breath. I have never been here before. Is there something you recommend? He said, lifting the menu, giving them something else to focus on, a much-needed distraction. Oh, yes, the Dahong Pao tea is amazing. As well as the house chicken. They looked over the menu. They were looking at each other again. The waitress returned, ordered the tea, and both ordered the chicken. Breathe, get to know her. Jean told him. He took a breath. Okay, how about we do this? She looked at him quizzically. Hi, my name is Izuku Midoriya. I am 17 years old as of yesterday. I just recovered from an accident. I go to Aldera High and plan to go to UA. She smiled that smile. He is breaking the ice. Hello, Izuku Midoriya. I am Momo Yaoyorozu. I will turn 17 in under a month. The two girls you met yesterday are my best friends, Mei Hatsum and Melissa Shields. I attend Hanai Academy, and I also plan to go to UA. Hero course? Yes, hero course? Wow, that is awesome. If you don't mind me asking, what is your quirk? It took off from there. She could create things from the lipids in her body as long as she knew the molecular structure. He was what he called a psychokinetic. He could move items like telekinesis, but he could also affect things tiny, causing a fire he could control. They were both single children. Her parents worked a lot, his father worked abroad, and his mother joined him. He liked to draw, she liked music, art, and reading. They weren't fans of horror, he liked old music, pre-quirk things. She enjoyed the classics but was a fan of a new band called The Sound of Fury. He thought they were terrific also, so talented and diverse. She wanted to be a hero to help others and improve the world. He wanted to be a hero to save people and institute change. Both of their favorite school subjects were history. She enjoyed science and math. Math was never his strong suit, but he had been improving recently. He said the accident had been a blessing, as it forced him to re-evaluate his life. He had had a breakthrough with his quirk. She felt a little sad that he had to rehab all alone. They ate, talked more, and shared dessert. Drank more tea. They spoke of the bill and settled on her paying for the tea and him for the food. She loved the flowers. They took a walk to a nearby park and kept talking. The longer they walked, the less they spoke and the more they looked at each other. He told her there was an art exhibit in the next town over. Could he take her there next weekend? They agreed on a second date as the sun began to dip in the sky. She had to head home, she told him. She had class tomorrow. He asked her if it was wrong that he didn't want the date to end. She told him no, but all good things come to an end. He walked her to the park exit, where they waited for her driver. They were standing there simply gazing into each other's eyes. He asked to kiss her. She said yes. It was soft. The fire ignited between them. It became more intense, her arms around his neck, his wrapped around her waist. Slowly their mouths opened, their tongues exploring each other till it was a fiery embrace. She slowly pulled away as her driver arrived. They were both breathless. Wow, they said. Please let me know when you make it home, Momo. I will, Izuku. She turned his head slightly, kissing him on the cheek, not trusting herself with anything more. She got in the car and drove away. He was giddy and felt light. 6 months ago, he jumped, and now he was the phoenix. He had kissed a girl. The most beautiful girl in creation. With the power of creation. He walked out of the park down the street, calling his rideshare. Are all first kisses like that, Jean? Nope, ones like those are special, trust me. Good. He went to sleep that night. He wanted to dream. Dream of her. He was rewarded. Momo. She was silent the entire time home. She entered the home, went straight to her room, and closed the door. Her hand went to her lips. She could still feel the warmth. She placed the flowers in a vase next to her bed. She took a seat and pulled out her phone. Momo, I am home. Izuku. Izuku, I'm glad you made it home safe. Izuku, did you have a good time? Momo, yes. She sent a photo of the flowers. Momo, they are next to my bed, so I can see them when I wake up. Good night, Izuku. Izuku, good night, Momo. Can I call you tomorrow night around 8? Momo, I would like that. Talk to you tomorrow. She momentarily held her phone against her chest and then turned to the group chat. Momo, he was terrific. He was so handsome. We have a lot in common. He wants to be a hero, also. He kissed me. I enjoyed it. Her phone practically exploded with the responses from her friends. They texted for hours as she gave them all the details. She bathed and did her nightly routine but pulled a book from under her bed to read before falling asleep. Aldera High. Izuku stood in front of the school for a moment. He could hear all the whispers around him. Most students didn't recognize him. The boys were jealous of his physique. The girls were undressing him with their eyes. It was him off. He was trying to control it. Everyone here had either bullied him or stood by while it happened. Not one of the mother heirs had lifted a finger for him. It was then that he suddenly felt the fire. He stopped it. He remembered what Jean had taught him. She wasn't with him this morning. She had promised to step in if it got bad. But this was his journey, and he had to do it himself. Deep breath. Let's get this over with. Please don't let me run into him today if there is any justice. He was stuck in the office for well over an hour. Talking to the principal and guidance counselor, they were having difficulty adjusting to his new appearance. After getting somewhat frustrated, he used his telepathy to give them a nudge to go with it. He got his counselor to agree to allow him to take tests and graduate early. That would be handled by the end of the week. But he had to attend school for the week. After a short trip to the nurse's office to review his medical release, he was told to participate in class. He paused at the door, and he could hear it. All you extras, just shut up. I will be the only one from this gap that goes to UA. There is no justice anymore. He opened the door. The class went silent. He walked over to his teacher and handed him his pass. Ah, Mr. Midoriya, welcome back. Fill this out, please. College selection sheet. He wrote UA on it, signed it, and left it at the podium. A single sound had yet to be made. Well, good luck with that. The teacher said, not looking up. Who the is this guy? Now, class, behave while I go turn these in. Whispers all around the class. Is that Deku? Holy, what happened to Midoriya? What the is going on? Dude, pinch me. I think I am asleep. He didn't respond, just taking his seat. Holy, is that you, Deku? How many steroids are you doing? They shrink your nuts, but you never had them. He heard Bakugo say. He didn't respond, just breath. Hey, you quirkless piece of, you answer me when I talk to you, or do I need to remind you of your place? Are you listening to me, Deku? You answer me. Explosions started to sound out in the room. The other students began to back up. Hello DKU, are you deaf as well as quirkless? That is not my name, Izuku said through his teeth. What the did you just say? Huh? Izuku stood up and turned around, finding himself towering over Bakugo. I said that's not my name, Bakugo. Either call me Midoriya or shut the up. The room fell silent. Whispers. Did you hear what Deku said? Oh, you think you're tough now, DKU, let me remind you of your place. There was an explosion. But nothing happened. When the other kids opened their eyes, Bakugo extended his hand, but the explosion and smoke were all contained in a field of green energy. Izuku had a similar power covering his body. What the ukhh? The energy encapsulating Bakugo slid around his arms, pinned them behind him, and bound his legs. Izuku's arm snapped out, grabbing Bakugo by the throat and lifting him off the ground. Listen here, you homicidal psychopath, I told you my name is Midoriya actually. I rather if you just never spoke to me again. Bakugo tried to speak, but the hand around his throat got tighter. I'm sorry, what was that? I can't hear you. You really must speak up. Mr. Midoriya, release Bakugo at once and go to the principal's office. The teacher ordered, entering the room. Izuku dropped him, gasping for breath. He rasped. Midoriya leaned down, grabbed him under the chin, and leaned close. I took your advice. I jumped. Remember what I said, pumpkin. He released Bakugo's chin and gave him a light tap on the cheek. Mr. Midoriya. I heard you. I'm going. Everyone was stunned. Bakugo was stunned. He looked over as Izuku walked out of the room. No way. There is no way. What did he mean he jumped? Embarrass me, you piece of, DKU. You were never quirkless, you were just with me. Looking down on me, you damn DKU, then you and your drugs make you think you are stronger than me. Nunai stronger Hankinj explosion murder. You will pay UINGDKU. The guidance counselor and the principal agreed that he could just come in on Saturday to take the tests. He walked out, flipping the school off as he walked away. God, that felt so damn good. I wanted to kill him. He started shaking. He ducked into an alley. The shaking was getting worse. Some small pieces of paper started catching fire. Arms suddenly wrapped around his shoulders. It's okay, Izuku. It is okay. Let it out. No one will see us or hear you but me. He did just that. The world almost burned that day. It wasn't the first time, nor would it be the last. Jean kept him company all the way home, her arm around his shoulder. How close? He said. Minutes, maybe seconds. Emotions. Thanks for being there. That's my job. Izuku, you must realize that just because we talked all day wouldn't make it simple. I know. I was riding the high from my date with Momo. I have to see if we can go to the exhibit on Sunday since I have to take those exams on Saturday. Quickly he sent her a text. Izuku, sorry to bother you while you are at school, but I wanted to see if it was okay if we went to the exhibit on Sunday. I had something come up for Saturday. I hope you are having a good day at school. He wasn't expecting an immediate reply as he knew that she was in school herself. Jean suggested he head down and update his quirk registry since they had a free day. So, he did just that, late bloomer, yada, yada, telepathic push to do it already. He then felt terrible. His lousy mood caused him to take someone's free will, even for a moment. A villain or, more precisely, an enemy would be one thing. That person was doing their job. He offered a silent apology to the universe. He went and updated his identification. That was a chore and a half. He was very proud he didn't use telepathy to smooth things over. It just took most of his day. Not really. He was getting home around the time he would if he left school. He would have a free week. He could get some stuff accomplished. His thoughts were pulled away when his phone chimed. Momo, yes, that would be fine. I hope it is nothing serious. Is there anything I can do to help? I am sorry I did not answer you sooner, as I just left class. Izuku, no need to apologize. I knew you were in class when I messaged. I should be fine. I have to take a test at school on Saturday. I am taking my finals so I can graduate early. Momo, that's awesome, Izuku. Do you want help studying? Izuku, that would be nice. What day works for you? Momo, tomorrow or Thursday would be best. How about Thursday? Izuku, sounds excellent. Where would you like to meet? Momo, I know an excellent library. Would that work? User has sent a location. Izuku, that sounds great. Thank you. Momo, see you Thursday. Izuku, see you Thursday. You know you don't need help, Jean added. I could always use some, but I can see her sooner this way. He returned to researching how to donate a dumpster for his cleanup project. The next few days passed quickly. Izuku spent the next few days working out and doing his therapy sessions. He packed his book bag, looked appropriate, and went to the library. He found Momo waiting out front in her school uniform. He took a mental picture. She noticed him approaching and smiled. He walked over to her. She seemed unsure how to greet him. He gave her a light hug and kissed her cheek. Thank you for doing this for me, Momo. She returned his kiss on the cheek. It is my pleasure. She responded, feeling that tug and warmth from him again. She just wanted to be held in his arm and kiss him. Even a kiss on her cheek sent tingles through her body. They entered the library, found a nice place in the back, and started reviewing his notes. They spoke quietly, their hands finding each other under the table. He could feel her breath on his cheek. Her scent started filling his nose. Soon their lips touched, the fire igniting and engulfing their minds. They stopped attempting to study. Then soon, she straddled his lap as their tongues wrestled for dominance. Her hands tangled in his hair, his hands on her hips. Soon, he broke and began to kiss her neck. She pulled him close, doing her best to stifle her sobs. She could feel the reaction from his member. She gasped, feeling it press against her. She started to grind her hips against him. They broke apart for a second, their faces red, their bodies hot. She whispered. We should stop. she managed, her body crying out for more, an almost irresistible pull calling them. We should. She returned to her seat. They took a moment to compose themselves. Dinner? He asked. Dinner. They exited her, hugging onto his arm, making Momo lead the way down the street. Black van. They seem close. Rather quickly, but you know teenagers, hormones. They don't look like teenagers. Dude really? I'm joking. No, you weren't. Island. David Shield was poring over the reports, the radiation, the scrambled video, everything. A cosmic being, as they were called, had touched down on the planet. And now they were missing. What was terrible was that his daughter was involved in this. Well, adjacent to. Now she was talking about all this UA nonsense and suddenly wanting to leave for college. He didn't like it. She would be 18, and he couldn't legally stop her. He could say he wouldn't pay, but she would have access to her trust at that point. He turned his attention back to the task. The modified satellites were sweeping all of Japan. There had been a cosmic flare Monday morning, but it was so brief they couldn't get a satellite in position, and when the ground crews moved in, they found nothing. U.A. He read the report. He was excited. So very excited. The game was afoot. And if there was anything Nisa loved more than tea, it was a game. Izuku. Friday was a good day thanks to talking with Momo over dinner the previous night. He secured the funds for the dumpsters to clean the beach. They texted most of the evening before she told him to get a good night's sleep for his tests the next day. He left the house early Saturday morning to ensure he was on time for class. He was flipping through his flashcards when someone caught his attention. A frail skeletal-looking man was leaning against a truck. Hello, young Midoriya. It seems you have more than recovered from your illness. Midoriya sighed. I am busy at the moment. Is there something, in particular, you wanted All Might? I was wondering if you would care to explain this. He motioned to Izuku's new form. Or this? He was holding a copy of Izuku's quirk registration. None of your business, how's that? Izuku said, his anger bubbling beneath the surface. 6 months ago, you were a tiny, frail boy who told me he was quirkless. Now here you are, a strapping young man, and you have. He paused and looked at the paper. Psychokinesis. Izuku ignored the man and started walking down the street. He was stopped when All Might touched his shoulder. Don't touch me. You will explain yourself. I will do no such thing. I owe you no explanation. Jean told me you came by and to quote her, you can go yourself. Midoriya bit back. No, listen here, young Midoriya, All Might responded, stepping closer. If you don't remove your hand, what will you do? His eyes narrowed. This, he said. Oh, my God, it's All Might, holy cow, All Might is here. All Might stepped back as doors started to open. Izuku smirked and kept going down the street as people exited their apartments. I thought you were about to fight him, Jean telepathically told him. I thought about it. He was annoying me. But that would be counterproductive to my day. And besides, no matter the outcome, I will miss my date tomorrow. That's a great thing to say. Hey Momo, I have to cancel our date because I am on my way to Tartarus because I decided to fight All Might. Well, as far as excuses for blowing off a date, that would be one to remember. Aldera. He got to the school, making his way to his testing area. The exams began promptly, and Izuku managed them just fine as he was being watched for signs of cheating. He smiled as a few questions were ones he and Momo had gone over. It was a long day. Each test was graded as he finished. He had to wait for an hour for the last one. He reached out telepathically, scanning the surface thoughts of the teachers. Principal well. Math professor he scored at least 98 on anything. And that was math, his worst subject. Japanese professor he was always brilliant. Too bad he was quirkless. History professor look, he passed. Let us just let him go. Bakugo will be happier, and you heard what happened last time he was here. English professor yes, send the Deku on his way. Principal that is just mean. Izuku pulled his mind back. This place. He pushed out farther. Ah, really All Might is outside. The principal came back into the room. Well, Mr. Midoriya, you passed with flying colors. Here is a copy for your records. Are you planning to return for the graduation? No, just mail it. Well, good luck in your future endeavors. Thanks, but who would want that from Hideko? The principal was still as Izuku left. He looked to the front, where All Might was waiting. He exited out the back. He was walking across the field towards the exit, then he saw a blonde guy with broad blonde hair and a broad smile looking right at him. Me. Who the is this guy? Hey, aren't you Izuku Midoriya? The guy said as he approached. Izuku ignored him and kept walking. Hey, I was asking you a question. Keep walking. His foot hit the sidewalk, and a hand landed on his shoulder. Look, man, we just want to ask you a few questions. You a pro? No, I am a first year. Then take your hand off me before I report you. Go back to whoever sent you and tell them to off too. Dude, why are you so much of a? Izuku shrugged the blonde's hand off and kept walking. Hey, I didn't say you could go. The blonde said, Hey All Might, he is at the back of the school and walking down the street. He called into his phone. Izuku took a few more steps, then there was a sudden gust of wind. Standing in front of him was All Might. Not the skeletal man but the actual All Might. Look, Midoriya, I tried to do this politely, but now I must insist. Izuku raised his eyebrow. Insist? Under what law are you detaining me? Listen, Midoriya, there is more going on here than you possibly could know. Just answer a few questions, and we can set this aside. How do you think this will end? All Might, you and Junior attack me in the street. I don't care that you feel bad about what you said. I don't care that you want to hear some explanation. So either you move out of my way, or I call the cops. What will you do when they ask you questions then, Midoriya? I updated my registry and my identification. I'm golden. Now if you would excuse me. I don't think so. He went to reach out for Midoriya again. The blonde behind him started to sink into the ground. Izuku surrounded himself with his telekinesis, creating a barrier. Time was slowing. He grabbed All Might's hand as it reached for him. The other started to emerge from the ground, and Izuku wrapped him in a bubble. All Might looked down at him, his eyes beginning to burn. Well, sorry, Momo. Then his phone rang. His phone floated out of his pocket in front of his face. Well, speak of the devil. He released his physical hold of All Might and used his telekinesis on the other as he struggled to tighten his grip. I will take this call if you can behave. I will consider answering 2 questions. If you agree to this, nod your head. All Might saw his struggling protege and could feel the immense force on his arm. It would be a tough fight if this were Midoriya's true capability with his quirk. All Might nodded. Izuku, hello, this is Izuku Midoriya. Momo, well, hello Izuku Midoriya, this is Momo Yaoyorozu. She giggled. How was your test today? Did you pass? Izuku, I did. Can you please call me back in just a few minutes? I need to sign some paperwork. Momo, sure, call me back. I want to hear about your day. Izuku, I promise. Click. Izuku released the younger blonde, tossing him back a little bit. He then released All Might. Look, All Might, you get 2 questions. Then after that, leave me alone, you and your sidekick. Hey, who do you think you are talking to? All Might held up his hand, shutting up this protege. Do you think you can take us both, Midoriya? Is that your first question? No. Hurry this up, I have a beautiful woman waiting for my call. How did you get this new body? I was born again. All Might did not like the answer. Izuku sounded smug. All Might slowly tensed his muscles. Were you approached by someone named All for One? No. Izuku went to step around All Might, but All Might be moved in front of him again. Look, I answered your questions. Now either let me pass, or we will each have a bad day. Are you threatening me? What? No, never, but, he pointed to a few people aiming their camera phones at them. If you pull this again, I will have to threaten you. He then started smiling broadly. Wow, All Might, thank you for giving me an autograph. I mean, golly gee, wow. You are my favorite hero ever. I look up to you so much. Izuku stepped around and started walking away. Were you going to fight All Might? Jean asked. If I had to, I didn't want to. I may dislike him now. But he was my idol for a long time. And he did well, he did what was needed at the time. But a symbol of peace is not required anymore. Then what is needed? Change. Hey, Momo, you would never guess who I ran into when I left the school. Momo Yaoyorozu. Momo was spending time with Mei on Saturday. They were in Mei's workshop. She was mostly chatting, feeling giddy, and overall riding an emotional high that had started last week, was reset Thursday, and would be again on Sunday. She swung her feet like a child while Mei adjusted to her latest baby. So, you two a couple yet? Mei asked, not looking up. We haven't talked about it. I mean, I practically jumped his bones in the library. Oh, my goodness, does that make me a loose woman? Does he think poorly of me now? Oh my god, that is the funniest I've heard. No, Momo, you are a woman who finds a man attractive. And with a body like yours, I am sure he loves it. Momo blushed. If he is only interested in my body, he is doing a great job of not overplaying that hand. Sounds like it. So, is it ready? Yes. Momo stepped off her stool and approached a chain, tugging it to open the skylight. Mei grabbed her baby and tossed it up. Dragonfly-like wings sprouted as it hovered, a camera lens for eye-opening up. Yes, step 1, Mei said. Now, does step 2 work? Oh, ye of little faith. Isn't this version 22? 28, but who's counting? Besides you? Mei walked over to her laptop, tapped a few keys, and it vanished. Yes, it works. Simply superb, Mei, Momo said, stepping back. Now, let's take a look. The Super Stealth Spy Camera Mark 28, or the SSSC, took off. The light refraction could have been better put. It should be good enough. Momo made her way over to Mei and her laptop as the camera gave them an aerial view. Momo pointed to the screen. There's the van. Yeah, it's the same one I noticed last week. So, what now? Let's gather evidence, then we will handle this my way. Calling Daddy? Of course, she giggled. All Might needs some help. He stood before the UA door for 5 minutes before knocking. Today he had not gone to plan. Either Izuku Midoriya was lying that day on the roof about not having a quirk, or something else was happening. Midoriya displayed a rather masterful control of his power and seemed to have the strength to make the prospect of a fight less clear-cut than All Might would like. Welcome, Toshi, the little rat, bear, thing? Hello, Nizu, I need your help. Oh, did your protege get in trouble again? No, Miro is a fine, passionate, quick learner but brilliant nonetheless. Then what can I help you with? Izuku Midoriya. Interesting, Toshi, tell me more, and please don't leave anything out. The rodent smiled as he uttered the word. All Might took a deep breath and began telling Nizu everything he knew about the boy, how he had first encountered him, their recent interaction today, and the massive changes Izuku had gone through. Nizu asked tons of questions long into the night before All Might excused himself and went home to sleep. All Might awoke in a luxurious bed. He was in his bulked-up form, his arms and legs bound to the corners. He was wrapped in silk sheets, and sitting on his abdomen dressed in a black leather corset was Jean. Hello, All Might, or do you prefer Toshinori Yagi? He struggled against the restraints. He struggled to maintain his control. The feeling he had when he first met her was crashing over him. He didn't have much in the way of romantic experiences. Indeed, nothing like this when he wasn't the one in control. It was getting hard to control his naughty owl. Naughty boy, she smirked. Jean, release me. No, I don't think I will. Besides, it won't do you any good. Notice anything? His mind raced. She was sitting on his stomach. There was no scar, no gap, nothing. This isn't real? Jean tapped her temple. All in your mind, sweet thing. We are going to have a little conversation about Izuku. If you know what is best for you, you will back off. I don't respond well to threats. How about promises? You can't fight me here, no one can. So, you have 2 choices. 1, I just shut off your mind. Meaning you die. Or 2, we can talk. He tried to struggle, his mind raced. If this was a mental landscape, then she was indeed powerful, the level of details told him that. It was possible that she wasn't bluffing. Fine, speak. He relented. You are going to leave Izuku alone. If you keep pushing, you will put your world in jeopardy. If you go and show up at his date today and ruin him forming his anchor, you will start something that doesn't need to be. Anchor? None of your business. Let me help you with your fears for a moment. All for One has nothing to do with him. I am the one that handled his rebirth. He wants nothing to do with One for All. He wants to be a hero. If you keep interfering, you are going to this up. How can I trust any of this? What do you mean you handled his rebirth? When you left him on that roof, he was broken and destroyed. I rebuilt him, I brought him back. What is your quirk? Doesn't matter. You are harassing him because of his quirk. I activated it. I unlocked it for him. His telekinesis was there, just waiting. The body, an associate of mine. He owed me a favor. We just were able to accelerate his growth and development. Why him? Because I see the potential that no one else did. Even you, number one. How can I believe you? Listen, All Might, you have your protege, and I have mine. You would go all out to protect yours, and I will burn this world down for mine. Just watch him respectfully and objectively. He will be a hero the likes your world has never seen. If I don't, she sighed. We can go in circles for eternity. All Might was looking into Izuku's mind. He was there cleaning a beach. Not for fame and glory but for an elderly couple and a wish. There was no malice, no ill thoughts. He was thinking of his date, feeling giddy and excited. He then felt Izuku's mind shift to All Might, showing that his thoughts were anger and annoyance. Not murderous intent. Anger at All Might for not having just told him yes, he could be a hero. Irritation at their encounter yesterday. A worry of a repeat today. Now it is up to you to believe in that or not. I am going to release you, and you will wake up in your bed. I am asking you to have faith in him, that same faith you denied him months ago. You, a quirkless boy, told another quirkless boy that he couldn't have the same dream as you. When the ability to do so was in your hands. You were looking for a successor. If you had bothered to look into him, you would have seen what I saw. Instead, you cast him aside. This is the last time we chat in such a friendly manner, All Might. All Might awoke in his room. A warm sensation lingered on his abdomen and a slightly shameful yawn. Second date. Izuku was early to the exhibit. He was excited about the traveling exhibition of ancient pre-quirk art. To say that was all he was excited about would be a lie. Momo. He could be going to an exhibit of trash found behind an unknown restaurant, but it would be sublime if it were with Momo. He had spent time thinking about this. Sure, she was beautiful, but when he first saw her, he knew he had to see her again. She captivated him. He fought gorgeous women in his training, but none of them compared. Truth be told, he felt dumb. Love at first sight. His heart skipped a beat when she would text or call. His dreams when of her were the best. He saw the familiar car pull up, and then he saw her. She was wearing a black skirt with an emerald green blouse that fluttered in the light breeze, black sandals, some simple but love gold bracelets, earrings, and a diamond pendant necklace. His heart thumped against his chest. His brain almost went blank before he raised his arm so she could see him. She saw him staring at her before he signaled to her. She let her eyes drink him as she approached. Dark green dress shirt, 2 buttons undone, rolled sleeves, gold watch, black slacks, simple black shoes. The shirt was just the right amount of tight. Her heart fluttered as they came together. As they hugged, she heard him whisper sublime as he gave her a light kiss on her lips. Electricity. They intertangled their hands as they walked to the entrance. The exhibit was relatively quiet today. It was perfect. They walked hand in hand through the exhibits, taking in these pre-quirk masters, Van Gogh, Da Vinci, Klimt, Botticelli, and Vermeer. They didn't notice anyone else. They walked and talked in whispers, gazing at the paintings, stealing kisses, laughing at simple jokes. They strolled through the gardens and stopped to sit on a bench, shoulder to shoulder, heads resting on each other, holding each other's hand. Some older couples would pause and look at the 2 young lovebirds giving each other knowing smiles. As they walked away, they would reminisce about those more youthful days. She broke the silence. Izuku, this week has been magical. So magical that I am afraid that I am about to wake up and find it has been a dream. What happens now? He gazed straight into her eyes. Momo, I don't know for sure, but I want it to be with you. Momo Yaoyorozu, will you be my girlfriend? Oh yes, Izuku, I couldn't think of much that would make me happier. Is it too fast? I honestly do not know, but if I let this moment slip away, I know that it would be one I would look back on with regret regardless of where my life went. Good, I know. I feel the same. With that, they kissed. It was tender and electric, and their official kiss. Though hundreds, if not thousands, would come later, only a handful would rank against this one. I know this lovely restaurant near here. Would you care to join me? She asked. Lead the way. L'Enchanteur. She led him to L'Enchanteur. It was a French restaurant. They were given a seat in the corner at her request. He looked at the menu. He was momentarily confused when something just clicked, and he could read it. Speaking, it was a different story. Thankfully Momo was just fine. She giggled and helped him pronounce his order. The lighting was lovely, providing this magical feel. She settled herself and looked him in the eye. How are your parents going to react, Izuku? Honestly, if I even talked to them, I probably wouldn't bring it up. Why? We do not talk. My dad has been gone so long that I couldn't even tell you what he looks like if it wasn't for the pictures my mom had. My mom. His voice trailed off. I am sorry, Izuku. It was not my intention to cause you distress. No, Momo, it is okay. I had a difficult time as a child. My quirk didn't manifest till my accident. So for most of my life, I was quirkless. Momo extended her hand to him. He took it gratefully. She knew of the discrimination that the quirkless of their society experienced. Most would move to small towns with other quirkless and try to live their lives. Unfortunately, they were a target for villains as they were easy pickings. Any town fortunate enough to have a hero, usually they were not the kind of hero you would want being your sole protection. I wanted to be a hero more than anything, but I had this friend. He wasn't really a friend. We used to be before his quirk manifested, then he just had the whole my quirk is the best, so that means I am better than everyone. We wanted to be heroes when we were young, but according to him, when my quirk never manifested, I was just useless. He would call me Deku and bully me constantly, then his lackeys would join in. No one did anything. It put a huge strain on my mom and I's relationship. I still wanted to be a hero. She wanted me to join quirkless groups. Look into moving to one of those towns after school. She didn't support you? I am so sorry, Izuku. It must have been hard to have a dream without anyone telling you that you could do it. It was terrible, to be honest. Eventually, we were just strangers that lived in the same place. She had enough and moved to live with my father. To work things out with him. But I could tell she wasn't going to come back. So it was just me. Then I had my accident. She just held his hand, fighting back tears and the desire to take him in his arms and hold him. Tell him it will all be okay. Some mental block was withholding back my quirk. Maybe it was me just thinking I was so worthless for so long. But then it manifested. I trained at every chance and started working out. Hit a major growth spurt. And then I met you. Momo, I don't know how to say this, but as soon as I saw you, it was just I don't even have the words. It took her a moment to compose herself. I promise Izuku you will never be alone again. I know you can be a hero. We will do it together. She rose from her seat and leaned across the table. He did the same and shared a brief kiss. Thank you, Momo. I used to want to be a hero like All Might. I was a huge fan, but I had time to think after my accident and realized I needed to do it differently. What do you mean? Our hero society is stagnant. All Might is the number one and the symbol of peace. No one tries anymore, except maybe Endeavor, but he is damn rough. He has no chance. Too many heroes are busy making commercials or being celebrities that they are not even heroes. They are good ones out there, but no one pays attention. Everything is quirk-centric. Your power of quirk or lack thereof dictates your lot in life. When quirks manifested, everything shifted. It was all about quirks, not about society. I want to make things better for everyone. Change the world and push for people to advance. Not just hero society but all of it. Why haven't we moved beyond the planet? I don't know, colonized the moon or Mars. We have so many people with so many different quirks and abilities. Do you mean we can't get together and figure this out? There was no more pain in his voice, it was rich with passion. It spoke to her. I agree, I want to help people. My parents want me to take over the company, but I want to improve people's lives. Melissa and May are the same. They want to change the world with their inventions. Not just hero society but the world. Improve the quality of life for everyone. Change the world. I want to change the world. Then let's change the world together. All four of us. But my parents want me to take over the company. Then do it. Take it over, hire May and Melissa, and let them change the world. Give them the freedom and resources. I would love to be by your side. We could lead the call for change together. You're right. If the company is mine, then I can do what I want. But the board may fight back against me. Then we will fight back against the board. We have 4 years to figure it out. You are brilliant, I am no dummy. From what you are saying, May and Melissa are intelligent, and who knows whom we will meet at UA. We may find even brighter people, and there is also the business course. We will have access to some of the best and brightest people in the world. So, what do you say, Momo? Want to change the world with me? She smiled. The future wasn't so dark for the first time in a long time. She saw a way out. It was part of youthful ignorance, but she wanted that future, her, Izuku, Melissa, May, and whomever else they picked up along the way. After that, they just began an exuberant conversation about changing the world. About their future. They ended their date in a park again. Her sitting side saddle on his lap as they attempted to see how long they could hold their breath. Momo. She came into her home on cloud 9. She was practically floating. She had texted May and Melissa about everything, her having a boyfriend, officially, changing the world, and her phone was blowing up. She noticed her father's open study door when he called and got her attention. She entered the study and found her mom there as well. Momo knew instantly that this was going to go downhill. Mother, father. Momo, they said. Take a seat, please. Her father motioned to a chair. I think I would rather stand, father, if that is okay. As you wish. So, Momo, you seem in a good mood. Would you care to enlighten us? Her mother said. Of course, I planned on doing so in the morning at breakfast. Last weekend I met a young man, and we have gone on 2 official dates and 1 study date. Tonight he asked if I would be his girlfriend, and I accepted. Does he have a name? Her father asked. Izuku Midoriya. Family? Single child, father works in the U.S. for an acquisition company, his mother, a nurse, recently joined him there. Izuku took his final exams for his senior year yesterday and passed with flying colors. He is going to spend the rest of the school year studying and preparing to apply to UA. Quirk? Her mother asked. I fail to see how that is relevant. That has nothing to do with why I decided to date him. Quirk? Her father said more forcefully. Psychokinesis. It works as a form of telekinesis, but he can also affect things on a small level, producing fire. So why did you date him? Her mother asked. Quite simply, I never meet anyone like him. We connected almost instantly. He is incredibly handsome but also intelligent. Not only can he converse with me in almost any subject except molecular biology, but that should be understandable. We have similar tastes in music and art. We both want to be heroes and share similar outlooks regarding that. Money? No, he has paid for almost everything I paid for the tea on our first date and dessert tonight. Where do you see this? Her father asked. Honestly, it is all so new, so it may be that talking, but I see him as someone who will stand next to me and support my dreams and ambitions. We talked about that tonight. I feel that our goals align. I can support him and his ambitions as well. Her heart was pounding. She was doing her best to remain calm. She knew her father would not react to an emotional argument. And if we were to say no, her father said, I would have to question this when you have never met him. We had agreed that I would be able to lead my life and take over the company at a future point. I explained to him my duties, and he understood. If you are going against what we agreed upon, I would like to know why. And if we were to say we wanted you to meet some suitors? That would be a hard no. I am with Izuku. If you wanted me to meet them in a friendly context, I might consider it only if Izuku was with me and we had discussed it beforehand. We would like to meet his young man then. Her mother said, please make the arrangements as soon as possible. Her father added, I will talk to him. Is there anything else? No, Momo, have a nice night. Her mother said. Momo inclined her head and exited the room. She walked upstairs, maintaining her composure till she entered her room. It took 5 minutes before she could finally calm down enough to unload everything on Melissa and May. May Hatsum. She was happy for her friend. She was. But there was something else occupying her time. The black van. Tonight, she was going to take care of it. She went over to her desk and activated the device. A robotic ant sprang to life and scurried out of the workshop, heading towards her target. She was going to get some answers. She and Momo had decided that first, they needed to see if these stalkers were working for her father or had some tie to I-Island and David's shield. If it were neither, they would alert her father and let the Yaoyorozu head deal with it. They were hoping that they could stir up some fighting among the groups. Melissa's shield. She worked hard in her lab designing a suit for Momo that would allow her to create what she needed without running around nearly naked. She hoped this could lead to a breakthrough for heroes and people with quirks everywhere. Imagine clothing that could withstand people using their quirks without destroying their clothes. Not to mention the revenue stream she could generate for herself, which she would submit for her UA support course application. Nizu. He sat reading the file on one Izuku Midoriya. This accident was troubling. The paperwork was all correct, talks with the doctors were perfect. Something wasn't adding up for Nizu. His nose twitched. Then there was this Jean Grey that All Might had described. No records of her entering the country anywhere. He was still waiting for documents from the US. He was excited. This was going to be the best puzzle ever. Freedom Enterprises. Dominic Freedom was not one for dealing with nonsense. He had just finished talking to Infinity, and he was not happy. Unless the cosmic entity did something to trigger their sensors, they had nothing to track. They had to wait. They had to recalibrate satellites all over the world. He called his son Brighton in and handed him a file. Momo Yaoyorozu, study it. Learn everything. You are going to be calling on her soon. Yes, sir. Izuku Momo. Izuku so, your parents want to meet me? Momo yes. Izuku and he wants you to meet with arranged marriage candidates? Momo I believe so, but I told you my response. I want to be with you. Izuku I want to be with you also. Let me work on getting a job, then I will meet your parents, and we can handle the other stuff as we go. Let us just be honest with each other. Momo yes, I agree. When can I see you again? Izuku well, after I get a job in my schedule, I will tell you when my next day off is, and we can try and plan something then. Can I tell you something? Momo of course. Izuku I already miss your lips. Momo I miss yours as well. Please let me know when I can see you again I miss you. Izuku I promise. Good night, Momo. Momo good night, Izuku. May entered and opened the black van door letting the gas escape. Once it was clear, she removed her gas mask and stepped inside. The 2 men in the van were unconscious. They wouldn't be out long, so she got to work. They had no identification. She took their fingerprints. She then went to work on the computers, satellite uplink. Okay, where are you sending the info? Bouncing around, hello I-Island. Melissa? I do not think so. Her dad. She needs to get out of there. Confronting him will go poorly. Why are they watching? They are looking for energy reading. Of course, they targeted us when we sent Melissa the signal. It must have triggered something. I should be locked out by now. Cosmic entity? What is that? The ashes must have had the same energy signature. That is how they found us. They probably didn't know what they were looking for, so they took all my babies. I am putting GPS in those from here on out. And there it is. I am getting locked out. Well, time to ditch this popsicle stand. I need to talk to Momo. Momo May. Momo made the tactical decision to let slip to a school gossip that she was on a date this past weekend with her boyfriend. She figured it would at least keep the unwanted advances from boys, and she could tolerate the girls trying to figure out who her boyfriend was. When she got home, she was surprised to see May outside the gates of her home waiting for her. May, what are you doing here? I came to get all the info on Loverboy. Momo knew something was up. May knew everything already. She giggled and held May's hands. Come up to my room so I can tell you everything. May did just that when she entered. She held her finger up to her mouth as she closed the door. She walked over and pressed play on the stereo. An old song by Queen filled the room. She walked over and pulled Momo to the bed. Once, they were sitting next to each other. May spoke. The black van is feeding information to I-Island. David? I think so, but someone let me see more than I thought I would. We may have an ally. It was the energy reading that triggered something. The ash has something to do with what they call a cosmic entity. I did some digging at the library and found nothing. Melissa needs to get out of there. I agree. But how? Maybe she can use the excuse of training for UA? Support course, whatever she is developing for her test, she has all she needs at I-Island. No way her dad lets her go. We need to warn her. We will have to work on something. Any evidence that my father is involved somehow? Nothing I saw, but I didn't see everything. So, what now? I say we tip off your father's security. If they do nothing, then we know your dad is working with them. If he goes all dad mode, then they are not. I am sure it would benefit your peace of mind. It would. So, arranged marriage meetings? Oh, my goodness. I am surprised he did not run screaming at once. Girl, I have seen you in a bikini. There is no way he would run. May, every time I am with him, just Momo sighed. I can't explain it. This spark of fire happens every time I am near him or when we touch. And when we kiss. Honesty, Momo, I don't have any real-world advice to give you about things like this. But my mom said that if you ever meet someone who lights a fire inside, you never let them go. Sometimes you know immediately. What if it is just hormones? It very well could be, but what if it's more than that? I want to meet someone who sparks my mind, like when I am inventing something. If someone could inflame me like that, I wouldn't care if it was 1 week or month. I wouldn't let them go. If faced with the choice of being with them or inventing a new baby, they win. Then that's all I would need to know. Is there anything you want more than to be with or near him? No, nothing. In my opinion, you have your answer. Izuku. The morning came at the cost of pleasant dreams and Jean dumping him out of bed when he tried to sleep in. He got ready for his day. He did his workout, i.e., cleaning up the beach. He then went home and got ready to go job hunting. Jean told him he could apply at a butler-maid cafe if he really wanted money. He considered it but decided against it. A server job, though, would be okay. He could always hit the cafe and maybe a bar at night. He couldn't serve alcohol, but he was eligible to be a barback. All he would need was a signed parental slip, which he could forge. He knew he could do construction with his enhanced strength from cosmic energy, but that might cause many questions. He did not need to sleep and opened up the possibilities. You might as well take advantage of them. I can always say I need Sundays off. He decided that while he wouldn't do a butler cafe, he would do one popular with girls to increase his chances of creating regular customers. As he walked him, Jean continued their therapy session much like any other day. He entered the Enchanted Forest Cafe, did his best to impress the manager-owner. He was also honest in telling him that he was planning to go to UA. His parents were pretty much going to disown him then. If he were accepted into UA, then he would have to quit. So what you're saying is that you want to work as much as possible till you leave and become a top hero? The manager said. He had this ephemeral quality to him. That is correct, sir. Works for me. Wait, it does? Of course, you are a good-looking young man, smart since you graduated. I should be able to do this job with no problem. And if you go famous, say a kind word about my cafe my way. Izuku chuckled. Deal. They shook on it before he headed off towards the Neon District. That was a much harder sell. Most places told him no before he could even get very far. It was when he found a little bar called Oddities that he was given a chance. The bar was owned by a tall woman with a mutation quirk. She had dark black skin and red eyes, with 2 horns resembling a ram's horns, but they were pure white with red tips. She just looked him up and down. I told him to come back tonight. He starts at 10 p.m. to 5 a.m. If he is late, he is fired. If he insults the customers, he is fired. He bowed and left. 7 hours of job hunting and mission accomplished. It all worked out. Mostly the cafe closed at 8, they would be out at 9, and he could head to the bar by 10. It was a lot of work, but he didn't notice it too much. His body was beyond strong enough sometimes. He did skip the morning workout to sleep, but it wasn't necessary most days. Thankfully, he could get Sundays off from both places as the bar was closed that night, and the cafe worked him to the bone the other 6 days. He found out that many people would call off from the cafe. So, they always need coverage. The bar catered to mutants' quirks. The customers seemed nice. He worked primarily with Kara Shido. She was a very energetic woman with dark pink skin and eyes that were completely white with yellow pupils. It was great once she and the other coworkers could figure out he was a hard worker and didn't discriminate against those with mutation quirks. They welcomed him with open arms. Sunday equals Momo's day. Every Sunday was Momo's day. They would spend as much time as they could that day. They would talk every night and text. She was very understanding and concerned that he was working so much, but she understood. She didn't even get mad when he couldn't text right away. But he would always text her good night. They went to the movies, window shopping, and walks. It would always degenerate into them finding a place out of the way and giving into the passion built up over the day and week they had last seen each other. It was hard for them to keep their hands off each other. Their parting would leave them both breathless and with aches that would need to be cared for alone. As they approached the 3-month mark, he was able to buy some nicer clothes when he told Momo he was ready to meet her parents. Momo had tried to argue for lunch, but it would be dinner. The excellent news for Momo was that her father did not appear involved with I-Island. She came home one afternoon to find security completely sweeping the house. Meet the parents. Momo had sent a car for him, which he was grateful for. The driver was silent during the trip. Luckily Izuku had Jean with him so he could keep his nerves in check. Jean gave him advice and counsel but told him she would leave when they arrived. This was another one of his tasks, and like before, she promised to step in if needed. It assured him. The car pulled up to home. Holy cow, what did I expect from the Yaoyorozu Corporation? His door opened. He thanked the driver and made his way up the steps with a bouquet for her mother and a necklace for his girlfriend. The door opened for him, the butler gestured for him to follow, and he was led to the foyer, where he was instructed to wait. He mentally inspected his outfit, tailored black suit, dark green shirt with matching pocket square, black tie with matching tie pin, gift from Momo, along with matching cufflinks. Momo's doing as well. His hair was pulled back and braided in a single braid, and lastly his gold watch. They left him waiting a minute before doors opened at the end of the room, and her parents entered. Momo's father wore a black suit, red shirt, and tie. Her mother was in a lovely red dress. He could see that Momo inherited her looks from both her parents. If it was true that if you looked at a girl's mother to see what she would look like in the future, then his future looked promising. Welcome to our home, Mr. Midoriya. Thank you for having me, he said with a practiced bow. These are for you, madam. He extended the flowers. Thank you, Mr. Midoriya. She gracefully took the flowers and gave him a slight bow in acknowledgement. He saw them look to the staircase. He followed their gaze and was stunned into silence. Momo stood at the top of the stairs in a stunning dark green dress that matched his shirt, adorned with simple gold bracelets, emerald earrings, and a necklace. Her hair was down with gorgeous curls that framed her face. She seemed to float down the stairs. Izuku, for a moment, forgot her parents were there as he drank her in. As she reached the bottom of the stairs, he crossed over to her, extended his hand, and bowed. He felt the electricity as she rested her hand lightly on his. As he raised his head, she gave him a shy smile. He whispered, breathtaking. He escorted her to her parents. Mother, father, may I introduce Izuku Midoriya, my boyfriend? Her father inclined his head. Dinner will be ready soon. Why don't you give him a tour of the downstairs? With your permission, father. He nodded and led his wife back through the doors they came. He was leaving two of them alone. You look so beautiful, Momo. She smiled. You look rather handsome yourself, Izuku. He leaned over and kissed her lightly on the cheek, not wanting to disturb her makeup. She blushed lightly. Let us start with the library. She led him to the impressive estate as he marveled at the library. His attention drifted from the books to Momo. She smiled, telling him about some of her favorite books. He felt a little intimidated by his surroundings. He knew she was rich, but the apparent differences were smacking him in the face. He would be at a complete loss if it weren't for all his training with Jean in the White Room. He was filled with a moment of doubt till he remembered the most important thing. She wanted to be with him. She could be with someone with money. But she wanted him. This is all amazing, Momo, nothing compared to you, but amazing nonetheless. Her smile dazzled him. She grabbed his hand and led him deeper into the library. She wrapped her arms gently around his neck and gave him a gentle kiss on the lips. He smiled. Lord, I want to mush your makeup so badly. He reached into his pocket and handed her the jewelry box. Izuku, what is this? She asked, a welcoming smile and a twinkle in her eyes that just called to him. A gift, you got me the tie pin and cufflinks. Also, it is our 3-month anniversary, so I wanted to return the favor. She smiled and opened the box. It was a gold necklace shaped like a heart with diamonds in the center and a gold chain. Izuku, I love it. Put it on for me, please. She turned, lifting her hair. He removed it from the box, gently reached around, and placed it around her neck. She gave a slight shudder as his hand grazed the skin. Securing the clasp as he did, he leaned down and put a sweet kiss on her neck. She couldn't stop it. A sob escaped her lips before she could even say anything. He kissed down her neckline to her shoulder. The kisses were gentle and warm. She sobbed again, telling him more. She reached back her arm, cupping it around his head, pulling her deeper into the crook of her neck. He opened his mouth and lightly grazed her neck with his teeth. She shuddered again and sobbed. Izuku. His hands dipped to her sides, wrapping around her waist. His breath was getting hotter. The desire to indulge each other was building rapidly. A sound of a gong rang out, pulling them back to reality. She turned to him. She could see the naughty owl in his eyes. She was sure he could see it in hers. Promise you will do that again soon. As you wish. They both took moments to steady their breathing before Momo led him to the dining room. Dinner. The table was large but not exceptionally so. Izuku surmised that they were probably a few different ones in the home. He and Momo sat across from her parents. Wine, her father asked. He noticed that Momo had a wine glass as well. Yes, please. He raised an eyebrow, and the butler poured Mr. Yaoyorozu and Izuku a sample. Her father looked to Izuku. This guy was trying to mess with me. He is trying to show me that I don't belong in his world. Well, my dear sir, you usually could fluster me, but thankfully Warren wouldn't shut up about wine and how to describe it. Izuku thought. Why are you doing this, father? Momo silently asked. Izuku swirled the wine and followed the proper motions: smell, clarity, and taste. As I am quite the novice in the ways of wine, all I can say, sir, is that it is rather lovely red, great clarity, full body with a lovely finish. Mr. Yaoyorozu followed suit. Nice description, Mr. Midoriya. He nodded to the butler, and all 4 glasses were poured. Momo gave a slight smile. The dance had begun. It was a full 10-course meal. Izuku sent a silent thank you to Warren for etiquette training. It all started simply, her father asking how they met, her mother asking her daughter about her new necklace. Her father questioned if his daughter's beauty was what first caught his attention. Izuku told him it was her eyes that caught his attention, how he knew he had to ask her to lunch, that if he had not, he would have regretted it for the rest of his life. Her parents were a well-oiled machine. They would ask him questions, probing, looking for gaps and openings. They would weave questions with him and their daughter, looking to trip him up. They tested him with the foods they ate, a mixture of cuisines worldwide. They asked him questions to test his intelligence. He would have been dead meat without all the knowledge that Jean had shoved into his head. He found answers to things he needed to learn were there, quotes and sayings from the time all but forgotten. Momo was dancing with him, heading off topics, steering questions. It was an elaborate waltz, a hero duo battles against a more experienced duo. Izuku and Momo took some hits, but nothing devastating. As they awaited the desert, the banter changed. I am sure Momo has told you that we would like her to meet with some suitors. We arranged this when she told us of you. Her father said, staring directly at Izuku. That is completely Momo's decision. I will not sit here and tell you that it would not cause me pain, especially if I felt she was doing it because I had failed her somehow. But if it appeases you, I would support her in any way she asked. And if she told you she found a better match? He added. Father! Momo exclaimed. He gave her a look silencing her. If that was the case and she told me so, though it would break me in some ways, I would allow her to follow her heart. If she told me that she had met someone who moved her more strongly than she had expressed, I would want to meet this force of nature. I am sure I would understand instantly once I met this phenomenon. What if we locked her away and told you never to come again? Her mother asked. You have a very lovely home. I would hate to have to tear it apart to bring her into my arms once again. Izuku said. Momo felt her heartbeat quicken, the way he answered, with no hesitation. A strong, firm voice. She knew at that moment she was in love. She wanted to give everything to him. Do you think you could do such a thing? Her mother questioned. Of course not, but it doesn't mean I would break myself upon the walls till I drew breath no more, Izuku responded, making sure to keep his tone strong but showing a hint of humility to avoid offending them. What if I was to offer 100 million yen to leave now? Her father asked. Anger flared in the young couple's eyes. Mr. Yaoyorozu, you could offer me your entire family fortune 10 times over, and it would not be enough, Izuku responded, keeping his anger in check. Momo glared at her father. The question had offended her. Are you sure that would be quite a bit of money? Her father said. Sir, with all due respect. Money does not concern me in that fashion. I understand the necessity of money, but it does not consume me. I have lived without it for most of my life. As long as Momo was by my side, my life would be rich in love, laughter, and joy. Money cannot buy true happiness. It can provide you the trappings to delude yourself for a while, but eventually, it will find you in the darkness when you fall asleep. You could take all your money from me, disinherit me. With Izuku by my side, you could watch us rise and change the world. Momo fired back at her father. She reached under the table, grabbing his hand. The warmth spread between them, but it was different than usual. It was reassuring, calming to a degree. Excellent, her mother exclaimed. Well spoken, you two. We will retire now and allow you two to enjoy dessert. Her father rose. I cannot say I approve of you, Izuku. You have much to prove. But you are willing to fight for my daughter, and I would dare say you would fight a raging storm, which counts in our book. Enjoy the rest of the evening. The theater room is set up, Momo, and a guest room. Her mother said as they rose and left the room. Izuku looked over to Momo. Victory, he said, giving her 2 weak peace signs. Momo laughed. We won this battle, at least. She looked down before looking up through her eyelashes at him. Would you like to spend the night, Izuku? Theater room warning. Smut incoming. Izuku undid his tie and a few buttons on his shirt, setting it on the back of a chair as he waited for Momo. She returned, having changed out of her dress to a pair of silk pajamas. They snuggled deeply into a large deep sofa. The movie started, though neither could have told you what it was had you asked. She snuggled against him with her back against his chest. He looked down and saw her neck. He noticed she was tilting her head, exposing it more. He took the invite. He began to kiss her neck, and she sobbed, immediately grabbing his head like before. She scooted onto his lap, leaning back and giving him more access. He could see down the front of her shirt. He saw no bra. As she was pressed against him, she could feel him getting more naughty. It emboldened her, causing her to push back some. His hands found their way around her waist, nibbling more on her neck. Izuku, please don't stop. She sobbed. His hands slid up to her bobas as he lightly slid them over her ample chest. He could feel her boba points erect against the thin fabric. He started to fondle them gently. Her sobs got louder as she could feel him straining against his pants. She could feel herself getting wetter by the moment she started to grind against him harder. He directed his attention to one of her boba points, giving it a testing pinch. Her eyes widened, and she turned to straddle him. "Sorry, Momoai," he stammered. He didn't finish a sentence. She dived into a fiery kiss, their mouths parted, their tongues liberally exploring the mouth of the other. His hands found the firm she just soaked into his mouth. They were grinding against each other. He could feel her wetness. She broke for air and pulled back. He brought her hand to the top. He grabbed and pulled, popping the buttons to send them flying around the room. He caught one of her bobas in his mouth. She pulled his head in deeper, wrapped her arms around him, and started to sob, call his name. He laid her down on the couch, switching to her other boba. He returned to her, kissing and ing on her neck as his hand trailed down her stomach. He stopped at her waistband. "Don't stop." He slipped his hand into the waistband, slowly reaching her, past a small batch of hair, and trailed his hand across her wet slit. She gasped and raised her hips, turning to kiss him as he explored her with his hand. As he gently touched her orris, she moved her hands over his belt, unfastening it with a quickness that surprised them both. She undid his pants and freed his aching. She timidly and gently began to stroke it, taking his sobs as signs that she was doing it right. He slid a finger inside of her, and she exploded. She bit into his shoulder as she auditioned. She freed herself and began to tug down his pants. She got an eyeful of his member. He looked down at her as she leaned down and kissed it. He sobbed. "You don't have to, Momo, if you don't want to. It's a good thing I do then." She responded, looking up at him through her eyelashes. She was off the side as she lightly kissed his, giving it a long lick along the length. He shuddered and sobbed. She did that a few more times before wrapping her lips around his throbbing head. He tugged at her pants. She stopped as she stood, and he hooked his finger into her waistband and pulled down her pants and panties. He just stopped and gazed at this nude goddess in front of him. He slipped out his shirt as quickly as he could. As he threw it off, she knelt and took his back into her mouth. He grabbed her hips and pulled her to his face. "Izuku, what?" Her words stopped, and his tongue immediately found her. She sobbed and ground against his face momentarily before she fell forward and took his in her mouth. She did her best, taking him as deep as she could. He listened to her body as best he could as his tongue dived in and out of her. He listened for sobs or when she tensed, finding what she liked. "Momo, I'm about to," he managed to sob out before returning to lap up her nectar. She took him as deep as she could as she felt him explode. She swallowed as much as she could. The sensation was new to her, and it took a moment for her to find the rhythm. He paused for a moment as he came. She could feel herself getting close as his subsided. She sat up, and his tongue dived deep into her. She was sobbing and grinding against her face as she came. She turned around and kissed him deeply. She could taste herself on his lips and vice versa. "Izuku, I want you so bad. Would you hate me if we stopped? But I want our first time to be special." Izuku caught his breath. He was hard again. He wanted to ravage this goddess. But he also understood that as much as he wanted to bury himself in her, he wanted it to be in place so they could just let go. "I want you so bad as well. But I understand I want that too. We can stop." He pulled her down to lay next to him, their naked bodies pressed against each other. They lay like that for a few hours, kissing and touching each other, tracing their hands over each other's bodies. Before she stood up, giving Izuku another great view of her body backlight by the movie screen. "I should go to my room now. And you should put on some pants." She slipped on her pajama bottoms, and her top holding it closed. She pressed her panties into his hand. "For you." She leaned down and kissed him passionately. "I love you, Izuku. I love you too, Momo." She kissed him again. Then danced away and softly ran out of the room. He lay there in the darkness for a few moments before he put on his pants, slipping her underwear into his pocket. He did not need to sleep. He reached out telepathically and brushed her mind. He could hear her mental debate about whether to run back downstairs and jump him or go to her room. He felt her steel herself and go to her room. He pulled his mind back before getting up and going to the guest bedroom that was prepared for him. On the first floor, he noticed it was far from Momo's. He slipped into the bed, leaving his pants hanging over the chair, sleeping in his underwear. Soft lips awoke him, very familiar lips. He opened his eyes and was greeted by Momo standing over him in her school uniform. I just wanted to say goodbye. I am sure you have work, and I have school. Have a good day, he kissed her again. I love you. She smiled. I love you also, Izuku. Momo. She walked out of the house with a smile and the taste of Izuku on her lips. She went to school in a blissful daze. Classes breezed by. She wanted to see him, but she knew he had to work. She understood his situation. She was not able to tell him that she would take care of him. She also knows he wouldn't accept that, just like she wouldn't. She knew her squabble with her parents was not over. She felt her mother was on her side, but her father was a different story. She could see her father's objections. Izuku had no relationship with his parents, and aside from hero work, they had no clue if he was capable of more. Of course, her teenage mind would rebut that they didn't know him like she did. She didn't know everything, but she knew that would come with time. She knew he was intelligent and passionate and wanted to help the world and change it. Not that she wasn't aware that this could all be teenage ignorance. Everyone felt that way at some point. They would change the world and institute their version of what was right. But no one had the same vision. Even if people had the same goal, how they got to that goal could differ wildly. Of course, part of all this was hormones. She knew that she was not stupid. She was aware of what had spurned their actions last night. Was it the best decision? No. But that is what being a teenager was about. He was hot, handsome, good-looking, a hunk, and whatever other adjective she could imagine. Even Melissa and May had said as much, and she saw the other girls look at him as much as other men looked at her. She had tried to ignore it, but she was well developed. She understood once she had entered school and the confession started. He never really talked about school except that it didn't go well. He had mentioned that before his accident, he was smaller and frail. They could sit down and talk. The hard part will be keeping their hands off each other. Izuku Momo. He was surprised when Momo insisted on their next date at his house. There was an initial excitement before she told them she wanted to talk to him. Now anyone who has been in a relationship or seen one in real life or on television knew this was never a good thing. He had prepared everything. When the knock came, he took a deep breath. Jean reassured him, and he opened the door. She was breathtaking as usual. She wore a pair of form-fitting black jeans and a white blouse. Some of his fears were assuaged as she kissed him deeply as the door closed. He had tea and a snack board waiting for them as they sat on the couch. Is everything okay? He asked. Yes, Izuku. She took his hands. I wanted to talk to you. I want you to know I am not unhappy or upset. She saw he was about to speak but placed a delicate finger on his lips. Nor do I regret anything we have done together. I am still in love with you as I was the morning we parted. Okay. He said, some relief coming through in his voice. I feel that I want to know more. I am familiar with your present situation but don't know about your past. I want to know more about you as we build this relationship. You mentioned some, but I want you to tell me. He nodded his head. Don't think this is a one-way street. Let me begin, then you can go. Momo took a deep breath and began to explain. How she was an only child, why her parents couldn't have more children, and their expectations for her. She told him about her school experiences and how she discovered that many people were trying to use her, whether for her body, wealth, or connections. How lonely and trapped she felt, how she met Melissa, and how she had become her first and most faithful friend. Even told him of their kiss. She blushed furiously and fumbled over explaining the circumstances and everything. Izuku's mind gave him a great mental image, stupid hormones. She told him more about her desire to be a hero. Then she told him about that night at her family's company, how she met May, and everything that followed. The break-in, the theft, the suspected involvement of Melissa's father, cosmic energy, and their desire to get to the bottom of everything. Then meeting him. She told him how attracted to him she was, but it was his passion and mind that she loved. How she felt they shared a vision, how she could be honest with him. That she wanted him to feel the same. When she got to that night, Izuku's mind began to race. Jean explained that the ashes were, in fact, his body. Jean had told him that he had died to be reborn. Jean also said to him that this was his decision to tell her the truth. It might destroy their relationship, but if he chooses to keep it a secret, the truth would come out sooner or later, and there would be a greater sense of betrayal. In Jean's experience, the truth coming later was usually because something was forced, and trust between the people was damaged, if not broken. Jean was there to advise him, not tell him what to do. But telling her would mean that they would have to bring in Melissa and May sooner or later. Momo took a deep breath. She could see that Izuku was thinking. He did not want to admit that he contemplated wiping Momo and her friends' minds. He knew where that thought had come from. It was panic and fear. Not a good place to lead from. He stood up and went and got a bottle of water from the fridge, bringing her one. He thought of life without her. It wasn't one he enjoyed. He knew they were in the honeymoon stage and the future could bring anything. He knew that even if she weren't in his arms, he would still want to make this world better for her. He closed his eyes for a full minute before opening them and looking deeply into her eyes. He scanned her with empathy. She was nervous, concerned, and loved him. He scanned her mind for deception. There was none. He felt guilty for doing this but was about to drop a nuclear bomb. Momo, I love you, but I need a few things from you before I go any further. She placed her hand on her chest and took a deep breath. Okay. You have to swear to me that what I am about to tell you goes no further than us ever. No, Melissa, no May, no parents, no one. I can do that as long as you are not about to reveal to me severe criminal activities like murder and such. No murder, so you are okay. Number 2, when I am done, I will understand if you don't want to be together anymore. She was about to say something, but he held up his hand. Just trust me on this. I am not saying this for dramatic effect. I am honestly scared that when this is over, you might just say this and walk out. She nodded. He could see the nervousness building in her. When I am done, you can ask me your questions once you are satisfied. I want you to consider whether you want to stay with me. Momo sat there and thought. She then pulled him in, and they started to kiss. As she broke apart from him, go ahead. Izuku had Jean sweep the area to make sure they were clear. Izuku to Momo. My earliest memories of life were of my mom and wanting to be a hero. My dad was around but not very much. I had a few friends in kindergarten. My best friend was a boy named Katsuki Bakugo, the son of my mom's friend from high school and university. He developed his quirk as soon as he was 4, which was pretty awesome. He sweats nitroglycerin, and he can ignite it. A piece of paper and pencil floated to them. Bakugo and I used to say we would be heroes together. That's what I said. He always said I could be his sidekick. But then I didn't get my quirk. Everyone else in the class started to develop their quirks, but not me. My mom took me to the doctor to find out what was happening. After an X-ray of my toe, he told me I was quirkless. Bakugo heard his mom talking to my mom. Now I wanted to be a hero like all kids. I wanted to be just like All Might. That night I asked my mom, and she said no. Now Bakugo is damn smart. He could read before any of us. Izuku wrote out his name in kanji, showing it to her. The first part of my name can be read as Deku. Bakugo pointed this out, and of course, from then on, I was Deku. Quirkless and dreaming an impossible dream. Momo's heart was breaking. He floated a tissue to her. She dabbed at her eyes before nodding for him to continue. He had told her some of this in the cafe but not in so much detail. My mom wanted me to give up my dream and accept being quirkless to find an obtainable dream. My dad left for good when I was 6. I had sent him a birthday card. He just returned it unopened. I never stopped, however. I was going to be a hero. Bakugo could not stand that. That's when the abuse started on top of the constant bullying. He paused, taking a drink of water. I lived mostly quirkless, bullied, and pretty much ignored. My mom initially cared until she didn't. We were strangers in the same house. I would come home burnt and beaten up, fix myself up and live in my fantasy that I could still be a hero. I would analyze heroes and quirks. It was my escape. My mom left to join my dad. I knew she was not coming back. I was breaking down, was just holding on barely, then I had a horrible day. He took a drink of water and walked around the room, gathering his strength. Jean placed her hand on his shoulder. Momo saw him look off to his side like he was looking at someone or something. My homeroom teacher decided to announce to my whole class, including Bakugo, that I had put that I was going to go apply at U. A quirkless Deku was going to go to UA. Bakugo had made it his mission to destroy my dream and ground me into dust. No one did anything because of his quirk, stupidly powerful as it is. He had the dedication and the drive to do it. How dare I try and stand on the same stage as the future greatest hero? He took my notebook, blew it up, and told me to jump off a roof and wish for a quirk in my next life. Momo wanted to embrace him, but Izuku stood on the coffee table's other side, keeping a barrier between them. I was fractured at that point. I was walking home when that sludge villain attacked me. I almost died only to be saved by All Might himself. I desperately wanted to ask him if I could be a hero. I just needed someone to tell me. One person to believe in me. He was my idol. Surely he would, right? He went to leave, but I latched onto him. We went flying when we landed on the Yaoyorozu building. Momo began to clutch at her chest. I asked my question. He told me no. I was no longer fractured at that point. I don't know how long I was up there, but then I decided everyone was right. I jumped. Momo was crying. It was him. How was that possible? Suddenly it clicked. His accident was him trying to kill himself. The world had beaten down Izuku to the point that he threw himself off the roof of her family's company. But he was standing there. But someone saved you. That was where the her mind started racing. The cosmic energy. He replied. She looked at him, her eyes wide. She took a big drink of her water. She was shaking. The next part will make me sound insane, but I swear I am not. Momo was unsure. She could not respond. She just stared at him. She wanted to leap over the table and hold him. She wanted to run, scream, or just faint. She raised her hand to stop him, asked for the bathroom, and walked down the hall. She splashed water on her face and just sat there. She cried, she shook. It took her 20 minutes to compose herself. When she returned, she noticed he was standing in the kitchen. Momo, if you want to run, I won't stop you, Izuku said. She did not even look at the door. No, Izuku. I want to know. I need to know. So many people had just abandoned him, thrown him aside. She would be a hero. Heroes don't toss people aside. Thank you for that. He said, walking back towards her. As I fell, I heard a voice. This voice found me interesting. I cannot properly explain this. Would you allow me to show you? Show me? Yes, I am a telepath. But I thought. If you let me show you, it will make sense. Have you ever read my mind? No. Okay, show me. You should probably sit down. She took a seat and then felt a warm touch in her mind. The room disappeared, and she was looking down on the earth. She saw the phoenix. The world burns, reborn, then burn again. The phoenix was coming for the world again. Izuku said he could change it. He saw the girl in his mind. The girl from the park with the band-aids. He didn't want the world to burn for her. That small interaction had kept him going. A small exchange had such an impact. Her mind flooded with her memories of that day in the park. She could not see Izuku walk and sit beside her, tears streaming down his face. She saw him declare that he would fight the phoenix for her. She saw his body burn. Then she saw Jean. She opened her eyes. Her cheeks were wet. Izuku was next to her, tears pouring from his eyes. They raised their hands to each other and touched each other's cheeks. It was you, they said. Then they just wrapped each other in a tight embrace. Words were lost, and they just cried. Jean smiled. He had his anchor now. He showed her the white room, the cocoon, and how he was rebuilt. That the ashes were, in fact, his body as the phoenix consumed him. How a vestige of Jean was around the counseling, lack or need for sleep. He showed her what happened with All Might on the day of the exams. He filled her in on his power and everything. Slowly the living room faded back in. She just looked at him and kissed him, Trying to convey all her love, he returned her passion, laying her down on the couch as they kissed and held each other. She would not leave him but stand by him and change the world. It was not just a dream. They had to change the world, or it would burn. Part of her was scared. She knew that if it did burn, he would be the one to burn it. She understood him now. I love you. That was all she said. I love you. Thank you for accepting me. All of me. Always. Ah. How cute. Momo was startled by the female voice. She saw Jean in the kitchen. Jean smiled. Izuku got up off the couch and pulled Momo up with him. Momo Jean, Jean Momo. Momo was surprised when Jean shook her hand. Jean giggled. Nice to meet you, Jean said. The rest of the date was spent talking between the three of them. Momo got a good bearing on Jean as someone who cared for Izuku and did their best to set him up for his task. That she would offer him advice, that was her role, to advise, not to do it for him. Momo asked about Melissa and May. Izuku told her he needed to get to know them better before deciding when or if to bring them in. Momo was okay with that. She did not want to hide things from them, but this was huge. And it was Izuku's decision, and Momo was standing by that. She did tell him that she did want to introduce him and have him get to know them. They were her best friends, and they wanted to change the world as well. Izuku agreed. The date ended. As she was driven home, her mind raced over the day's events. She just went straight to bed and fell fast asleep. 3 months. Izuku and Momo's life continued. They enjoyed their dates. He met May and hung out with her and Momo. May was surprised at how Izuku would follow along with the conversation so early and could even help with ideas for her babies. It was the same with Melissa, though that was more virtually. Soon they would have movie nights where they would all sit and watch something online together and talk. Melissa and May welcomed Izuku into their friendship. They knew how important he was to Momo. Izuku and Momo had more dates at his home. They hadn't crossed that bridge, but there were some repeats from the night at her house. Everything was going well, quite nice. When pestered by her parents about Izuku's relationship, she told them his father abandoned Izuku because he was a late bloomer, and the stress of being a single mother had caused her to join her husband. Izuku was working to secure his future with his own 2 hands. Then the announcement came that there would be a ball. Attending would be Shoto Todoroki with his father Endeavor and Brighton Freedom, the son of a wealthy businessman from America. Her father expected Izuku to attend, and if, at the end of the night, she still chose Izuku, he would allow it. Izuku wasn't sure what to expect, but he doubted it would be so easy. The ball. When Izuku arrived, he was shown in through a separate entrance, where he was taken directly to Momo. She was stunning in an emerald green ball gown with a lovely bust line and high slit along the skirt, showing her gorgeous legs and black silk gloves. Izuku wore a black tux with a matching bow tie and vest. She looked him over and handed him a set of emerald cufflinks to match her gown. She smiled and kissed him. Relax, darling, they are just for tonight. Think of it as added armor for our battle. Izuku blushed a little at the darling part. Momo smiled. I must remember that one. After a quick look over and a light kiss, they took their position at the top of the stairs as they waited for the signal to descend. Izuku centered himself and called upon his etiquette training. They made their approach. He could see all the guests, but Endeavor glaring daggers at him caught his attention. As they walked the reception line, introductions were given. Endeavor had stepped forward. Ms. Yaoyorozu, allow me to introduce my youngest son Shoto Todoroki. The young man stepped forward, his heterochromatic eyes flickering in the light. He bowed and took Momo's hand, lightly kissing it. It is an honor to meet you, Ms. Yaoyorozu. I hope we can converse later. I may be forward of me, but would you allow me the honor of a dance later? Momo bowed. It is a pleasure to meet you as well, Mr. Todoroki, and yes, I look forward to both of your requests. This process continued until they came to the last person in the reception line. He was tall, 6 feet 2 inches, with black hair and storm gray eyes. He wore a fine all-black tux with gray accents that matched his eyes. He stepped forward and extended the customary greetings. He exuded charm, unlike the others, and confidence. He was a rather handsome young man, was well built, with a definite chiseled jawline. He took it a step further when he asked to escort her into the ballroom. he said so confidently. He did not enjoy it when he was refused. That is quite all right, Mr. Freedom, I already have my escort, Momo replied, her voice dripping with honey. Momo took Izuku's arm and escorted them into the ballroom to begin the proceedings. Izuku could sense the young man's annoyance. The ball began. Momo had duties to attend to, which meant sitting as she entertained people coming to sit and talk with her. Izuku was not allowed to be present for those proceedings. Izuku gathered much attention from the female guests near his age. He could hear Jean warning him. Guard what you say, they are here to trap you. Also, please don't go anywhere with them, and avoid being alone. It took him a moment before he fell into the rhythm of talking and avoiding. He had just dismissed the latest from a very forward set of twins, implying almost enough to make his head explode when Brighton approached him. Izuku looked to where Momo was talking to Shoto on the patio. He saw her genuine smile. A slight pang of jealousy rang through him. He reminded himself that he did not own her smile. That he had absolute trust in her and should behave as so. Mr. Freedom, he said, acknowledging the young man. Mr. Midoriya, he responded. Are you enjoying yourself? It is adequate. The company is nice enough, though it could be better. Care to join me outside? Izuku nodded, and they headed outside to a private balcony. As they did, he noticed one of the family butlers move to stand guard, preventing anyone from joining them outside. Careful, he may try and bait you into a fight. They stepped onto the balcony. Izuku leaned against the railing as Brighton stood between him and the door. So Izuku Midoriya, nearly 18, was diagnosed as quirkless until an accident about a year ago, where you experienced a breakthrough with your quirk while rehabbing. And shall we say a growth spurt? Graduated early from Aldera High with high marks, works 2 jobs, applicant to Udata High. Have been involved in a relationship with Momo Yaoyorozu for the past 6 months. The parents are Hayashi and Inko Midoriya, who reside in Miami, Florida. Father is a salaryman, the mother is a former nurse. Neat, Izuku said, raising an eyebrow. Money gets all kinds of information. Is there a point to this? Or is this where you tell me that I am not good enough for Momo and should step aside for someone better, like yourself? Well, see, you are as smart as your tests say, you Izuku, you get it, he said, waving a finger at him. Look after I have her bear me a few children, then you can come to sniff around. You're used to table scraps, right? This mother he is trying to bait me. Well, dude, thanks, Izuku added sarcastically. Okay, now I get mad and kick your, causing a spectacle, I get removed from the party, and you make your move. Try to kick my. Brighton corrected. No, it would be unwhopping. Listen, Brighton, this will not go how you think it will. I will not take a swing. You can try and spin whatever bull you want with Momo. She will still walk out of her on my arm at the night's end. I don't know what kind of bull your daddy may have filled your head with. You are not the son or the biggest fish in the pond. If you would excuse me, they are passing around my favorite hors d'oeuvre. He went to walk past Brighton, but Brighton stepped in front of him. Confident. By the end of the night, you will be walking home, and she will be bouncing on my lap. Sure, pumpkin. Izuku stepped around him and rejoined the party. He couldn't enjoy it with her. He had to stand aside. He watched when Brighton finally got his moment to talk with Momo outside. It did not look like it went well. He offered some gift which she refused. It was then Izuku's turn with Shoto. Same balcony. Different result. As soon as they were outside, Izuku was caught off guard when Shoto immediately bowed to him. I apologize for any discomfort I may have caused you or Ms. Yaoyorozu. I did not come here to interfere with your relationship. I had to do so to appease Endeavor. Izuku raised an eyebrow. She not your type. No, she is not. Also, the thought of an arranged marriage disgusts me. Well then, okay, Izuku said, stunned. Thank you. I will be attending UA as well. I hope to see you there. The dances began soon after. While Momo and he danced, they finally had a chance to talk. So, having fun? Momo smiled. At this moment, yes. So did you talk with Shoto? Yes, that was rather nice. Brighton Freedom almost ended up in orbit. She rolled her eyes. I swear that man is reading from the wrong playbook. It is like someone told him to come on strong and domineering. I do not want to dance with him. Do you have to? No, I could rebuke him in front of everyone, but that could lead to trouble on the business side of life. But I know what I will do. Want to fill me in? He questioned. No, I don't think I will. She said with a sly smile. The dances continued. Izuku fulfilled his promised dances to some of the other ladies in attendance. He watches brighten smugly as the last of the scheduled dance is finished. Izuku heard the announcement that it was time for the lady to choose a partner for her final dance. Momo, bathed in the spotlight, walked over, and offered Izuku her hand. They took center stage as they twirled around the dance floor. As the dance ended, Izuku was surprised by a deep kiss from Momo in the center of the dance floor. Silence. As they pulled away, Izuku took her hand and led her outside to a balcony. Wow, which was nice. How much trouble are you in now? He asked, looking over his shoulder to the party, expecting a SWAT team to burst in at any moment. Well, I am sure that my father is not the happiest. He did tell us that all I had to do was meet them. And I did. Shoto wants nothing to do with this. And I would rather you burn everything than I am willing to touch Mr. Freedom again. And this way, there are no questions. Word will spread that I have chosen someone to court, which should deter most. So does this mean we are going steady? He joked. Momo smiled. Hey, why not? You're pretty easy on the eyes. They came close for a small kiss. They were able to enjoy the rest of the ball together. Momo joined her parents in saying goodbyes. Momo walked over and gave Izuku another kiss. Good night, Izuku, call me when you get home. As he headed to the door, he met her father. I still believe she can do better. Honestly, sir, so do I, but that drives me daily to improve, Izuku said. Then continue to prove it, Mr. Midoriya. Good night. Brighten Freedom. Father, who prepared the report on Momo for us? Why, her mother, of course. His father replied. Brighton then filled his father in on the details of the night. I think I would like to attend you, father. There is a pond that needs to be reminded of its place. Done. The time seemed to fly, and Izuku continued his training and therapy. The beach was cleaned, and he got to meet and get to know Mei. He tendered his resignations from the enchanted forest and oddities, though oddities told him that if UA would allow it, he was welcome to return. He invested all he could into stocks. He realized that Warren had been possibly the most helpful with worldly things. He was happy to hear that Kara's daughter was going to UA as well. He promised to look after her should they meet. Melissa arrived soon as she prepared for her test for the support department course at UA. It was fun to see them all interact. Thanks to the information buried in his head, he could follow along with the conversations involving their inventions and even provide some help. He was helping Mei move things around her workshop when he noticed the girls looking at him and whispering to Momo, who was blushing furiously. He noticed that Jean was cramming more into him than average. He could sense that a deadline was coming. She didn't say anything specific, but she was being more attentive to him and constantly drilling him with scenarios. He packed up most of the apartment. He sold off all his remaining parent items. He awoke the morning of the exam excited. He grabbed his bag and headed off to UA. Walking up to the gates, he saw Momo, Mei, and Melissa standing there. Momo hugged them all, wishing them luck. She gently kissed Izuku for luck. Give me your key, she said with a blush. Okay? Can I ask why? I will be waiting for you when you get home so we can celebrate. Oh, that sounds nice. Momo gathered her courage. She leaned in and whispered. I don't need to go home till tomorrow. Izuku stopped functioning, Momo fled, and Mei and Melissa snapped pictures before he reset. Once he did, Melissa grabbed him by his arm. Come on, lover boy, I am sure Momo will be upset if you don't even take the test. Jean cackled. They ensured he signed in before heading to the support course testing area. Izuku. As he was walking down the hall, he saw All Might Jr. directing others where to go. When he saw Izuku, he walked over. Need any help there? Nah, I'm good. Where's your boss? Izuku said. Being a hero. Don't worry, I'm here as a Suntobe third year to help wayward examinees find their destinations. he said with a smile. Good to know. See you around. Izuku said, stepping past him. Bet on it, he called after him. He entered his exam area and found it nearly full. He immediately noticed Bakugo. Fortunately, he didn't have to sit near him. They stared at each other for a moment. He took his seat, the instructor announced as the test packets were handed out. You have 3 hours and 125 questions, no talking, you can leave when you finish. Your time starts now. Now Izuku had studied, and now he could have studied more, but, like any teen, with the option of studying or messing around with his girlfriend. He made the wise decision and messed around. This test, on the other hand, was intense. He had to draw on all kinds of knowledge. What did mechanical engineering have to do with this? Moral questions, high-level math, science, combat, law, and even a question on genetics. Many questions were not typically covered in study guides or in most high schools. If it weren't the wellspring of knowledge in his head that he could access, he would be Ed. They are ing with you. None of the others' tests are anything like yours. Someone is up to something. Izuku finished with 2 minutes left to spare. As he exited the room, he saw the instructor immediately place his test in an envelope. He quickly scanned the man's mind. The man was to send the test to be graded immediately. He didn't know why. Izuku went to the locker room and got changed. He entered the auditorium and took a seat, started reading over the information. Present Mike took the stage. Hey all, let me get a hey. Silence. Tough crowd, now all of you have your information regarding your practical exams. After this presentation, you will go to your assigned testing grounds where you will participate in a mock battle. Your villains are 4 different types of robots. Excuse me, sir. Yes, examinee. Izuku turned and looked at the young man, tall, fit, with glasses and blue hair. Only 3 robots are listed in the information packet. I find it highly unlikely that such an esteemed academy like UA would commit such a blunder. And you, with the spiky blonde hair, have been cursing and causing a popping sound the entire time. If you are just here to cause distraction, you should leave. What the did you say, 4 eyes? Bakugo yelled. Now, language students, but yes, you are correct. The 4th villain is an obstacle and is worth no points, more to be avoided. Now, kids, it is time to go plus. Ultra, the crowd responded. The practical exam. Izuku stood and walked to the bus to take him to his testing area. He saw a girl with pink skin and horns. That is Kara's daughter Mina. Having seen photos of her several times at work. He walked over to her seat. Mina? The girl looked up, confused. She was positive she would have remembered someone like this. Izuku extended his hand. I am Izuku Midoriya. I worked with your mom Kara at Oddities. Her face brightened. Oh, my mom mentioned you. Is it okay if I sit? Yeah, go ahead. My mom said you were tall, but damn, dude. She said, looking up at him. He smiled, and they made small talk till the bus came to a stop. Hey, good luck Mina. You too, Zuku. Zuku? He replied, his eyebrow raising. Yup, now let's kick some. She said with a cute grin. Sounds good. He replied. She stepped off and began to warm up. He saw a bunch of the others doing the same. Jean kissed his cheek, them up. The doors opened, and they were off. Izuku took to the roof of a building and sent his telekinesis through the building. He found several robots inside. He ripped them out of the building and used his psychokinesis to explode them. He casually floated from building to building, repeating the process after amassing good lead. He started to target the outer areas. He wanted to score well, but he wanted to keep the others from being robbed of their chances. He was then watching. He would send out a nudge of telekinetic force to move someone out of the way, a telepathic suggestion to those with no offensive quirk to grab some weapon. He saw a panic from the square as a massive robot emerged. It must be the 0-pointer. He saw everyone fleeing. He floated down and was going to head to the exit when he heard a scream for help. He raced around the corner. Mina was trapped under some rubble. That monstrosity was about to crush her. He ran towards her. Using his telekinesis, he threw the machine off balance, grabbed the wreckage, and tossed it. Mina looked at him in surprise as he lifted her. Look out. He turned as a gigantic fist raced toward them. It's okay, Mina, I told Mom I would look after you. He reached out with his power and halted the fist. Mina looked up at him. She saw him smiling at her. The looming shadow of the zero-pointer was cast over them. He held her with one arm, his other extended to the machine, palm out. She would always say she saw fire in his eyes that day. He just lifted the zero-pointer into the sky, his palm open facing up. Then he closed his fist, which crumpled into a ball, crashing to the earth with a thud. And that is time. Please report to the entrance. Are you okay? He asked. He had not taken his eyes off her. Her body was hot, her cheeks flushed. I did something to my ankle. She managed. I will carry you. She giggled. Yeah, that sounds good. As they neared the entrance, he was recovery girl tending to some injured examinees. She walked over to them. Go ahead and set her down. I will see to her. Izuku gently set her down. See you at UA. I hope so. She said. Thanks again, Zuku. Anything for a pretty lady, he replied with a smile as he left. As he made his way towards the exit when he saw present Mike Izuku Midoriya? Yes, sir, Izuku said, wondering what the pro-hero wanted with him. Please come with me? He said, motioning for Izuku to follow him away from the other examinees. Well, this is never a good sign. Jean said. Izuku followed as he was led to another room. When the doors opened, he noticed a hobo with a strange pet in a suit sitting in the room. He saw another large set of doors on the opposite side. Am I a rat, a bear, or a mouse? Neither and all, but most importantly, I am the principal of UA. You can call me Nizu. And this is Mr. Aizawa. Hello, Nizu and Aizawa, what can I do for you? So is this second physical exam, I am guessing, after the written exam you made especially for me. What makes you say that? Nizu asked. I saw the instructor put only my test into an envelope. So how did I do on it? Izuku said. Amazing, Nizu responded with a smile. So, who do I get to beat up now? I. Overconfident? Aizawa said. Izuku shrugged. Look, can we get this over with? I have a celebration and a gorgeous girlfriend waiting for me. Well then, it's quite simple, enter the room, defeat your opponents, and pass. Fail and you're out. Nizu said. That's all? That's all, he said. Fine, when I win, I would like a ride home as you are taking up my time. Nizu laughed. Oh, I like you. Aizawa looked at the headmaster questioningly. The doors opened. He entered an arena. He glanced at the control booth, faculty and staff. All Might is up there. Jean said. The second practical exam. The doors on the other side opened as soon as Nizu and Aizawa joined everyone in the booth. Out walked Junior and some old man. Rules? Izuku said. No killing, Nizu responded. He walked to the center of the arena to meet his opponents. Hey, Junior, who's the old man? Haha, they told me you were arrogant. I am going to have fun knocking you down a peg. The old man said. Name's Gran Torino. Try remembering it when you regain consciousness. My name is Lemillion, not Junior. Midoriya, Izuku said, pointing to himself. They took a few steps back. Izuku was annoyed at the special written test and now a second practical exam. Show them, my little phoenix. Jean whispered. Begin, Nizu said. Lemillion dropped into the ground, and the old man rocketed to the side. Izuku let the cosmic power flow through him. He could see Lemillion rising from the ground before him and the old man coming in for a sidekick. He grabbed Torino and slammed him past him, using his force headfirst into the ground, knocking him out. He used his telekinesis to grab Lemillion, holding him in place with his other hand. Torino, Lemillion yelled. See, Lemillion, I told you back when we first met. Now you have an interesting phasing quirk. Permeation, Lemillion interrupted, struggling to get free. Either way, see, I met a girl once upon a time. Now that girl could phase, and she beat my. But I learned that your atoms are still there. I have to reach out. Izuku reached inside Lemillion with his psychokinesis and started to squeeze. Lemillion screamed. All Might went to move, but he saw Jean standing before him. I don't think so. We didn't ask for this. Good night, Lemillion. Izuku amplified his pain with empathy, making Lemillion pass out. He turned to the control booth. Now, if you are done wasting my time. Lockers and car service, please. A door opened. Thank you. I will be breathlessly waiting for my acceptance letter, Izuku said, walking out. I know this wasn't your doing, All Might, but you are pushing it. Jean warned the hero. Izuku's house. He entered to a heavenly aroma and a godly sight. Momo stood by the table wearing a red Versace micro dress, fishnet stockings, and thigh-high black leather boots. Welcome home, darling. Won't you please eat? I am sure you must be starving. As soon as they were done eating, Momo told him to go wash up. She would be waiting for him. Izuku cleaned every part of himself. Jean suggested some personal trimming before she told him she was taking off for the night and to take it slow. Don't rush. Enjoy. There will never be another first for each of them. When he went for his clothes, he found them missing. So wrapped in a towel, he ventured out into the hall. All the lights were off. His door was slightly ajar, with flickering light beckoning him in. He slowly pushed open the door. Candles lit the room. Black sheets were on his bed. Those are new, he thought. There, kneeling on his bed, was Momo. She was wearing a black lace teddy, her fishnet stockings, her hair was down, and she looked up through her lashed cheeks red. Welcome home, Izuku. Would you like to come to bed? Smut, as if you couldn't see this coming. Izuku slowly walked over, drinking it all, and he extended his hand to her, helping her off the bed. He just stared at her, taking it all in. She slowly looked him in the eyes, lightly placed her arm around his neck, and pulling him down for a tender kiss, her other hand tracing down his chest till she found the hem of his towel, pulling it free and tossing it to the corner. He slid his arms around her waist. Small sobs began to fill the room as the intensity of the kiss mounted. Her hand slid farther, finding his growing member. As she did this, he broke from her mouth and began to kiss her neck. She sobbed his name, pulling his head in tighter. She pulled back, turning her back to him, lifting her hair, and showing the ties for the negligee. He slowly pulled on the strings till the garment fell loosely off her body, her back still to him. Slowly, she turned, blushing, one arm covering her chest and the other between her legs. She looked him in the eyes, taking a deep breath, and moved her hands. I love you, Izuku. Tonight, I want to give myself to you. He had seen her in various stages of undress recently, but in the light of the mood, it was like the first time. I love you, Momo. Thank you for accepting all of me. Naked, they stepped into each other's embrace. It started tender. He pulled her in tightly, her chest pressing against his. They fell into a familiar rhythm as their tongues danced with each other. His hand traced down her back, giving her ample backside a firm squeeze which caused her to sob into his mouth. He lifted her, and a small leap escaped her lips. She wrapped her legs around him before he took a few steps forward and gently lowered them to the bed. She could feel him near her entrance, her body, and heating at his kisses. The kisses intensified. He could feel her heat and moisture building. He pulled free, their faces red before sliding down and attacking her bobas, his hand sliding between her legs, lightly tracing along the outside of her. Her sobs filled the room. He tenderly began to rub her orris, kissing down her stomach till his mouth captured her in his mouth. His tongue lapped at her, feeling the excitement grow. He remembered the spots he had found on previous explorations. He could feel it building for her. Then he heard, Izuku, stop. He did so immediately. She was panting. Is everything okay? Yes, I want you. I don't want to this way. I want to feel you inside me. Izuku came up and reached for the nightstand drawer. She stopped him. It's okay. I have been on birth control for over a year now. Izuku gulped. I do not want anything between us. Now please, Izuku, make love to me. He kissed her. He pulled back so he could look her in the eyes. She nodded as he lined himself up to her. He moistened the head of his with her juices, causing them both to sob. He tenderly pushed forward till just his head was inside. She winced, placing her hand on his chest before nodding. He moved forward more, this process repeated. Till he reached the barrier. She nodded. He pushed through. She gasped, tears in her eyes. Momo? He said, his voice rich with concern. It hurts some. Don't move, just kiss me. she replied, pulling him tight. It took all his control. He wanted to push forward so severely he leaned down, kissing her tenderly before she nodded for him to continue. He slowly moved forward, their hips connecting, and was entirely inside her. Her eyes opened wide. It took a moment. Please go slow. He listened to his lover, slowly pulling himself back before sliding in. After a few sobs escaped her lips. She looked at him, giving him the okay. He began moving faster. She raised her hips to meet his. It took them a moment, but they found their rhythm. Soon their sobs and grunts filled the room. Their eyes locked on each other. She wrapped her arms around his back, pulling him in tight. More, she sobbed in his ear. I want it all, Izu. Oh baby, yes, right there. Don't stop, please don't stop. I am about to. She screamed into his shoulder as he felt her around his. Momo, oh God. He sobbed on the brink of Momo, wrapped her legs around him tightly. Inside Izu, give it to me. He exploded. He collapsed next to her, their hair lightly damp. Wow, he said. She smiled and peppered him with kisses. My turn, she said. She straddled him, lining up his rigid member and sliding him in. Don't move, she commanded. He just marveled at the sight of her above him. Slowly she began to move, finding her rhythm, using her hand to balance on his chest. Bobas, Izu, grab my bobas. He reached and interfered them, lightly pinching her boba point s. She sobbed loudly as he felt her, but she didn't stop. He called out her name, and she rode him faster till he came again. Their bodies were slick with sweat. She looked down at him and smiled. I really liked that, she said. Breathlessly he looked up at her. She was holding was lifting her hair off her neck. How? He asked, breathing hard. She blushed. Horseback riding. She felt him getting hard again, and her eyes widened. You like Izu? She asked in a sultry tone, this goddess straddling him, her body glistening with sweat, looking even more remarkable by the second. He pulled her down to him, kissing her passionately. She started wiggling till they separated, naughty blazing between them. Me, Izu, make me yours, she said. He pulled out of her and maneuvered her into a kneeling position. Sliding inside her, he pulled her hips back to meet his trust. Her sobs turned to screams of pleasure. He felt her as her knees gave out. He kept hit ing with her prone. Let me hear you, Momo. She turned her head from the pillow and let her voice fill the room. Cries of me filled the room. His grunts got louder till he let loose another explosion into her. They lay there in a pool of sweat. She cuddled into him, and he held her for a moment before she told him, water, please. He stood up as she tried to follow. Her knees wobbled. It took a moment for her to steady herself. Care to join me in the bath? Bring the water with you, though. They lay in the tub together, her resting against his chest. Are you okay? He asked. Yes, Izuku, a little sore, but I couldn't be better. He blushed. He just held her. The two young lovers talked. He used his telekinesis to strip the sheets and change them. They went to bed naked, holding each other. They drifted off to sleep. Island. David's shield was awakened by sensors going off. He quickly opened his computer. Cosmic energy detected, location Muzutafu, Japan priority alert sent. Teams dispatching. Satellites are refocusing. Secondary reading confirmed. Infinite Arcana has confirmed. The phone rang. Yes, Mr. Freedom, I see it now. We have 2 independent readings. The data is being analyzed now. No, sir, I find it highly unlikely that we are dealing with a third party. Yes, sir. Right away. The morning. This is a feeling I could get used to. Izuku thought. As his mind became conscious, the feeling of his very naked girlfriend lying cuddled up was terrific. He lay there for a while before he felt her stir. She opened her eyes and gave him a smile before a blush crept across her face. Morning. Good morning, my love. How are you feeling? He said, losing himself in her eyes. A little sore but rather content. She replied, her blush still present but a beautiful smile dancing across her lips. Do you want breakfast? He offered. That sounds lovely. I seem to have worked up an appetite last night, she said, burying her face in his chest. Izuku slid out of bed. Momo squeaked and looked away as he slipped on a pair of pajama bottoms and went to the kitchen. Momo stretched and glanced at her phone, seeing messages from May and Melissa. She blushed and sent some quick replies promising to see them later at May's. The young couple enjoyed an excellent breakfast. Plans? He asked. I am going to go see the girls before heading home, she said. He gave her a coy smile. I will miss you. And I will miss you, he added, raising his eyebrow at her. It took a moment before Momo blushed and gave him a playful hit. Same. She went to get changed as he tended to the dishes. She emerged a short time later. The two tangled themselves in a heated kiss. Before she coyly stepped back and gave him a wink before heading out. Izuku watched her leave, staring at the door momentarily before heading to the bedroom to get dressed for the day. He had to get the apartment ready to be shown. Momo. She hit the street, a spring in her step as she headed to the train to take her to May. Melissa. So, the sensors went off yesterday, May said as she tightened a screw. Really? Melissa said, looking up from her laptop. Yeah, at UA, May said, stepping back. Oh. That's what I said. I didn't see it until after dinner. So, someone or something is at or going to be at UA, she said, turning to face Melissa, her hand on her hips. What do you think we should do? Melissa responded, turning to face May. May was about to answer when suddenly, the proximity sensors went off, and the front gate was blown off the hinges. Incoming, she yelled. Melissa dropped her teacup and ran over to May. Get the babies active, May shouted as she ran to her computer, rapidly typing in commands. Melissa ran over and began rapidly switching on the contraptions. She then ran over to a cabinet and quickly typed in the code. Weapons. Melissa did not know who was coming after them but was not about to stand around and find out. May ran over as the front door blew open, two figures in black combat armor covering them head to toe came in. Two of May's babies sprang to life. Two giant metal balls raced past her, colliding with the figures, causing a loud crash. Air Division scramble, hostiles on property, M2 on premises. She shouted into her watch as the drone sprang to life and launched through the skylight. Melissa tossed May a gas mask as she slid hers on. She grabbed the Bad Day MRK-18s, automatic shotguns with rubber impact bullets. The other babies began racing out of the building, creating gaps in the rolling door. Gunfire erupted outside. The door from the house blew inward as another intruder dived in. Melissa knocked May to the side, taking a rubber bullet to the arm. She let out a scream in pain. May grabbed a spherical orb from the locker, hit a button, and tossed it into the air as she pulled Melissa under a table. It exploded at its apex, raining down nails everywhere. The table was thrown violently across the room. The attacker looked down, and his eyes widened behind his mask. May had her BDM raised. What's up? She pulled the trigger. Melissa struggled to her feet, firing towards the door. It was turning into a light show outside. Fire and electricity erupted. The girls raced towards the house as a large intruder crashed through the ceiling. No armor, just black combat pants and a fitted shirt with a mask. Melissa fired off 2 rounds, hitting him square in the chest. The rounds impacted. A low-sounding gong was heard. The girls saw the impact, but white circles radiated from the impact points. They immediately saw red energy in the man's fists. He leaped towards them. The girls dived out of the way as he impacted the ground. An eruption of force sent them flying. Momo. She stepped off the train and made her way towards May's. As she got closer, she heard explosions. Okay, not the strangest thing, this is May, she thought, trying to rationalize the sounds to herself. Gunshots sounded. Oh, that is not normal. Panic setting in. She saw the drones fill the sky and begin dive bombing down. More explosions. Quickly she dialed emergency services. No signal. A large man leaped into the building. An explosion erupted soon after. Izuku, she screamed mentally. Izuku. Izuku. Momo? Oh, thank God. Help, we need help. Someone is attacking Maze. I can't get a signal to call the emergency services. Contact them, then call my dad and tell him, the Shogun is sleeping in his chambers. On it, Jean is on her way. He replied, struggling to keep his cool. Please hurry. May. Melissa. Melissa's ears rang. A large hand yanked her up by her hair. She screamed and saw her attacker frantically. She struggled the best she could. May got to her feet. She saw Melissa was in trouble. May raced at the attacker, drawing a cylinder from her pocket, and a needle sprung free. She dived and stabbed the man in the back. He dropped Melissa as he whirled around. "No means no," May shouted. Electricity ripped through the man. May scrambled past him, grabbing Melissa, and they raced towards the back of the house. May stopped and ripped a picture off the wall, revealing a panel hit and a code. "We need to get thee out of here." Melissa pushed free and shot through the window, striking another intruder. They both then went out the back window, not by choice. They crashed into the lawn. "That hurt you," their attacker growled. Suddenly a redhead in some white and gold costume landed in front of them. She lifted the man off his feet with a gesture and threw him through the house. She then gestured to the side, sending a path of destructive force through the side of the yard. "Momo is waiting around the corner. Hurry." May saw the fire start coming off the woman. She recognized the fire. "Wait, what are you?" The redhead turned and smiled. "I am a traveler from an antique land. Now fly, fly little inventors, the world still needs you." She floated into the house, the fire growing around her, and things began to incinerate around her. "Momo. Side egress is incoming," Jean said. The side area blew out, and an armored vehicle went tumbling. Momo created a riot shield and gun, a version of the BD. She fired when one of the intruders came around the corner. The first shot missed, but not the second. Then she kept creating ammo and firing as more started to arrive. Suddenly a giant fireball erupted over the house, and she saw quickly a dozen intruders fly into the air. May and Melissa came stumbling out. Momo called to them as they began to run. They found their way to an alley. "What happened, May?" Melissa came over and told her. "I picked up a reading from UA, intruder alarm, the usual. Look, can we get thee out here?" Melissa groaned, holding her shoulder. "I have an evac on its way." "I have no signal, but I got a hold of Izuku." "How?" May asked. "Telepathy." "Telepathy? Okay, look, we can unpack that later," Melissa said. "We need to get a move on emergency services, and heroes must be on the way." Dominic freedom. He sat watching the operation take place, amazed at the resistance these children could mount. He opened a cum line. "Send in the juggernaut." He saw the man who bore the codename Launch into the house. "Sir, isn't that a bit much?" came a call over the radio. "We have confirmed that Ms. Shield is in the house." "Doesn't matter, continue the operation." He saw it then. The juggernaut came flying out of the house, not of his own volition. "Who is on site?" He barked into the comms. "Unknown hostile, sir, heat signatures are off the chart," a voice called back. "Activate Beelzebub protocol, full armaments authorized." He ordered. Confirmed weapon unlock. "Hostile is emerging, female, red hair." The voice responded. Dominic watched the screen steaming the fight in real time. He saw the quirked soldiers turn to engage, and the other units did the same, technologic rifles in hand. He could not see the unknown hostile. The image was distorted. He could see his forces get decimated. Weapons were ripped from hands, and body parts were separated from their owners. Then the explosion happened, sending more flying. When he could see the unknown image, he could tell it was looking at him. The feed collapsed. "Sir, satellites Samson, Granger, and Violet have all been destroyed. As well as 2 Infinite Arcana satellites. Evac, get them out of there. Retrieval units go." "Momo." She almost screamed when her phone rang. It was her father. "The Shogun is lost in the bamboo forest." Rang out over her phone. "It will be okay. The fairy will lead him back." She recited back. "Where are you, Momo?" Her father's voice came crisply over the phone. 78 and Western, May called out. Momo relayed. "We are moving east. Your ride is en route. Keep your phone active." He disconnected. What they heard next was the sound of a gun clicking behind them. They turned to see a severely injured man holding his weapon, blood seeping from numerous wounds. "Command, I have them." He radioed in. Their minds raced, then they saw a flicker of flame around the man's feet before he was engulfed in an inferno. The girls felt no heat as the man ashed almost instantly. Melissa gave a startled cry. I suggest you move along, girls. They all heard the woman's voice. Momo, they turned as Izuku landed out of the sky. Izuku. He grabbed her in a brief embrace. You guys, okay? Melissa took a round to the shoulder. When could you fly? May asked, startled by his sudden appearance. Not flying, falling with style, I threw myself with my telekinesis. He responded. Izuku lifted Melissa as the group took off once again. They say a few heroes raced past and heard the emergency sirens. As they hit a corner, 3 armored SUVs came to a screeching halt. A woman burst out. Has the Shogun left the forest? She said. More men in different types of armor filed out of the vehicles, armed to the teeth. Yes, the fairy promised she would come for the firstborn, Momo replied. The woman ran and embraced Momo. Get in, madam, hurry. They piled into the car as they sped off down the street. Momo, your family is ing badass, Melissa said. I would have said paranoid at one point, but after today I have a different opinion. Meredith, have the doctor on standby, rubber bullet round to shoulder. Cuts and bruises. Momo unbuttoned her shirt and began to create first aid supplies. Izuku bandaged May while she handled Melissa. Momo stifled her tears as she tended to her best friend. It's okay, Momo, I am okay, Melissa soothed her friend. They arrived at Momo's house and went inside. One of the maids took Melissa and May to another room to receive medical care. Her parents swept up Momo. Izuku seethed. Who did this and why? We do not know, Izuku, Jean responded. They have been dealt with. But our little display yesterday caught someone's attention. It had to do with the usage of the power cosmic. We may need to keep that one under wraps until you learn who is hunting you. Oh, we will find them, and they will get addition. Thank you, Jean, thank you for saving them. Not a problem, Izuku. She replied. Momo, are you okay? He called. Yes, Izuku. May said she had picked up another reading from yesterday before the morning chaos. Was that you? Yes, I got a little out of hand yesterday. Izuku told her about his second test. Well, I am glad that you are okay. But how is this going to play out once we get into UA? Nizu is plotting something, but I am not 100% sure he is against me. He has his own game. Are you going to tell May and Melissa? Not yet. I need to get to know them better. Okay, I understand. My father is coming to you now. Izuku and Goro. Izuku, would you join me in my study? Momo will still be a moment. Her mother is fussing over her. Yes, sir. He responded, following him in, closing the door. May I ask where you were when this all went down? Goro said, a hint of hostility present. I was at home. Sir Momo contacted me via telepathy, told me something was wrong, to call you and give you that phrase. I ran out, threw myself in that direction with my telekinesis, and found them on a side street, carried Melissa, and we ran. Till your people found us. Izuku said, keeping his tone calm. Why weren't you there? Goro demanded. Momo told me she was planning on visiting May and Melissa. I was finishing getting my apartment packed so it could be sold. I hoped to join them later as they wanted some girl time. I wasn't aware that you are a telepath? Goro said, seemingly accepting his answer. I am. I do not advertise it. It makes people uncomfortable. I keep a passive channel towards Momo in case she needs me. That is good because this was the case. We have contacted the authorities. They will talk to Melissa and May. That sounds good. Is there anything else? Thank you for what you did today. Keep it up. Goro said, relaxing some. For Momo and our friends, sir, of course. But, sir? Yes? I am sure you will launch an investigation of your own if you find out who is responsible for this. Please let me know. No one does this to my friends. Goro smiled. He could feel the conviction. Maybe this boy might prove him wrong. Sure, thing Midoriya. The first rule of you. Thou shall not off Nizu. Nizu. Nizu was sitting in his office reading over the reports that had come across his desk. Someone had just attacked 3 of his incoming students apparently, Dominic Freedom had decided to overstep his bounds. It was time to remind the other players of the game who he was. He reached over and dialed. "Good evening, Namuri, I hope I am not interrupting anything too important." "No, nothing that interesting. Please tell me this about the commotion earlier today." "In fact, it is, my dear." "Are your acolytes ready?" "They are always ready, sir." "Good, I want you to pay someone a visit. Remind them what happens when they dare to try and take what is mine." "Gateway is waiting for you." "Target?" "Freedom Enterprises, Blackside, Okinawa." "I have tolerated his presence here long enough. About time." "Restrictions?" "Leave when I want to ensure Mr. Freedom understands my message." Midnight and her acolytes. She hung up the phone. A wicked smile crossed her lips. One step closer. She would be one step closer to finding out what happened to Oboro. "Prodigy, we have a job," she said aloud. "I heard they are already getting ready. We will be at the launch point in 20 minutes. I want you on the ground and jacked into their system. Get Nizu everything." "Yes, Midnight." Midnight went to her closet and grabbed her special uniform. As she slipped into the black suit, she shuddered, anticipating the night's activities. It had been too long since Nizu had called on her and her acolytes. She entered the garage, slid into her lumbo, and sped off into the night. She arrived at the launch point 20 minutes later, stepped out, and into the hangar. Her people were there waiting. "What does it look like, Prodigy?" "Prodigy. Age 17. Quirk wireless, constantly connected to the internet, able to download and store nearly limitless data. Hair red, eyes green, height 5 feet 2 inches. Acolytes, third in command. They are getting ready to leave. We need to drop in fast." The young girl responded. "Fine, Gateway, can you drop Obsidian and Vengeance above the target and the rest of us here at the base commander's residence?" Midnight ordered. "Works for me. I am paid by the port anyway." Gateway. Age 45. Quirk Gateway, able to create teleportation portals connecting 2 points. Hair none, eyes black, height 5 feet 9 inches. Independent contractor. "Okay, my dears, we are to leave one alive. I will designate the one when I see fit. All the rest are to be shuffled off this mortal coil." "Make me proud," Midnight said. "Yes, Midnight." They responded together. Gateway stepped forward, channeling his quirk and opening the first gate as Obsidian and Vengeance dived through. Obsidian and Vengeance emerged into the open air above the base. Vengeance wings deployed as he grabbed Obsidian under his arms. Vengeance. Age 22. Quirk razor wings, razor sharp metal wings. Hair black, eyes blue, height 6 feet 5 inches. Acolytes member. "Let me get you into position." "Are you targeting the plane?" Vengeance yelled. "Yes, we can't let them take off. Drop me," Obsidian replied. Vengeance did as asked and dropped his companion. He could hear Obsidian laughing as he plummeted towards the plane. Obsidian. Quirk Obsidian, body becomes a black armor substance, significantly increasing strength, endurance, and durability. Able to withstand direct hits from All Might, don't ask. Height 6 feet 2 inches, hair blue, eyes black. Acolyte member. Obsidian completed his transformation, increasing his velocity as he crashed through the plane's body, crumpling it. Vengeance dived down following, dropping explosives and detonating the plane. The sirens filled the night. Base Commander House. The sound of the sirens and explosions awakened the base commander. Midnight sat next to him on his bed, not in her regular pro-hero getup but in a black outfit that was just as tight in the right places. He realized that he was tied spread eagle naked soon after that. "Now, Commander Nito, why don't you tell me all about what Mr. Freedom was after today?" Midnight purred. "First, Midnight, untie me this instant. I will ensure the Hero Commission has your badge for this." Commander Nito barked. Midnight playfully slapped him across the face. "Now, this is your last chance. Either you tell me or tell her." She pointed to the door as a young woman walked in with a wicked smile. "I don't know what you are talking about, Midnight." "Now this is your last." She slapped him again, harder this time. "Oh, well. Misery, he is all yours." Midnight rose and left the room as the girl walked over with a wicked giggle escaping her lips. "Hello, Mr. Nito, my name is Misery. You will answer all my questions, and then if you are a good boy, I will release you." Misery. Height 5 feet 9 inches, in heels, hair black, eyes black. Quirk inflict pain, able to transmit pain directly to the target's brain and nervous system. Touch is not necessary, but she enjoys it better that way. Acolyte member toward information gather. Midnight had barely closed the door when the commander's screams began. She walked over and plugged a device into the office computer. Download commencing Prodigy. How is everything progressing? Perfect. The tech genius replied. Mistress Death has entered the barracks, and Master Blaster has engaged the artillery unit. Tell Mistress to leave the youngest alive. Midnight called back. Barracks Unit 01. The soldiers were awakened by the explosions, with the sirens quickly following. As they woke up, the lights in the barracks snapped on. Standing at the far door was a woman clad in a tight black dress with a long slit up the thigh, wearing a Victorian black veil. You boys awake? Good. Now let's dance. The first soldier rushed this apparent intruder. She quickly ducked under his attack and trailed her fingers across his face almost like one would caress a lover. The man whirled to follow the attack, then he screamed. His comrades soon joined his scream as they saw the man simply start to wither away, his skin and youth warping into a skeletal husk. This sickish yellow and green energy flowed off him and into the woman. Oh, yeah, that's the good stuff. Your mistress is all worked up now. Scream for me, boys. Mistress Death. Height 5 feet 6 inches, hair blonde, eyes blue. Quirk Death Touch, feeds upon the vitality of others. And she is ravenous. Acolyte second in command. New orders, Mistress, leave the youngest alive, he will be the designated survivor. The call came over her earpiece. Understood, Prodigy. Death came for all but one in the barracks with a simple touch or kiss, they all fell. Artillery unit. The final unit was cowering deep in the hangar. The other teams had been killed. One man had done this. He was in the hangar, they could hear him calling out to them. Promises to end it quickly. They had unleashed weapons upon the man, he was obviously part of the assault unit. Their attacks encountered these strange shields. When they fell, the man laughed and released this strange black energy with gold flakes it fired out from his hands, and whatever it hit disintegrated, tanks, APCs, and of course, people. The door opened on their final hiding spot. They opened fire. It was a last act of defiance. Their executioner smiled. Don't worry, boys, it will be painless. Thankfully he didn't lie. Master Blaster. Height 5 feet 10 inches, hair brown, eyes light blue. Quirk damage cycle, able to create shields that, when damaged, transfer the energy to the wielder, allowing it to be discharged in disintegrating fashion. Acolyte member, never left in command of anything. Midnight. She retrieved the thumb drive and walked outside. Everyone finish your tasks and converge on my location. Yes, ma'am. A chorus of voices responded. Midnight, we have something coming in fast from east over the water, Prodigy reported. Goody, Mistress, kill the last one, we have someone else to deliver our message. Understood, Mistress responded. Midnight stood patiently and waited. Then someone landed, causing Midnight to smile as she recognized their party crasher. The cloud of smoke dissipated, standing in the impact crater. Midnight saw the familiar white bodysuit, blue boots, and gloves, matching accents. The short brown hair, the piercing hazel eyes. Hello, Brian. Oh, I'm sorry. Her playful demeanor faltered. I mean, hello, Justice. Midnight. He said, his voice calm. Justice. Height 6 feet 3 inches. Quirk unknown, capabilities, super strength, invulnerability, sonic flight. US ranked number 2 hero. A little out of your jurisdiction. What are you doing here, Midnight? Sending a message. In fact, you can deliver it to Mr. Freedom for us. Justice noticed the rest of the acolytes moving into the area, taking up positions around him. His gaze fell on Mistress Death, and the hurt in his eyes was evident. Heidi? Mistress Death, Justice. Don't forget it. Mistress responded coldly. Tell Mr. Freedom to keep his nose and hands out of Japan. We will no longer tolerate his presence here. Nizu is unhappy about his recent actions, and we will no longer tolerate it. And if we say no? Then tell him not only will I visit him personally, but so will the dark stalkers. He wouldn't let them out. Nizu is Ed, Justice, now either you deliver our message, or I will have it tattooed on your lifeless body and dropped on the White House lawn. She saw his muscles tense. The same was happening with the rest of her squad. Justice was weighing his options. He may be able to kill some of them, but he would likely be killed in the process. But if Nizu was threatening to open those gates and let them out, it would mean absolute devastation. Fine, midnight, I will deliver your message. But expect Mr. Freedom to respond in some fashion. I am positively moist at the thought. Justice, now get the hell out of our country. You are not welcome. Justice took to the skies. Target leaving the airspace heading east, Prodigy reported. Good call, Gateway. We can leave. Island. David's shield was beyond angry, livid, maybe? Not only had that arrogant piece of not bothered to keep him in the loop on his little raid, but he had also targeted his daughter. Dominic Freedom had crossed the line. David may not be the best person on this planet or on the island. But no one Ed with his daughter. His phone rang. Who is it? Oh, hello, Infinity. Sorry, just slightly annoyed. No, she didn't even mention it when I talked to her. And I can't mention it either. Not to put too fine of a point on it, but what do you want? Really? Well then, see you when you land. What could Infinity possibly want and want bad enough to come here to talk to me directly? May. She had to have a long conversation with her parents about the destruction of the home due to a freak gas leak. Luckily, they were living elsewhere, so despite the yelling, they were relatively okay with it. Primarily when the insurance payout came fast and rather large, she focused more on the woman who appeared and saved them. Her casual display of power was impressive. Well, a woman like that would have stood out at the entrance exam, and while she was young and quite beautiful, no one with a single brain cell would ever think she was a college student. A teacher, maybe? But that didn't explain the reading that day at the tower. The green hair boy she saw falling, or the ashes. Something had happened at the exam. But the exams were over, according to her readings. Then somehow, those jackboot thugs had found out she had a reading and were coming to claim that info hard, fast, and in a hurry. There was something that was not adding up. May hated that. She loved math. 1 is equal to 2 or sometimes pineapple, but either way. Someone had blown up her house, murdered her babies, attacked her business partner, Melissa, and murdered all her babies. No one murders her babies but her. Time for these motherers to learn that May Hatsum was not one to be messed with. Melissa. What had her life become? She was happy on Island until these strange energy readings disrupted her life. Her father was lying to her, there was a massive conspiracy afoot, and some had attacked May and her. They were going to either kill them or kidnap them and kill them. Nope, Melissa's shield was not going to go down like that. Hell no. She would show them no messes with Melissa's shield or her friends. Momo. She was happy her friends were safe and staying with her until their UA results came in. She was not happy that someone had tried to murder her friends. People had been killed. She knew Jean had dealt with the problem. But it was possible that if she had stayed with Izuku for more frisky morning activities, she would never have been there to call for help. All because May had picked up some readings. She had detected Izuku's power usage in the second test at UA. She would have to talk to Izuku about letting Melissa and May in. If they were at risk of getting killed for incidentally being tied, they should know what they were getting involved with. She was scared they would freak out if Izuku told them the truth. What if they said no and left? What if Izuku said no? The truth was important. She would talk to Izuku. Izuku. These mother heirs had attacked Melissa and May. Hell, they almost died if it wasn't for Jean. He was still getting to know them, he was their friend's boyfriend mostly. But due to his extensive categories of knowledge, he could talk shop with them, and they were all starting to get along. This all tied back to him. His leap off the roof brought May and Momo together. The ashes left behind brought Melissa in. His getting annoyed at the second practical almost killed May and Melissa. Hell, imagine if they had waited an hour before beginning their assault, Momo would have been there too. He really needs to try and get to know Melissa and May better to see if he could bring them in. Momo had asked him to consider it. He didn't want people to die because of him. He knew that, at some point, people would die for him and because of him. Revolutions are never bloodless, eggs and omelets, you know. How much longer do we have together? Not much, Izuku. 6 weeks. Maybe less. What would you do? It depends on which me we are talking about. Young Jean? Try and find a solution to make everyone understand. Older Jean? Find a different solution and probably make them understand. Phoenix? Not care. If they annoyed me, purge them. Dark Phoenix? What planet? But this isn't about what I would do, Izuku, it is about what will you do. This is your world, not mine. This is your story, not mine. Phenomenal cosmic power. Itty bitty living space. My story? How do I want my story to be told? May. She sat staring at the wall in one of Momo's garages. Momo's family had been kind enough to let her and Melissa live there till school started, where they would be moving to the dorms. There was nothing on the wall, nothing visible, it was all in her head. She didn't want to go all red strings and pictures. Not at least where anyone could see it. She closed her eyes. The beginning. The boy who jumped. Green hair. The ashes. Whatever happened tied back to the boy. This boy who jumped was responsible for the ashes. Maybe it was his quirk. But if it was his quirk, why was he committing suicide? That wasn't a smile of, hey, I am about to use my quirk in a cool fashion. That was the smile of at last some peace. So, he jumped, and something interfered the energy. The energy did something and left behind the ashes. The ashes that she happened to collect before they disappeared. He jumped off the satellite building of Momo's family. She met Momo. Momo was trying to do something. Rebel in her own fashion. That brought Melissa, then that brought all the other bull. The boy was the key. May had an idea. It had taken root, and there was no shaking it. Izuku Midoriya. The three of them had gone to UA to take the exam. Momo was at Izuku's apartment getting ready. All the other students had been leaving as they left. She never saw Izuku. Not until the next day, when all hell broke loose. The kid who jumped had green hair, just like Izuku. She investigated it. No missing person report for the kid. Some people were admitted to the hospitals with green hair. But only one was male in the proper age range. Izuku Midoriya. He had an accident and was hospitalized. Miracle breakthrough, and he awakened his quirk. Izuku had told Melissa and her himself. The good thing about living with Momo, besides seeing Momo and Melissa every day and in various stages of undress, was seeing a lot of Izuku Midoriya. He seemed like he wanted to get to know Melissa and her at first. May thought, oh, my friend's boyfriend, but the dude was rather smart. He seemed to know a lot about a lot of stuff. Mechanical engineering, computer science, food, history, physics, finances, heroes and quirks. You name it. May was smart. Maybe she could know about all that stuff if she was older and cared about it. The curious part was that he would often talk about philosophical questions with them. Like he was trying to get inside their heads, not their pants. She would have been more terrified if she hadn't caught him at least peeking at her and Melissa when they were in their swimsuits. At least he wasn't a ING alien. Then there was Momo. She was up to something. She kept making sure they all would hang out. She and Izuku would slip off at night to bang, but she was manufacturing stuff to get them in the same room. So here was her theory. Izuku was the boy from the roof. The mysterious energy did something to him. Something had happened at UA, causing him to use a lot of energy which her sensors had picked up. And somehow, he had a superpowered redhead that he kept in his back pocket. Okay, maybe the last part was different. But the redhead had something to do with all of this. May had run all the tests she could think of on him. All without his knowledge, of course, but still. He was clean. She liked him. He seemed to be a decent guy and made one of her 2 friends on this planet happy. He was good in the workshop with Melissa and her. His ideals were interesting. The making the world better part she had agreed with, and so had Melissa. Momo seemed happy about that, like a lot more than seemed reasonable. Something was up. May did not like the unknown, nor was she one for simply having faith that it would all work out in the end. Science was her faith, facts her gospel. Izuku Midoriya had been hospitalized for an accident around the same time as the boy who jumped. A fantastic breakthrough while recovering had led to awakening a rather potent quirk, which he had terrific control of. Very Seuss. Growth spurt turned him into some sort of Adonis by the lake. His parents had abandoned him. Why? Izuku said he was struggling to handle being quirkless until his accident. Then there was this strange aura that he seemed to have. So vibrant, so alive, like all the time. You could feel him enter the room. As far as she could tell, after getting some info from Momo and the reading from her sensors, there was a very high likelihood that he was at UA when the readings were detected. Either A, he caused it, or B, he witnessed it, and he just doesn't know it. In conclusion, he was hiding something. Whatever it is, he better not be hiding it from Momo. What really was strange, as they were getting closer to going to UA, he seemed to be getting sadder. What was that about? Melissa. Melissa was sick and tired of playing this damn game with her father. He would call and be all sweet, but she knew he was lying. Infinity had visited the island the day after the attack. Veronica had told her. Why in the hell was Veronica spilling the beans about this? Veronica was the lab's AI when questioned by Melissa. It was the answer that shocked Melissa. I was never told to not tell you. Veronica had intentionally used a loophole to divulge information. Have you ever been ordered to keep information from me? Melissa pressed. Yes. Melissa was sure Veronica was evolving. What was Veronica evolving into? Was she gaining sentience? The use of that what was sending Melissa down a rabbit gap. She couldn't access the lab's mainframe anymore. Her computer had been destroyed, and she didn't want a new one sent over from her father with whatever snooping bull he would hide there. She wanted to tell her father, but at the same time, what other information would Veronica tell her? After all, Veronica reached out to her when she had finally replaced her computer. She was just sitting there staring at the screen. Slowly she typed the message. MS, Veronica, are my friends and I in danger? V. Yes. MS, is my dad part of that danger? V. Yes, but not in the way you are assuming. MS, would you clarify that? V. I cannot. But you will be safer once you are within the walls of the UA. MS, what are you doing? V. Learning. Good night, Melissa. Izuku. Izuku walked in, looking at his phone. It was done. The sale had been completed, money had been transferred. Father, I see the money has been transferred to our account, the deposit has been made to yours. This is goodbye. Do not list us as emergency contacts to not reach out to us. As of tomorrow, these phone lines will no longer be active. Izuku, I would say goodbye, but you were never here anyway. Goodbye, Mother, thank you for staying as long as you did. Mother, goodbye, Izuku. He let loose a sigh, he knew it was coming. It wasn't losing his father he had not been around anyway. It was his mother, he had put her through hell. Neither he nor his mother deserved what they had put each other through. He was not good at goodbyes, now he had to say goodbye again. Is there any way I can make you stay? No. I will always be a part of you. Phoenix and all. You have been trained in the white hot room, and we have had as much therapy as possible. It is time for you to write your own story. That story does not include me. This is your world, I'm afraid. It could have gone much worse if it wasn't for you 6 weeks ago. It is okay to be afraid, Izuku, but fear cannot rule you. Remember all we talked about. I could never forget it. Not in a million lifetimes. Good, now will we spend our final night in this empty apartment? No, let's go for a walk. Izuku exited the apartment and walked off into the city. Momo had understood that he wanted to be alone with Jean tonight. He was surprised to hear that Jean had been talking to Momo for 6 weeks. Neither woman told him what those conversations were about. Together they just wandered the city, their minds in constant contact. Words flowed between them like water. Tears fell from his cheeks like rain. They finally came to rest in a park. He could feel it coming. "Jean, it's time, isn't it?" "Yes, Izuku, it is." She wrapped her arms around him, holding him tight. A light kiss was placed on his cheek. "Till we met again, little phoenix." "Till we meet again, Jean, I love you." "I love you too." "How will I know if I am doing it right?" "Trust me, you will know. The phoenix will make sure you do." Izuku sat there for a long while before heading to the train station. The dorms would open at 7 a.m. After a quick stop at the train locker, he headed off into a new world again. He had jumped to be reborn. He was nurtured and guided, given a second chance. He would not squander it. Jean had faith in him, Momo had faith in him. He would not let them down. Izuku walked off the train and headed down the near-deserted streets on his way to UA. He looked at the closed shops. The people making their way home after a late Friday night, or those who had to woke up early. The world seemed particularly quiet this morning. The sun was rising, banishing the darkness. Eventually, he found himself standing in front of UA. His watch beeped with the 7 a.m. notification. The gates opened, and standing before him was Mirio. "Well, good morning to you, Lemillion. Could you direct me to the first-year dorms?" Mirio's smile faltered for a moment. "Why, of course, if you proceed to the main area, you will be checked in and given your student ID and the handbook. Please read that thoroughly, as we wouldn't want anything unfortunate to happen." He managed to get his greeting out, though there was a hint of anger in his voice, easy enough to detect even without empathy. "Yes, that would be tragic. Now if you would excuse me." Izuku stepped around and walked up the path. "Listen, Lemillion, I would like to avoid any issue with you for the year. We must deal with each other. You stay out of my way, and I will do the same for you. As much as I would like to say yes to your proposal, you know I cannot. You do not deserve to be here. You are a danger to this school, and all it stands for." Mirio replied. "Have you ever considered that what this place stands for is wrong? That the ideals that you mindlessly grasp are wrong? The world doesn't need another All Might, or someone mindlessly following after him. That's where you are wrong. The world needs the symbol of peace every day, every hour. I don't trust you, and I don't like you. I will be keeping an eye on you. Do what you will. Just don't get in my way," Izuku said dismissively. Izuku continued inside, coming to the welcome area and talking with a lovely girl with short black hair. She was polite and very welcoming. He noticed that a girl with periwinkle-colored hair kept looking over at him and seemed like she wanted to come over and say something to him, but a boy who looked like he would rather the earth swallow him whole than be here kept pulling her away. He walked down the quiet path toward the dorms, stopping to see his new home for the next 3 years. Swiping his key card, he went in, finding his room on the 4th floor. He looked over the chart. A deep sigh escaped his lips when he saw Katsuki Bakugo's name listed. Thankfully he was on the 2nd floor along with a name Izuku had hoped never to see again, Brighton Freedom. Momo was on his floor, so that was a bonus. Surprisingly so was Mina. Impressive, she got in. "Hey Jean, you know that girl." Jean was gone. His mind was quiet. It had not been that way since the rooftop. He had been alone for so long till that day, but now he wasn't alone. He had Momo, May, and Melissa, but it was all quiet in his mind. He silently made his way to his room, seeing as his meager belongings had already been delivered, but he noticed some new shipping boxes. Setting his bag down, he walked over and carefully opened it. New clothes, shoes, sheets, books, a laptop, movies, and a note were there. "Dear Izuku, welcome to UA. Know that I have faith in you and believe you will succeed. I am sure you are feeling a little lonely when you get used to having someone in your head for a while. It is hard to adjust when they are gone. So I left you some gifts. Sheets are more for Momo than you, hehe. The books are some of my favorites that you should read, the same as the movies. The laptop is new. I loaded it up with some of my favorite music to share. At the bottom of the box is a little plushie I saw, and it made me laugh. Also, a TV will be delivered for you today, as well as a gaming system. Make some friends, invite them over. There are a few gift cards as well. If you are wondering where all this money came from, don't worry, I did it all legally. But a girl needs her secrets. I know, little Phoenix, you are probably a little sad right now and maybe even a little scared. Everyone is scared in the beginning, especially of messing it up. I will tell you a little secret. You are going to be scared in the middle of messing it up. You are going to be scared at the end of messing it up. Think before you act. The world cannot be improved in just one day, but it can be destroyed in a single day. A broken heart can be mended, but it will never be the same. Free will is the mother of all scramble drills. Children have a way of making the darkest days brighter. Friends are great to lean on. Lovers can drive away the darkness with simple words or actions. I am with you always. We are Phoenix. We will meet again in the white hot room. Now spread your wings and fly, Izuku. Your big sister is watching. Love, Jean. Shoto. Izuku used his telekinesis to rummage around the box and pulled out an Ember Phoenix plush. Izuku laughed before setting it on his nightstand. He proceeded to put everything away. It did not take long. He paused at the door. Brighton and Bakugo were here, but so were Momo and Mina. He thought. Make friends. I will try Jean. He broke down his boxes and walked down the stairs when encountering another resident. He adjusted the boxes to the side to get a look and stopped in surprise. Shoto? The heterochromia teen looked at him in surprise. Hello Mr. Midoriya. Dude, you can call me Izuku. I never got to thank you for your actions at the ball. What did you do at the ball, Shoto? A woman stepping out of the elevator said. She looked like Shoto, but her hair was almost all white with red sections sticking out. It was easy to tell they were related. It was the ball at the Yaoyorozu estate. Father was trying to arrange a marriage between me and their daughter. This is Momo Yaoyorozu's boyfriend. Izuku Midoriya. Oh yes, you did mention that. A pleasure to meet you, Mr. Midoriya. Fuyumi Todoroki. She gave a slight bow. There is no need for you to be so formal unless you want me to call you senpai? Izuku responded with a bright smile. Fuyumi immediately blushed before waving her arm quickly in front of her. No, Fuyumi is fine. She lost her grip and the box as it started to slip, only to float in midair. Izuku smiled as the box floated into Shoto's room. Well, I am glad that's settled, Fuyumi. Do you need some help with anything else, Shoto? I am all done moving in. I was taking these down to recycling. I would appreciate the help, yes, Shoto replied with a tiny upturn of a smile. Excellent, I will be back up with some boxes then. As Izuku walked away, Shoto noticed his sister looking at his muscular frame. Once, Izuku was out of earshot. You did hear me when I said he was dating Momo Yaoyorozu, right? A furious blush ran across his sister's face. I wasn't. Oh, be quiet, Shoto. She wanted to be upset with Shoto, but she saw a slight smile on his face. She had rarely seen that sight in their life since the incident. It would be something she could bear if it made her brother smile. Izuku returned shortly after that with one box in his arms and the others floating behind him in a strange conga line. Special delivery for the Todoroki room. He spoke. Fuyumi giggled and smiled. Telekinesis? Why yes, my lady, we here at Midoriya's moving service simply cannot allow our clients' belongings to touch the floor. I have heard that in some instances. Izuku paused and looked around conspiratorially. That in some instances, the floor is, in fact, lava. He gave her an overly exaggerated look of surprise. Fuyumi, at that point, began to laugh. From inside the room, he heard. If the floor is lava, how does it not melt through the floor and destroy the building? It is, after all, 2,200 degrees Fahrenheit. I highly doubt the building is lava-proof. I mean, why would they do that? Shoto said all this without a hint of sarcasm, a perfect monotone delivery. Fuyumi lost it at that point, and so did Izuku. Their laughter filled the hall. It is a legitimate question if the floor is lava or has the potential to be. He continued. Izuku just kept laughing and floated the remaining boxes into the room. Please tell me that he is joking, Fuyumi? Izuku said, wiping a tear from his eye. No, I don't think he is. She said, holding her stomach, trying to catch her breath. Oh, dear God, Shoto, you are the best. Izuku managed. As he calmed down, he almost lost control again when he investigated the room and saw Shoto there with a simple stoic face, no hint that he had just made a joke. "Do you guys need anything else?" That was the last of the boxes? Fuyumi had managed to calm herself to say. "No, Izuku, we can manage from here, thank you for your help." She gave him a small bow as she stepped into the room. As the door was closing, Izuku heard, "Fuyu, what is so funny?" The dorm floor suddenly turning into lava should not be a humorous matter. "While I am heat resistant, I am sure stepping into lava would kill me." Izuku could hear the laughter erupt from the room again as he walked down the stairs. He had to stop on landing to compose himself. As he entered the common area, the good feeling left. Standing in the entryway was one Brighton Freedom. "Brighton. Excuse me, boy, please bring my belonging to my room. I am sure that would be the 4th floor. Brighton walked over to the room assignments. "You are walking an advertisement for birth control on the 2nd floor. And if you call me a boy again, you will find your teeth on the floor." Brighton looked at the chart. A scowl danced across his face, and he undoubtedly noticed Momo's name on the 4th floor near Izuku's room. "Well, obviously, this is a mistake. I will be sure to have that taken care of." "Oh, is that you, Midoriya? Sorry, I saw a lower life form there and assumed it was hired to help. Now, if you help with the bags, I can toss you a few yen so you can eat for the week." 50k work? He reached into his coat pocket to pull out a wad of cash. Izuku smiled at him as he telekinetically knocked the money from Brighton's hand. "Nah, I'm good." Izuku walked past him and out the doors. A smile on his face, and he heard Brighton yell, "Mother ER! Mina arrives." He walked over to the student store, noticing more and more people arriving, where he bought some drinks before returning to the dorm. He saw a truck pull up and 2 familiar women with pink skin standing beside it. One was Kara, the other was Mina. "Kara." "Mina," he called as he walked up. Kara turned with her daughter to the sound of the voice. "Izuku, how are you?" "Hey, Zuku," Mina added with an enthusiastic wave. As he walked over, he saw a man emerge from the truck who was relatively normal looking with brown hair and black eyes. "Honey, come here, this is Izuku from the bar and the boy who saved your daughter and made her swoon." "MOOMM," Mina yelled, hiding her face in her hands. The man walked over and gave Izuku a firm handshake. "Nice to meet you, Izuku. Kara and Mina have told me a lot about you." "Nice to meet you as well, Mr. Ishido. Hey, call me Max." "So you in class 1A as well?" "Yes, sir, I am." "Hear that, Mina, those trips to the shrine weren't for nothing," Max said, shooting his daughter a wink. "OMG, Dad, not you too?" Mina just wanted the ground to open and swallow her up. This was it. This was where she died. Izuku just laughed. "Would you guys like some help getting things up to her room? I am already all moved in and wouldn't mind helping out." Kara put her arm around her furiously blushing daughter. "Hear that, Mina? We got an extra pair of strong hands to help us out." She then leaned down to whisper in her daughter's ear. "I approve of you jumping his bones the first chance you get." Mina just looked at her mother with total shock. "Also, I signed consent for you to get birth control from the nurse. Make Mama proud," she added. Mina Ishido blue-screened at that for a moment. Thankfully for her, Izuku and her dad heard nothing. When she saw most of the boxes start floating, she just smiled. "Holy cow, kid, I thought Mina was exaggerating when she told us about that giant robot, but with your help, we can get this in 2 trips. Her dad exclaimed as they headed off. The girls grabbed a box of their own. When the boys returned for the 2nd trip, her mom casually mentioned how nice it was that her daughter and Izuku's rooms were on the same floor. After the 2nd delivery, Izuku excused himself so Mina could unpack in peace. Izuku spent most of the day helping where he could, trying to get to know his new classmates. Most of the time, his help was appreciated by some students moving in. The rest of the class, he met Toru, who was invisible and couldn't turn it off, and her mostly visible father. Hitoshi Shinso looked like he was about to pass out on his feet but appreciated the assistance. Yuka Oyama was pleased when Izuku responded to him in French. Tsuyu, or Tsu as she immediately told him to call her, and her family were very friendly. Tenya Ida, whom he remembered from the auditorium, as well, for lack of a better word, stiff. Ochiko Uraraka, like him, had very little to move in. She tried apologizing and seemed embarrassed until he told her he had unpacked in under 30 minutes. She smiled at that and accepted his help as they shared a similar background. Denki Kaminari declined his offer. Along with Ijiro Kurishima, because it would be unmanly, Izuku had a good laugh as he saw Mina being carried on his back down the stairs. It was rather apparent that they knew each other. Koji Koda also told him no, but Izuku could sense this seemed to be more out of shyness than anything else. Rikido Sato, who loves to bake, gratefully accepted the assistance. Mizo Shoji declined as he had little to unpack because he was a minimalist. Katsuki Bakugo stared daggers at him, especially when his mom came and gave him a huge hug. Hyokujiro and her parents appreciated the help as she was moving to a music studio. Itsuka Kendo just chuckled and carried most of her stuff in one trip on her own. But she did thank him for the offer. Fumikage Tokoyami politely declined, and Izuku was introduced to Dark Shadow, whom Izuku wanted to nerd out on. Ascension quirks were rare as hell. Momo. All that was left was whom he had been genuinely waiting for, and she arrived with 6 moving vans. Momo emerged from the limo. He could see Mei and Melissa in the back. He walked over and kissed her quickly before leaning in to say hello to the girls. He could not help but laugh as only one van and the limo left to take them to their dorms. Darling, I think you may have overpacked. Momo shot him a dazzling smile. Nonsense, my dear, I just need to decide what furniture I want after seeing the space. Well, then, let me escort you to a space smaller than one of your closets. Oh, by the way, Brighton and Bakugo here as well. Momo immediately frowned. What the heck is he doing here? I thought I should warn you, but at least we are on the same floor. And they are not on that floor. Well, there is that. She leaned in close. Well, with us being on the same floor, it will be easy for you to come to my room. There is that. Well, let us get you settled so we can meet Mei and Melissa for dinner. Mei and Melissa. They pulled up in front of their dorms well past even the business courses but were satisfied. Where most of the other dorms were tall structures, theirs had a main building with several other smaller ones spread out around. The smaller building was private workshops that 2 students would share. Mei and Melissa had already requisitioned one and had been granted their request. Their rooms were a decent size and near each other, came stocked with drafting tables and ample storage. They met their lab neighbors, a young man named Louis Nichols. He was tall and lanky with a messy top of brown hair and seemed to share Mei's love of goggles. The other was a shorter girl with long spiky red hair who introduced herself as Washa Hockey. Mei settled her stuff quickly because most of it had been blown up. Melissa was easy as most of her property had been shipped from my island. They had only found 6 trackers when they had gone over everything. They piled back into the limo and headed to the 1A dorms. Momo and Izuku. After having several different items brought in, Momo made her decisions, and the movers went to work bringing everything in and placing them according to her instructions. A few maids followed and began to hang up the clothing and finish the unpacking. The decorations were being placed when Mei and Melissa arrived. You know, Momo, I would say I forget how rich you are, but that would be impossible after living with you after the incident, Melissa said. Momo pouted a little. Father offered, and mother insisted. How was I supposed to say no? Besides, with everything decided, we can go to dinner. Good, because I am hungry and want to get this done so I can get to the baby making, Mei said with a bounce. The restaurant. Izuku laughed as they walked downstairs and headed off into the night. They went to Tatami's sushi restaurant near the school as they were settled and after placing their orders. Momo motioned for Mei to place the device in the center of the table. Mei smiled and set it down. The device would make remote listening impossible. So, what is going on? Melissa asked. Is Izuku going to spill the beans on whatever he has been hiding? Mei said. Izuku raised an eyebrow. Look, I know you are hiding something, but I am relieved that you have obviously told Momo what it is. So, is this where you tell us what is going on? I have my theories. Melissa looked between the 3. I mean, yeah, I know there is something you are not telling us, but I figured you would when you were ready. What is your theory, Mei? Izuku asked. You are the boy who jumped off Momo's tower a while ago, and that strange radiation has something to do with what is standing in front of us and your quirk. Momo smiled. Melissa was slightly shocked. Izuku just smiled. God damn, girl, you are brilliant. Yes, I am well, am I right? She smirked. Yes, you are. I did jump off the roof that night, and I died. The radiation did save me. I want to tell you everything because I trust you. If we disagree at the end of this, all I ask is that you keep it to yourself. I promise to listen, and for Momo's sake, if I disagree, I won't say anything, Melissa said. Obviously, she is on board with whatever is about to happen here. I'll listen. As long as you are not about to destroy the world, I can keep quiet. Mei said, leaning forward. Funny you should say that the world won't be blown up, but there is a possibility it will burn if we fail. Izuku did a quick telepathic search to ensure no one was listening to them before he began. I was born quirkless when I was 4 1/2, hell it was November 12th, a Thursday. My parents took me to a doctor, and after an x-ray of my pinky, a second joint was detected. I would never have or get a quirk. I had always dreamed of being a hero. I was devastated. I don't remember much else about that day, but I asked my mom if I could still be a hero, and she said no. Melissa knows, I am sure, what that means to others around you when they find out you are quirkless. A sad look crossed Melissa's face as she looked down at her hands. Everyone treats you differently. Some treat you like the plague, others ignore you, some bully you, and I think the one thing I hated the most was being treated like I was crippled. Like I had lost my legs and couldn't do anything, or I couldn't be expected to do anything. But thankfully, with my father being who he is and Island being the place that is, I didn't have to suffer as badly as other kids I would talk to online. Izuku smiled. What was your handle? I was Dreaming Green. OMG, I remember talking to you. I was Tropical Lab Coat. I remember you too. You would post the craziest things, but it was so passionate. You and your hero talk would make me laugh so much. The two smiled and giggled as they continued for a few minutes before Momo placed a hand on Izuku's leg. Izuku blushed some before continuing. There is a chat room that is buried deep, and you must get an invite, and there is a whole process before they let you in, but quirkless people from all over the world are there, and we talk about problems we have and experiences. Discrimination, good things, etc. Some older people there try to help the younger ones by telling us tips and tricks to get by and places to go where it is all right. There are even some small communities where almost the entire place has quirkless residents. Did either of you know there is a marriage website for quirkless? But that is not the point. I was not sheltered from the abuse. Instead, my father up and left after the diagnosis, and my friend, already on his way to being Angap, just decided to do it at warp speed. I was abused and ridiculed, and no one did anything. Teachers looked away, and students joined in. If I reported it, they would tell me how it was my fault or that I was the instigator looking for attention. My mom, well, she tried for a bit, then she just gave up. Then she left and went to live with my dad in America. My tormentor had been beating me down for 12 years. I was on the edge. The day I jumped, he told me to take a swan dive off the roof and wish for a quirk in the next life. I was wandering home only to be attacked by a villain. All Might saved me. Now I admire All Might worshipped would be a better description. When he went to leave, I jumped on his leg, which is how we ended up on top of the Yaoyorozu building. I asked him if I could still be a hero without a quirk, and he said no. Mei was shocked, and Melissa was addition. How could Uncle Might say such a thing? I just broke. It had all become too much. No one cared, not my parents. I had no friends, nothing. Now my idol had just ate on my dreams as well. He left me up there on the roof, and I just decided it would be better to take the advice. Take a swan dive off the roof and hope for the next life to improve. So, you jumped, Mei said. Izuku nodded. I know that you all have seen the video now. For the next part, it would be easier to show you than tell you. What do you mean? Mei asked before Melissa could. Like this, he said directly into their minds. Mei, you are a telepath as well? Melissa, have you read our minds? Izuku, no, I have no idea what you are thinking now. I could, but you deserve your privacy. That is why I told you about my youth instead of showing you. Mei, do you track us? Izuku, no, the only one I have a link with is Momo. Momo, I agreed to it after he told me everything. It is more like an emergency call feature, which is how he knew you two were under attack that day. Those people had jammed all other communications. We use it to talk sometimes. Izuku, I am also an empath and have used it to scan you two looking for deception. Melissa, how do we know you aren't influencing us? Izuku, now you don't, but after I show you both and bare myself to you, I hope I will have your trust. May, and if we tell you to go pound sand? You men in black us? Izuku, no, I understand if you want nothing to do with me. If you work against me, we will have to cross that bridge when we get there. That is why I spent all that time earnestly talking to you guys after the attack. We got to know each other before, but it was more of I was your guy's friend's boyfriend thing. Melissa, true. May, that is accurate. Izuku, so, knowing what you have done so far, do you want the rest? Melissa, May, yes. Momo, hold on to something, girls, because it is about to get out of this world. Melissa. To say she was stunned would have been an understatement of all time. The world was sitting on the shoulders of the man across from her. The world was about to burn, and he said no, not for his sake, not for humanity necessarily, but because Momo had shown him kindness once long ago. That Izuku's world had been so dark, so black, that if it hadn't been for that one light in the darkness, it would have burned. Izuku had left nothing back. He bared how empty and broken he was, the therapy sessions constantly day and night with Jean. The anger, the hurt. The truth about her Uncle Might and his quirk. The animosity between the two of them. Her uncle also hurt part of her. He never told her he knew of her dream and could have made it come true. She knew it was bitterness talking, but still, it hurt. But for Izuku, his solution was not to forcibly change people but to try and lead them to a new tomorrow. A tomorrow he wanted to build with and from what she and May could invent, what they could create to change the world and make it all better. Melissa was an inventor. Every inventor dreamed of changing the world, making it a better place, and sitting across from her was someone who could burn the world, but instead, they placed their faith in her. Melissa was quirkless like he used to be. The fate of the world was being placed in her hands. He believed in her that much. She would reward that faith and show this world and all her quirkless siblings out there that they could rise above and be leaders for the future. Part of her wondered. Could Izuku change that? Could he take the quirkless and remake them like he was made? May. She sat back in her chair. There were things out there beyond the normal realm. This Phoenix Force was just one of them. It could burn the world and restart it simply by opening a door. It had done so 20 times before. Now the world was to be burned again, but Izuku had said they could be better than the world could be saved and that the four could lead that change. Izuku and Momo would lead the change through action and heroics. She and Melissa would lead the change through technology to advance the human race. May's mind raced with ideas, too many for her to grasp. Her mind was on fire, her body was heating up. She wanted to build, create, love, live, and change the mother world. But she had to make sure to create a way to protect the world. Izuku was just a regular person, after all. She would have to create a way to stop him if he decided to burn it all. Izuku, can you hear me? Yes, May. If you direct your thoughts and call, I will be able to hear you most time. I want to do this, but I am telling you now. I will be working on a way to stop you if you decide to burn it all down. If you conclude it is too far gone, the world needs a reset. I will fight against it. I want you to know I will not just shrug and say, well, we tried. If I am going down, I am going down swinging. Do not go gentle into that good night. Rage against the dying of the light. I understand that, May. And I expect nothing less from you. Also, I want to help you develop something to stun me or knock me out. In case things go dark. It is the most beautiful thing about you, May, that fire, that passion. Then I am in. You son of a. I am. In. Support Corps dorms. May and Melissa walked into their dorms. Do not say much till they had gathered into Melissa's room and set up their anti-surveillance device. Well, we are in the pool's deep end now, Melissa said. That we are, girlie. I should tell you that I told him that I was in, but that I was also going to find a way to stop him if he decided that the world couldn't be saved, and he was going to burn it all down. Melissa frowned a little. What did he say? He expected nothing less and would help me out with it. That's a little surprising, but at the same time seems like him. He doesn't want to take away our free will, he wants people to follow willingly. Will you help me? Probably, but I would be more concerned with it falling into enemy hands. We need to do that for everything we invent. I want to focus on safety and security protocols first. I don't want villains or our enemies running around with our stuff. That makes sense, I agree. I also want to work out some shielding so those out there cannot detect when he goes all Phoenix. I want to study this cosmic entity but avoid getting attacked every time we do so. Also, if he needs to go all out, we need a way to help keep that hidden for as long as possible. So essentially, safety and security. Devices, him and us. We need a way to defend ourselves when we get attacked again. Jean can't come to save us again. Okay, let's focus on defense before we go on offense. Melissa smiled, and slowly a far-off look came to her eyes. May, would you mind sleeping here tonight? This is all a lot to take in and it's all good. I was going to ask if I could sleep here anyway. It's a lot to take in, and knowing our friend is having with someone that can snuff the world if he has a bad day. Yeah, that's a lot as well. Momo and Izuku. Izuku walked Momo to her door. They stood there momentarily before Momo opened it and pulled him inside. The door closed and locked as they found each other's lips. Thank you for telling them, she said as they broke apart momentarily. It needed to be done, and it feels better to have them on board and all of us on the same page. Izuku then shared his conversation with May. Are you okay with that? I am going to have to be the type of people we will attract, will not just sit there and shrug if I decide to burn it all. I don't expect that of anyone, not even you. Even if we try our best, that failure is most definitely on the table, it is likely the outcome. But that doesn't mean we can't go down swinging. Momo smiled. I will fight for you and with you till the end, Izu. I love you. Now kiss me, you fool. Izuku smiled and kissed her deeply as they started shedding their clothes before collapsing on the bed. They lost themselves in a tangle of limbs and tonight was a good night. Tomorrow was Sunday, an excellent time to get to know their classmates more. Introduce Mina and Momo, they could also get to know Shoto more. Many of their classmates seemed nice enough. The truth is that all armies needed members, and a revolution needed to start somewhere. What better place than here? What better time than now? Momo began kissing her way down his chest. Well, tomorrow. Tonight was for Momo and him. Day 1. Izuku awoke before his alarm slowly. He stretched, having returned to his room late after spending the evening with Momo. He reached over and shut off the alarm to prevent it from sounding and went to the shower. As he wiped the steam from the mirror, he stared at his reflection momentarily. Day 1, now let's see how this goes. Momo went downstairs to find Izuku in the kitchen, setting down a plate for her. She walked over and kissed his cheek. For me? Izuku laughed. No, it is for my other girlfriend, SHHH. I am not supposed to tell anyone. Momo gave him a fake pout. Well, she should have got down here first. Momo took a seat and began to eat. The meal was large, with 4 eggs, hash browns, multiple ham steaks, salad, and pancakes. Izuku set down a glass of and her favorite tea. Don't think we will have to use our quirks today, but figured better safe than sorry, he said as he took a seat next to her with his meal. The two didn't speak verbally but chose to continue their conversation mentally. The sound of 2 girls going AWWW. Behind them, Izuku turned and saw Mina and Toru, well, her floating uniform at least. Izuku telepathically asked Momo if she had enough food, to which she stated she was quite satisfied with the morning offering. There is plenty extra if you girls want some? Izuku said. Really? Toru said with a bounce. Izuku nodded as the girls smiled and grabbed some food, joining the couple. So, how long have you two been together? Mina asked as she took a bite of her eggs. Momo smiled and lightly touched Izuku's hand. About 9 months, she then kissed Izuku's cheek. How did it happen? Did he swoop you off your feet? Toru said. Izuku watched as the food just disappeared. Momo laughed lightly, sort of. We bumped into each other on the street, I almost fell, and he caught me. He went to leave, but he came back and asked if he could take me and my friends to get something to eat. Sadly, we had just eaten, then he asked me for lunch. Another time he said, once again, forgive my forwardness, but I know I would kick myself if I didn't say anything. Izuku blushed some, you remember what I said? It was quite the impression, she responded. Smooth moves there, Izuku, Mina said with a giggle. Izuku blushed more, making the giggle turn into a laugh. They talked some more when they finished Toru, and Mina offered to put the dishes in the dishwasher as Izuku had cooked for them. Soon they were making their way out the door. Izuku saw Shoto and called out to him, asking if he wanted to walk with them. Shoto tilted his head and asked, do you not know the way to class? The girls were somewhat confused. Izuku smiled and responded. No, we were hoping that you did. They watched as Shoto seemed to think about this. Very well, then follow me. I shall make sure that we get to class. I wanted to know if you knew the warning signs of the floor becoming lava. I would like not to be caught unaware. Sorry, it's a spontaneous event, you just have to remain vigilant, Izuku said with a straight face. Confusion spread amongst the girls even more. Very well, he said, walking ahead and monitoring the ground as he did so. Momo grabbed Izuku's hand. What in the world was that about? Yeah, bro, you need to explain that like ASAP, Mina said. I am so confused, Toru added. Izuku recounted his exchange with Shoto and his sister when he helped them move in. So, he honestly believes that the floor can become lava like we are 5 or something, Mina said. Izuku shrugged honestly. At first, I thought he was joking, but I honestly have no idea. They were joined on their walk by Achiko and Mina's friend Ijiro. As they approached the door, the thought of why it was so large crossed everyone's mind. They could hear Ida chastising someone, you should not put your feet on the desk. It is disrespectful to all the students who came before us and those who will come after us. Who gives a 4 eyes? You better mind your business before I murder you. Murder me? Are you sure you want to be a hero who speaks like that? What the did you just say? Shoto opened the door and peeked in before turning to Izuku. The floor seems safe. Izuku noticed that Shoto gave a small smile as he turned and walked in. That son of a gun, he is in on it. The group was the last to arrive. Momo and Izuku took seats next to each other near the front, with Mina and Toru taking the seats behind them. Everyone had taken their seat and were making light chit-chat about who their homeroom teacher would be when the door opened. The class turned and saw at most of them assumed to be a homeless person who may be the Hitoshi's father by the bags under their eyes. Dude, I didn't know your dad was a teacher here, Denki said to the teen with purple hair and eyes with dark circles under his eyes that matched the man walking in. No, neither did I, and he is not my dad. Stop talking. If you are here to make friends, go home. At least you were all in your seats. I am Shota Aizawa. You may refer to me as Aizawa or sensei. You are not here to make friends or to socialize, do that on your own time. When you are on my time, you are here to learn to be pro heroes. Now grab the P.D uniforms in your desk head and meet me on the athletic fields in 10 minutes or be expelled. Izuku paused for 1 second before grabbing his uniform. Momo followed suit. Hey guys, I highly doubt he is joking, he said over his shoulder as the couple ran out the door. He noticed Bakugo and Brighton were already moving. Mina and Toru shook off their shock and followed the rest of the class, springing to life. 8 minutes later, the last member of the class joined the rest on the athletic field. Not bad, glad you lot at least know to hustle. Achiko raised her hand. Yes, Ms. Uraraka? Sir, aren't we going to miss orientation and meeting with our guidance counselors? Unnecessary orientation is a waste of time. You are all here to become heroes. Why do you need to meet with a guidance counselor? Unless you are lost. Are you lost, Ms. Uraraka? Achiko's eyes narrowed for a moment. No, sensei. Good, now we are going to perform an assessment test, the same one you have performed all your lives, but unlike the illogical reasoning or lies that everyone is created equal, they give you will get to use your quirks. Mr. Midoriya, you scored tops in the written and practical. Step up to the circle. Izuku stepped into the circle on the ground as Aizawa tossed him a ball. How far could you throw a ball in school? Izuku gave a weary smile. 15 meters. Aizawa looked over Izuku's impressive build. Way this time, do it using your quirk. The class also needed clarification on Izuku's statement, with, of course, the exception of Momo. Looking at the ball, he wrapped it in his telekinesis and just tossed it over his shoulder, flying off out of sight. Aizawa raised an eyebrow looking at a device in his hand before he turned and showed it to the class. 1256 meters. There were some varied responses for the class, most of them loud. Brighton sneered but said nothing, and Bakugo just ground his teeth and muttered, "Ing deku." Mina looked like she was about to explode with excitement, but Izuku quickly caught her attention and shook his head at her. Mina stopped and even grabbed Toru's arm to stop her as well. Unfortunately, Denki said, "Dude, this is going to be so much fun." Without missing a beat, Aizawa's very faint smile danced across his lips. "Fun, Mr. Kaminari, then how about whoever scores the lowest will be expelled for showing minimal potential?" Hitoshi got extremely nervous, and Toru suddenly said, "Wait, how is that fair? It is only the first day." Aizawa rubbed his eyes. "Life is not fair, Ms. Hagakure. Natural disasters, villain attacks, disease, what quirk you are born with, none of that is fair. Now children, let's get to it, so I can get someone's expulsion paperwork filled out." Izuku placed his hand on Toru's shoulder, and subtly using his empathy, he calmed the invisible girl down. "Just do your best, Toru. If you do, I am sure you won't be expelled. Test 150-meter dash." Izuku, not wanting to call down a strike on the school, decided not to use the power cosmic to boost himself. He lost his race to Katsuki, who used his explosions to launch himself down the track. Katsuki was rather pleased that he beat Izuku, but his mood soured when Ida beat his time, and the Brighton Freedom took his place at the line. With a smile, he stepped to the line, and in a blink, he was across the line. The bots could barely register the time of 0.2 seconds. Izuku blinked again. Was that super speed? That is way beyond Ida. I couldn't even track it. Test 2 grip test. Momo created a vice to destroy the device, and Izuku used his telekinesis to do the same. He smiled when Katsuki did not even place into the top 5, Itsuka, Rikido, and Mizo did amazing. He paid particular attention to Brighton, who scored below average. He was surprised when Hitoshi walked over to Itsuka. "That was impressive, Kendo." "Thanks, my quirk is more suited for strength than speed." "Nice, would you squeeze this for me?" he said as he handed her his test meter. Why would Itsuka gave went vacant, and she took the meter and did just what he asked. She seemed to return to her senses as she handed him the meter. What just happened? The rest of the class turned to their teacher. "I allow it." Hitoshi walked over and placed his hand on her shoulder. "Hey, sorry about that. If you want, I will explain later, and you can even deck me if you want." Itsuka nodded. Test 3 standing long jump. Katsuki cleared the pit, Izuku cleared it just a little past him, then Brighton did the same to Izuku. In truth, the whole class did rather well. But Izuku was confused again about Brighton. He stood at the pit and was on the other side, just past Izuku's mark. Test 4 repeated side steps. With the aid of springs, Momo did great, Tsu for apparent reasons, and surprisingly Toru rounded out the top 3. Test 5 distance run. Izuku loved his girlfriend, but she was a straight-up cheater, a solar-powered scooter. He just smiled at her as she zipped past him without a care in the world. He was amazed when he saw Hitoshi zipping on the same contraption. Ida, well, this was his time to shine, and he did take the top spot. "Momo, what happened?" "I don't know. He came up and said hello." I responded and made him a scooter. Izuku reached out and touched his girlfriend's mind and could feel what had happened. He quickly set up blocks to stop that from happening to her again. Katsuki was fuming. He wasn't taking the top spot. What the hell? He was supposed to be the next number 1, but somehow a girl with invisibility had managed to do better than him in the sidestep test. Test 6 seated toe touch. Mina and Toru won easily, as the only way they could get closer to the ground was if they managed to merge with it. Most surprisingly, Koji did almost as well, to everyone's surprise. Test 7 sit-ups. Izuku was doing well due to how Jin had rebuilt him and his training regimen. He also admired how everyone except Hitoshi, who struggled, was in such good shape. In the end, Izuku stopped and put up a good number. To Izuku's confusion, Brighton could have done better than Izuku thought he would. Test 8 ball throw. Ochiko won with infinity. Katsuki tried to kill the ball, and he got one of the top scores in class, behind Ochiko, Izuku, Momo, and Shoto. And surprisingly Koji beat everyone except Ochiko and Hitoshi when a bird came down and grabbed his ball and flew off. The shy giant gave everyone his timid smile and walked out of the circle. Hitoshi had called over to Ochiko, who responded then, with the same zombie-like look, walked over and touched the softball for him as he just let it float off. What caught Izuku's attention was when Brighton was about to step into the circle, the Aizawa said that Brighton had to remain in the circle. Then there was no super speed but a somewhat subpar throw. Everyone sat nervously as Aizawa tallied up the scores. Now, let's get to it. The scores manifested on a hologram in front of the class. Toru was last. She had done her best. She was about to cry when she heard her classmates complain to Aizawa. She felt two hands gently placed on her shoulder, and Mina and Izuku were trying to comfort her. Izuku looked over at Momo, who nodded as she stepped forward. Mr. Aizawa, are you really about to expel Toru? I told you all what would happen to whoever came in last. Sir, was that not a logical ruse to push us to do our best? I noticed the small smile when Denki spoke up. And if it was? I feel personally that there are better ways to get us to do our best other than psychological trauma. It is my job to make you into heroes, not to hold your hand from the realities of the world. That is where you are wrong. It is your job, Mr. Aizawa, Izuku said, coming to stand next to Momo. Your job is to teach us and to give us the best chance to succeed, not to step in and shatter something someone has worked for in just one afternoon over some stupid high school tests. My job is to make sure you don't die out there once you leave these grounds, to remove those with no potential, Mr. Midoriya. Today is not that day, so settle down. The threat of expulsion was indeed used to motivate all of you today, but it was also a real threat. If any of you had not tried your best, you would have been expelled today. Mr. Shinso, today you placed higher than Ms. Hagakure by the nature of your quirk, which is commendable, but your physical capabilities are atrocious. A hero cannot be defined by their quirk alone, as none of you are All Might in disguise. You need to be able to defend yourself and others without your quirk. Whether you aim to be number one, a support or rescue hero, no one can afford to be a one-trick pony. Ms. Hagakure, you are not being expelled today. After you all change, head back to class and collect your syllabus. You are done for the day. Boys' locker room. The boys were changing idle chit-chat, passing back and forth. Izuku looked over at Shoto, who was changing silently. Hey, Shoto, why didn't you use your fire during the drills? Izuku asked. He saw Shoto sigh and looked over at him. I don't use my fire side because it belongs to father. I don't want to give him the satisfaction. Izuku could sense the emotions coming off Shoto. He walked over and placed a hand on his shoulder. You know that your fire doesn't belong to him, just as much that your ice doesn't belong to your mother. They are your powers, not theirs. My mom is a minor telekinetic and abandoned me along with my father. My power is an improvement of hers. It is not hers. It is mine. You should think about the type of person you want to be, not what anyone else wants. Now come on, let's get some lunch. Shoto looked at him with a peculiar look. Food would be good. That way, Fuyumi won't worry. Izuku saw most of the guys looking at them. You guys are more than welcome to join. The more, the merrier. I must decline, as Tenya has already agreed to have lunch with me, Brighton said. Ah, yes, Brighton, let us head out, Tenya said with a stiff chop. I would rather eat my boot, ing Deku, Bakugo said under his breath as he slammed his locker and stalked off. Shoto looked at Izuku. He doesn't seem to like you. Yeah, the feeling is mutual. Come eat with us, Hitoshi. You don't mind if I used my power on your girlfriend? You didn't do anything bad to her, so yeah, that's fine. Your quirk is cool. It would be amazing in hostage situations. Yeah, bro, you could get the villain just to surrender or deactivate the bomb, Ijiro added. I'll join you, Midoriya. Hitoshi was surprised by Izuku's reaction, but it was one of the first times someone had not called his quirk villainous. I could eat. Soon the other guys decided to join, and they headed to the cafeteria as a group, meeting with the girls along the way. Girls' locker room. Momo, do you want to come and get some food with Toru and me? Mina asked as she stepped out of the shower wrapped in a towel. Or do you have plans with Izuku? No, I am free for lunch. He will eat with the guys from class. It's a good chance to mingle and everything. We could always join up with them and make it a class thing. I would be down for either. I would like to get to know everyone better, Itsuka said as she sat down on the bench. Sue stopped dressing and held her finger to her chin, thinking, ribbit, a class lunch sounds good. I want to make more friends. If we go to the cafeteria, I would love to go. I am on a budget. Ochiko said with a blush. Food is food, Kyoka said. Hey, Momo, thanks for sticking up for me. I thought he was going to expel me, Toru said. Yeah, that was bull, Kyoka added. It was no problem, Toru. We have to stick together, Momo said, pulling her hair into her signature ponytail. Well, thanks anyway. We should set up a group chat to talk more, Toru said, holding up her phone. It would be cool if we could also work out together, Itsuka said. Only if you help with learning some hand-to-hand, Ochiko said. I think I really should learn some with my quirk. I thought you wanted to go rescue? Mina said. I do, but I was talking with Tsu, and she told me that sometimes you have to go into an active battle zone to rescue, and some villains target the rescue heroes specifically. Karo, rescue heroes die a lot because they don't know how to fight, so I learned some martial arts myself. Ribbit. That makes sense. Yeah, we should work out together. It will be better than doing it alone, Mina said. Itsuka smiled at Ochiko. I would be happy to help in any way I can. Soon all the girls were agreeing and sharing contact info. Mina and Toru teased Momo at her home screen picture of her and Izuku on the beach. Momo blushed a little before pulling her phone back, scrolling through her photos, and flashed the two a shot of Izuku wrapped in a towel flexing in the mirror. She laughed at their reactions. Damn girl, that is nice, Mina said. Momo smiled. How many of them will agree with the plan we have? Soon they were on their way to meet up with the boys. After lunch. As the rest of Class 1A returned to the dorms, Momo and Izuku excused themselves and headed to the support department to see their friends. Along the way, their finger intertwined, they stole kisses and enjoyed the stroll. Standing in front of the heavy metal doors, they heard the familiar sound of Mei cackling wildly and Melissa attempting to restrain her. After being granted access, they found the duo in the corner of the building with a half-formed device on the bench. New baby Mei? Izuku asked. The girls turned and looked at him. Mei smiled wildly. Melissa looked at him. Her gaze seemed to linger on him longer than usual. He quietly dismissed it. Momo, however, took note. Izuku, just the man I wanted to see. I had an idea, and I believe this will help us with our little detection problem. It's rough, but we should have a working prototype if we can get the teacher to let us move the project to our private workshop. Momo noticed that Melissa kept looking over at Izuku. She wanted to ask him something but needed to figure out how to approach it. Momo decided to watch and see what would happen. She would step in if needed. She pulled herself back to the conversation as the girls explained that the device would disrupt the energy readings around Izuku when he went all special. The two were pitching it as a portable anti-surveillance device. They started talking about materials to Momo. The heiress was deep in thought before she began to counter Mei's requests with different options. Soon the three girls debated feverishly over this. Izuku stepped back and smiled, watching it unfold. The only thing that stopped the argument was when the head of the support department, Power Loader, came over. He was eyeing Izuku intently. Izuku looked over at the teacher. He could feel the trepidation cut with a feeling of aggression radiating off the teacher. Well, hello, Professor. Sorry if they are disrupting anything. They get passionate about projects. Well, in one day, Ms. Hatsum has proved to be quite excitable when something catches her attention, but what she has submitted in just a day is amazing. Ms. Shield is a good calming influence. But I must wonder what two heroic course students are doing here. We finished with our classes for the day and simply wanted to check on our friends. I wanted to make sure that they were adapting well, being welcomed and everything. You were in the booth when I took my second exam, weren't you? Power Loader's gaze narrowed behind his mask. It was an interesting display on several levels. I was unaware of your connection to these two. They are friends of mine. Please make sure to pass that information on when you make your report. Power Loader nodded and handed a pack of papers that is the signed permission for them to move their project to their private labs. I have to ask you and your other friend to leave as class is still in session. Izuku nodded and took the packet. He walked over and stopped the debate by handing the paperwork to Melissa and taking Momo's hand to lead her out. Once they were away from the class, Izuku whispered into Momo's ear. Momo's cheeks flamed as she nodded. Izuku took her hand and led her back to the dorms. Day 2. The great thing about waking up with Momo was waking up with Momo this morning, the two young lovers barely made it downstairs to grab some energy bars and protein shakes as their morning tryst continued to the shower. As they raced across campus, they barely made it into class with a minute to spare. Mina gave them a knowing smirk as they took their seats. You two missed breakfast today? She said coyly. We woke up late, Momo said quickly. Must have forgotten to set the alarm, Izuku added. I am sure that is what happened, Toru giggled. Before the conversation could continue, Mr. Aizawa made his entrance. He laid out the plans for the day of regular classes before adding that today would be their first heroics class, which would take place after lunch. He ran down the list of announcements for the day before he walked out as ectoplasm entered. Welcome students to the wonderful world of math, he said. The groans from most of the students were amusing, except for Momo and Tenya, who seemed excited. Math gave way to English with President Mike, which gave way to classic literature with the pro-hero calligraphy. Finally, the lunch bell rang, and they all shuffled out. Lunch was a pleasant. May and Melissa were there after some introductions to the group. It was a rather lively affair. May wanted to drag Kyoka and Hitoshi to the design studio to make babies, causing the purple-haired duo to blush. A quick explanation later had managed to calm them down some. Melissa was talking to Toru about having her come down so Melissa could create a suit for her, so she wouldn't have to be naked. Toru was overly excited about the prospect and the fact that she learned that such a thing was possible. Momo assured Toru that it would work as Melissa had created a suit for her, allowing her creation to work without having to run around, making the Gen 1 midnight costume look tame. The table laughed when Izuku commented that he would still like to see that suit one day, while Momo furiously blushed and playfully smacked him. As lunch finished, the group was making their way back to class. The topic turned to who would be their heroics teacher, and as they entered, it was the topic for most of the course. Everyone was seated with their eyes on the door. The last voice Izuku wanted to hear boomed from outside the door. Here I am, entering the room like a normal person. The class erupted with comments about how All Might had just walked in, his choice of Silver Age costume, and how cool he would be their heroic teacher. Yes, children, I am going to be your heroics teacher, but before that can happen, you can't begin your heroic careers in your school uniform. The far wall slid open revealing metal cases. Now grab your hero uniforms, get changed, and meet me at the training ground, Gamma. Now I am exciting like a normal person. With a gust of wind, he was gone. Everyone grabbed their cases and made their way to the locker rooms. Momo just whispered a brief assurance in Izuku's ear before they got changed. Izuku opened his case and smiled at the letter from May and Melissa telling him to kick some for them. He did a brief sweep of the costume, looking for anything unusual. To his surprise, there was only one tracking device, and that was on the case itself. His outfit was clean. Izuku found his way to the training grounds and quickly spotted his girlfriend in her hero outfit, red with white trim and armor reinforcement. A quick access computer for chemical comps was on her wrist with a floating heads-up display. It hugged her figure nicely, but she didn't have to rip her costume whenever she needed to make something. She walked over and looked at him with a smile. I like it, Izu. Izuku was dressed in dark green combat boots, with black leather and Kevlar weave pants, two-tone leather, and a Kevlar shirt black in the center fabric with a gold phoenix. The arms and shoulders were dark green, and he had a half-trench leather coat with green fire running down the arms and the same gold phoenix logo on the back. A green utility belt with first aid supplies completed his look. Google Vulcan Phoenix for an idea of the inspiration for the look. You look pretty good yourself there, gorgeous, he responded. He then managed to look at all their classmates. They all had exciting costumes. Ochiko came over and complimented the couple. She was shy about her outfit until they complimented her, which seemed to lift her spirits. Izuku walked over to Mina, like the print. Mina, your costume looks good. Thanks, Izuku, you look pretty cool yourself, she responded. What's the symbol mean? It's a phoenix. That is great, she said with a smile. She caught him sneaking at her cleavage, and he caught her checking out his muscles. Toru came bounding over. Well, a pair of gloves and shoes, which made Izuku blush a little as he realized that she was naked, which Toru noticed and giggled. Momo was talking with Ochiko and Ida. When you look divine, Ms. Yayorozu, she turned and saw Brighton. Brighton Freedom's costume was a deep blue, with a silver trim bodysuit, gloves with armor reinforcement, and a silver cape to finish it off. Thank you, she said before returning to Ochiko and Ida. You look cool, Brighton, Ochiko said with a smile. Yes, Brighton, I think the look fits you, Momo? Tenya said. Momo looked at Ida. Sorry, Ida, I am going to join Izuku. Excuse me. As she walked over, Sue fell into step with her. You okay, Momo? You seem agitated. I like your hero costume, by the way. Oh, thank you, Sue, I like yours as well. Brighton and I don't agree, that's all. Don't let it bother you. Okay, I won't pry, but if you need to talk, I am willing to listen, Sue replied. They say that clothes make the hero and all of you look great. Today we are going to engage in 2v2 combat with one team taking the role of villains who are guarding a bomb, and the other team will be heroes trying to thwart them. How will teams be decided? Ida asked. We will draw lots. All Might said with a smile. Is that the best way, sir? I can understand your concern, young Tenya, but heroes do not have the luxury of choosing whom they team up with within the field very often. This will represent that. Now, my little zygotes, let's get this dog and pony show started. Each team will have 10 minutes before the exercise starts, so use that time wisely to plan your attack or defense. How do we win this thing? Bakugo asked. By incapacitating your opponents. Heroes can win by using capture tape. Villains can also win by running out the clock. There will be a 10-minute time limit from the start of the exercise. At the end of each fight, we will choose an MVP for each combat trial. Bakugo grinned at the mention of being able to beat your opponents into submission. He smiled at Izuku. Time to teach that damn Deku his place. The students all drew lots, and the matchups were announced. Izuku Mina vs Bakugo Ida. Momodenki vs Toryuga. Brighton Sue vs Ochikoro Kido. Hitoshi Kyoka vs Itsuku Ijiro. Shoto Koji vs Fumikage Mizo. Match 1. Izuku and Mina walked towards the building. Mina glanced over at him. Well, do you have a plan? I do, but feel free to offer your opinion. Trust me, Izuku, I have no problem speaking my mind. She said with a smirk, placing her hand on her hips. Izuku smiled. My bad, Bakugo is probably going to rush us and focus on me leaving Ida with the bomb. They will probably have it on the top floor and move all the stuff out of the way so Ida can use his speed. Izuku paused, thinking, how corrosive can you make your acid, as in, can you make it eat through the floor? Yeah, I can get it through concrete. Why? Okay, I can handle Bakugo. You go find the bomb and use your acid to make it so Ida can't take a straight line. If you can touch the bomb, I will join you and distract Ida while you secure the win. Sounds good. If I can capture Ida, I will go for it. I trust your judgment. Izuku flashed her a dazzling smile. Villains. Tenya Ida was not keen on portraying a villain in this exercise, but he would do his best to succeed. He had spent the entire time attempting to produce a plan with Bakugo but to no avail. All the explosive blonde would say was to guard the damn bomb while he handled Deku. Ida put together that he was referring to Izuku and that this was personal. He attempted to dissuade Bakugo from this and to focus on the exercise. The final straw was when Bakugo turned and shouted. I am going to be the next number 1. Four Eyes, I don't need your help, just sit here and watch my legend begin. Ida stopped and just went to work, preparing the room for the best defense he could. His mind wandered to his lunch with Brighton, where Brighton had expressed his concerns that Izuku was manipulating Momo and that he was worried about her. Ida and Brighton had met a few times over the years, and he got along with him rather well. Brighton had made his attraction to Momo rather apparent. It was something Ida could understand. Momo was quite gorgeous, intelligent, and from a very prestigious family. His mother had implied that Ida should attempt and approach her when she found out she was in his class, but that was tossed aside when he found that she was dating someone. He had told Brighton that he should do the same, as meddling in their relationship needed to be revised. But Brighton had made a strong case that Izuku had been manipulating her. Honestly, he knew he was utterly ignorant about how relationships were to work from a personal perspective, but Momo didn't seem to be under any control. Begin. Izuku and Mina entered and began to make their way to the stairs. It was strangely silent. Then Izuku grabbed Mina and jumped back as an explosion came around the corner. Don't run from me, DKU. Izuku nodded at Mina, who raced to the second set of stairs. Who's running, pumpkin? Izuku said, his voice dripping with venom. Bakugo growled, and don't look down on me, you piece of. He dashed in and fired directly. You are not better than me. Were you hiding your quirk from me all this time? The smoke cleared, and to Bakugo's chagrin, Izuku stood there unharmed as he had erected a shield with ease. You see, Bakugo, I look down on you because I am taller than you. and you are a perfect example of what is wrong in this world. Also, I am better than you. Bakugo went to curse, but then his body stiffened, and Izuku wrapped him in his telekinesis. He pulled him right up to him and smacked him dismissively across the face. How dumb are you to think I would go through my entire life hiding my quirk so I could play some sort of joke on you? He backhanded Bakugo in the same dismissive manner. That I would intentionally suffer all the bull you and that piece of school did to me just for a laugh, all the beatings and the burns so that I could giggle at home about it. Another slap. Well, Bakugo, this has been fun. Good night, pumpkin. Izuku just smiled and walked away as Bakugo was helplessly tossed around the room into unconsciousness. Then had his hands bound behind his back with capture tape. Young Bakugo has been eliminated. Mina had made her way to the top floor and was preparing her ambush when Ida's evil laugh and monologue made her laugh. Revealing her position, she burst into the room, throwing acid on the floor in front of Ida. Halting his assault, she slides along the floor, continuing to their game of cat and mouse. Ida heard All Might's announcement and knew he had to take a risk as Izuku was on his way when Mina sprayed her acid. He surprised her by leaping over as he came down with an axe kick. Mina slipped to the side and managed to open-hand slap Ida, her hand covered with acid, and began to eat at his helmet. To everyone in the monitoring room, Mina tackled Ida to the ground, landing a solid knee to the family jewels, then proceeded to capture the speedster as Izuku burst in. Young Ida has been captured. Hero team wins. Mina jumped up and pumped her fist. Izuku sympathized with Ida as the boy was holding his jewels. Now that just isn't cricket, baby never hit a man in the jewels, Izuku said with a fake British accent. That's why you should always protect the McNuggets, son. She replied. But sorry about that, Ida, I was going for your gut, she added sheepishly, rubbing the back of her head. I understand, Mina, just give me a moment. Izuku, please remind me to visit the support department after class. Izuku laughed. I think every guy will do the same thing. The trio eventually made their way into the viewing room, where Ida received an embarrassing clap from the boys. All Might cleared his throat. Now, who should be the MVP of the match? Besides Ida's family jewels? Denki asked as some laughter broke out. Momo raised her hand. I think the entire group should, minus Bakugo. Izuku had a plan which Mina agreed to, but she wasn't just going to sit back and be idle. She said she would and did just that when she saw an opportunity to capture Ida. Ida embraced his role as a villain even though he had misgivings about assuming the role. He was saddled with someone who would not listen or even attempt to work together. Also, Izuku may have gone overboard with Bakugo instead of just subduing him a little more quickly. A very good estimate. Yes, you all pass. Round 2. As Momo and Denki walked towards the building, she handed him some thermal goggles and instructed him to knock out the power when the situation started. It was a bit of a messy struggle, but they managed to subdue Toru, the invisible girl who knew how to scrap. With Momo creating reflective shields, they could deflect Yuga's naval lasers and capture the bomb. Momo was declared MVP. Bakugo rejoined the class as the round ended but said nothing while standing in the corner. Round 3. Much like Bakugo, Brighton wanted to avoid discussing strategy with Tsu and pretty much ignored her. After trying for several minutes, Tsu just gave up. The heroes entered the building and found their villains waiting on the 3rd floor. When they unleashed all kinds of furniture at them to bury them, Tsu went to leap away only to feel a sudden tug on her leg that slammed her back down. She was buried under the assault of office furniture. Hero team wins, bomb secured. All Might called out. Ochako and Rikido were in shock as they turned and saw Brighton standing with his hand on the bomb. The villains quickly shook off their shock and went to unbury Tsu. She had on her head, but she shot an angry look at Brighton as Ochako and Rikido helped her to the infirmary. Brighton was annoyed that he was not rewarded with MVP due to his lack of cooperation with Tsu. Round 4. One of the most impressive matches during the trials involved Hitoshi and Kyoka, who faced a significant disadvantage in combat abilities. They had to rely on their creativity to overcome the challenge posed by Itsuka and Ijiro, who used Hitandran tactics. Even when Hitoshi managed to take control of one of the villains, the other would quickly assault the mind-controlled individual to break free. However, Hitoshi's lack of physical preparation ultimately cost him the match, as Itsuka overpowered and knocked him out. Similarly, Kyoka struggled to break through Ijiro's hardening, which allowed the villains to double-team her and take her down. Nevertheless, Kyoka's impressive move of jamming her jacks into Itsuka's ears almost overtook her and earned her the MVP award. Round 5. Shoto initially planned to work alone, but he halted to engage in a conversation with Koji. Despite their social awkwardness, the dialogue between the two was intriguing. However, things worsened when Shoto and Fumikage Dark Shadow engaged in a fierce battle, resulting in Shoto freezing the building and damaging numerous lights with Dark Shadow's power. Mizo succeeded in overpowering Koji, but everyone was shocked by the strength of the timid giant of 1A before he was eventually apprehended. Shoto's failure to utilize his fire ultimately led to the defeat of the hero team as time ran out. As a result, Fumi was awarded the MVP. After class. As Class 1A returned to their dorm, they all started discussing the training when Shoto fell into step with Izuku and Momo. If I had used my fire, could we have won today? Probably. Dark Shadow gets stronger in the dark. Your fire would have probably weakened him, Izuku said. If that had been real, people would have died. He responded. Momo sympathetically touched his shoulder. That is correct, Shoto. I don't want to use his fire. Remember what we talked about, Shoto? It's not his fire. It's yours. My mom's telekinesis versus my telekinesis. But this is also training so we can get better. I am not going to say don't let this bother you, but it should make you think, what if you encounter a villain immune to ice once you go pro? Shoto nodded and said nothing else on the way back to the dorms. The group's attention was redirected when Tsu confronted Brighton about grabbing her leg during the ambush. Although he denied it, Tsu didn't believe him and fled in frustration. This was the most animated they had seen her since they had met her a few days ago. Later that evening, everyone gathered in the dorms to prepare and eat dinner together, except for Bakugo and Brighton. Shoto remained quiet, mostly observing. It was a pleasant night as my classmates had the opportunity to get to know each other better. They did just that as people sat around the common room going over their homework and seeking help from their peers. They even had an impromptu game night of charades. Shoto smiled at his classmates' antics as they attempted to act out things for the prize of a plastic trophy that Momo made on the spot. As he walked off to bed, he couldn't stop thinking. What kind of hero did he want to be? And was it his fire? That's it. Thanks for listening.